Again?
18th edition.
You got it.
Get ready for day number 2. About 30 minutes away.
Check 1, 2. Justice on color. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yep, I hear you. I do not. Wait, yes, I do. I gotta turn. Yeah, I gotta turn it way up, but I hear it. Okay. All right. Is it the same music that's playing on the PA out there? Okay, cool. Double checking. I wanted to make sure it wasn't bleed through. Talk back. All right, 10 fort. You weren't seeing spare mic? Up. I'm on color right now. Okay. Yeah, it's got power, talk back, cough, mute. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's in input 3 on that box. Yeah. It blinks. Yep, it blinks. Yep. Check 1, 2. Justice on spare. Color. I can't hear myself on spare. All right. I got color on my left and spare on my right. Spare box here if you want me to switch it out. Yeah, there's 2 spares. Let me grab the other one. Also, as a heads up, we are starting to get some sprinkles on us. I've got color on my left and spare on my right. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, hey. I'm hearing a lot more on spare. Perfect. I hear you. You're very low. Is the music really low? I can't tell if it's bleed through or not.
Tulsa Bone and Joint, Rocks Tech.
Yeah. I hear myself perfect, and I hear you.
Among others, we'll get plenty of opportunity.
All right.
For the day to recognize
Justice Talkback Spare. 1, 2, hey, hey.
Talk
Check,
about
check.
the
1, 2.
fondos right now.
Sweet.
Racers are out there
All right, so
hitting multiple counties, up
Yep.
and down over the northeast,
you got it.
and northwest and southwest portions of Tulsa County here, and over in a couple of other counties as well as we mentioned. But that lead sponsor, of course, Aon, our sponsor for our fondos here. Also, on Saturday we got our kids race. Kids race is Saturday and Sunday, but the official sponsor for Saturday is the Brainerd Chemical Company, and they are the sponsor for the Brainerd Family Festival. So we got our kids race over here in the Guthrie Green. We'll have kind of a kids zone as well. So family-friendly event here at Tulsa Tough year after year. Also, has to say thank you to some of our other great sponsors. We mentioned FC Tulsa, Halo Manufacturing, our official merchandise service and friends of Tulsa Tough. And then if you were watching last night, you're not here in person, you're trying to figure out how do I get some drone action. That's going to be courtesy of Homework and Pain, the official drone cam sponsor, available from the live stream. So you go to TulsaTough.com, you can check out the link. If you, for some reason, you don't want to hang out, you have some type of real responsibility, you get to watch bikes race around here all day. Make sure as you're getting around town, check out TulsaTough.com, check out the live stream. Link you to YouTube, Tulsa Tough account. You can watch the Homework and Pain official drone cam later in the day, in the evening. Some of our pro races too as well. So, filling some time here as we're about 24 minutes away, getting this underway here on day number 2, the 2024 edition, FC Tulsa, Tulsa Arts District Criterium, Tulsa Tough. Nice and easy! Nice and easy! So again, about 22 minutes away from the start of day number 2. Take an opportunity to shout out to sponsors, volunteers, and USA cycling race officials making this possible. Thank you to the shout out to Bicycles of Tulsa. So yeah, shout out to Bicycles of Tulsa. BOT has been a big contributor to the Preems over the years. You say, I'm new to cycling. What's a Preem? I thought these guys are just out here racing for beer money and pride. Well, the Preem, it's a race within the race. We'll toss them out there. We'll say, hey, you know what? We have 20 minutes left in this race. Let's increase the action. Let's throw in a 50, 100, 200, 1,000. Last night they had the Gambler Preem, $1,000 Preem. So basically it's a race within the race, and you have a lap. You win that lap that's designated a Preem lap, and you get cold, hard cash. It may be one of those deals like, hey, I'm not going to finish on the podium, but if I take the $1,000 Gambler's Preem, it'll be worth my trip to the 918. And we talk about over the last couple years, cash Preems, lots of these are going to be from multiple sponsors, but Bicycles of Tulsa, you know, they're small Preems. They're $100 in cold, hard cash. Todd Swain started at Bicycles Tulsa in 1996. I bought my first Specialized LA Elite back in 2010 from Todd. He's been racing for 28 years, mechanic, and now co-owner of Bicycles of Tulsa. He's going to be racing actually this year now for Cura Racing, racing in the Masters. So on Saturday and Sunday, we'll be cheering for Todd Swain out there in the red and white jersey of Cura, Race for the Cure. We'll also see some of the other guys racing for Cura in the 1-2s. We won't see Austin Edgar. Oscar recovering from a bad crash he had early in the year down in Texas. He's your Masters. He would have been your Masters A Saturday defending champ, having won that sprint at the end of that race last year here on the Tulsa Arts District. But Austin recovering, giving a shout out to him. Hopefully he gets back to full speed in 2025. Scott X, also another one of our Bicycles of Tulsa employees. He started back in 1998, so 26 years in sales, and he's also the co-owner with Todd. Scott will be pulling one of the Ainsley Angels on Sunday during our townie. These guys are truly committed to the local bike community. We want to say thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa for their dream support.
I thought I had another cable, but I didn't.
Also mechanical support. Like I said, I got my first bike from Bicycles of Tulsa back in 2010.
Let me check these second.
All right, stick 1. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Check, check.
Thank you to Bicycles.
Stick 2. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Stick 2.
Yeah, I've got the IP in my ear right now and I hear myself. Okay. I can hear you, but you're very quiet. Let me see if I can't turn you up. You're like extremely quiet.
Hey Justin, you got your line tied in,
I've
right?
got you. Yeah, my line's in there. I've got you cranked up and I can barely hear you. Try again. Yeah, that's a lot
We
better.
got a Voltron sighting.
Yeah. I mean,
Again,
it's
we're
still
about
really
19
quiet.
minutes away, so some time here as we get final laps in before 9:30
Yeah,
start.
like I can't hear you. with the
Masters B,
announcer, that's
first
how
race of
quiet
the day
it is.
here. Day number 2, 2024 edition. St. Francis, Tulsa Top.
Yeah.
Again, 9:30 be the start of our Masters B race. First race of the day coming on up.
Hi, Jesse. I was like, hey, hold up, I know that person. So Chris is going to race all 3 days, and he's going to volunteer, and he's going to do the fondo. No, I saw him earlier. Well, you know how many of those cyclocross races where it's like him and a bunch of 14-year-olds, and I'm like, he's like, I'm holding them off. I'm going to hold that generation off a couple more years. It's awesome. Well, all I can say is I don't care about the cycling. He's my go-to for electrical. So if you need help with your electrical around your house, is that a free plug on the microphone? I tell the story that when Cora was like 2 days old, we come home and everything's set up in her nursery. We go to plug in the baby monitor, and the pops, and it's like, you smell something like, what's going on? He called him, he came that night. He came over, he's like, okay, I fixed it. He goes, your house was built in 1974. He goes, the problem is, over the years, you pull in and out the plugs. The wiring behind is space. So your electricity's arcing right now. Let me fix this. And he goes, we'll get the schedule the next couple weeks. We'll replace that. You know, we came in and we replaced every outlet in the house. Yeah. Because Suzanne was like, we're going to a hotel tonight. I'm not staying in this house. Yeah. Chris was there. I appreciate it. Such a good guy. I know he's a serial killer, but that's fine. You know. It's always the nice one.
So a couple minutes away from our start here, Masters B, usually decent sized field. I don't know if I remember 90 plus racers on the start list in a Masters B race, which is what we have here today. 2024 edition, our guinea pigs in the Masters B 40 plus category 3 and 4. Couple final laps in as we're 11 minutes away. Should be staging in about 5 minutes as we'll be sending them out first here at the FC Tulsa, Tulsa Tough. Saturday Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Looking back at some of our previous winners, looking at the Masters B last year on Saturday down here in the Arts District. It was Elijah Baker with the Team 6 project, top step of the podium. Rounding out that top 3 was Charlie Houston with McKinney Velo out of Texas, and the aforementioned Bicycles of Tulsa co-owner, Todd Swain, now racing with Cura this year. He was 3rd place last year on our Masters B podium. We'll get a chance to hop on in and check out the start lists. We'll recognize some names and faces out here and some bib numbers for you out here on the race course. We're coming up at 9:30, opening wave of the day. Just taking a quick little look at that start list. Some familiar names, Peter Erdos out of the Oklahoma City area. Big supporter of cycling in the 405. Also, my man, Mike Patrick, Team Topeka, 70-year-old bull rider. Okay, maybe he's not a bull rider, and maybe he's not 70. He's gonna punch me in the face for saying that, but Mike Patrick, one of our local heroes who'll be racing here today. So we'll take an opportunity as we get through this race to talk about some of our great competitors and our great sponsors, as we are about 10 minutes away from our Masters B race to start day number 2. Again, we'll be checking out all the folks out here, the volunteers making this happen. I believe we got an Osborne Celestine sighting. You want to know some history about Oklahoma, some of the great African-American cowboy towns down south of the Tulsa area. Osborne will get you on a road trip via two wheels. See some of the history here in the state of Oklahoma. Yeah, of course, do a tip of the hat. You better believe it. And he's volunteering. Once again, we'll be talking about all types of people today that are part of the Tulsa and Oklahoma cycling community. Also, it's not just about our state. We appreciate everyone that's come here to race. You look over the years, some of these international faces that have come to race here. It's not just the Yankees. You got that team DCC out of Germany, staying with Lonnie, the unofficial jewelry sponsor, Vincent Anthony Jewelry. But Lonnie's got the DCC team in town. Unfortunately caught up in a wreck final couple laps last night, so did not have their full sprint train out there. We'll be looking forward to seeing the DCC team racing here today. Everett Schmidt's out there going to be putting on the 931 and the 918. And yes, you get dad jokes for me all day long. 8 minutes away, probably get ready to start staging momentarily. Masters B, as we said, a huge field. 94 names on the official start list. And we'll see that get whittled down as the lap after lap goes down. Here on day number 2, down at the Tulsa Arts District, we start right here across from the Guthrie Green. We've got a big L-shaped race course. That uphill section heading up towards Sound Pony. Even Joshua Downs goes up to Sound Pony Hill. Maybe it's a little bump. We'll call it Sound Pony Hill. Tony Russell will be keeping you busy on the live stream. So again, moments away from getting started here on day number 2. Our Masters B, 94 bold gladiators, weekend warriors, weekend Joes, putting the time in on the turbo train or putting the time in on the Wednesday night ride. They're going to be here as the opening wave, the guinea pigs here. 94 brave souls on that start list. 40 minutes of racing for our Masters B. It's 40 plus and it's category 3 and 4. We asked, what's the category? I thought everybody's the same on a bike. Oh, no. You start off the novice, the intro, it's a Cat 5. And you go all the way up to Cat 1, and then you become a pro. And we'll end the night tonight with the pro women and pro men here under the lights. But right now, we're starting at the other end, the Masters B. So it's category 3 and 4, 40 plus. The beginning of the day, just getting started here. 9:30 start time. We're going to be taking it into the 8 o'clock hour this evening here on day number 2. In the preems, we got some cash preems that we're going to throw out here in our Masters B, the opening race. First 2 preems of the day, the aforementioned Bicycles of Tulsa and another one of our steadfast supporters over the years, Smith Farm and Garden, will be tossing out 2 $100 cash preems. These have been sponsors that have been here for a long, long time. Tulsa Tough 2006, the opening edition here on year number 18. The race has made some changes, some little nuances here or there, like Friday night, flipping it around, going in the opposite direction. Last couple years ago, Malcolm McCollum and the team changing that up. But they being the Tulsa Tough Executive Committee and all the volunteers have been here since the beginning in 2006, of course. But what has grown is not just the popularity, not just the level of competition, the volume of competition. It's also been the city. We've seen the city grow in the 3 different, well, I'm not sure how much we grow on Crybaby Hill. But definitely on Friday and Saturday night, the growth here in downtown Tulsa, but definitely a chance that pavilion over there, the Cyrus Avery Pavilion off there, next to the top of the hill at Crybaby Hill, at the river parks. That's definitely been changed over the years. Route 66, right there as it comes across the river. But again, in the downtown here, the Blue Dome District and the Arts District, we have seen Tulsa grow and expand. Look around you, a lot more shade to be had, a lot more buildings, a lot more tall buildings. We'll see a lot of people in the shade, so to speak, as we go up the hill towards Sound Pony Bar and the iconic Canes Ballroom here on this race course on day number 2. As we are moments away, we'll be bringing our field down to stage momentarily. As we open the gates and roll the thoroughbreds on down. Opening wave of the day, gentlemen, the meat wagon. I'm looking at you. As we get ready to get started, we'll let our chief official, Jeff, be able to give the final pre-flight instructions here for our Masters B field. 94 brave souls on the start list, as we're going to kick it over to the ref. We'll be waiting for the whistle to get this underway. And with the whistle, we are underway. Day number 2 of the FC Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So opening lap, we're sending them on their way. They'll make their way west to east. And there's Todd Swain, the aforementioned co-owner of Bicycles of Tulsa, right now setting wheel number 1 as we are on the opening lap on the backside of the Guthrie Green here. 30 seconds into our 40-minute race. Alrighty, opening lap as we send that peloton on the backside of the course there. They've made their way up the hill for the first time now, making the first time of many trips down the hill towards the Tulsa Theater before we bring them back to this final runway here. To finish up lap number 1, looking back across, we talked about Todd Swain, now racing with Cura Racing. He is in there. The Doc, Chris Siemens with Team Topeka. And then we have some Omnia racers sitting there 3rd and 4th wheel. Kenny Stringfellow sitting about 8th wheel here, opening lap. As we have the Stringfellow family showing up in attendance to cheer on Kenny. But opening lap here, we mentioned 40 minutes. 40 minutes, as we'll watch them roll on through. We will have 2 preems, not just yet, still early on here. But as we are done and dusted, opening lap done and dusted here, as they will roll on through. So we talk about Swain up towards the front. He was on the 3rd step, hit 3rd place last year in the Masters V on Saturday here, the 2023 edition. Beautiful start to the morning, but it's humid. We'll get up to 97 degrees here today. A little bit of a wind, 16 miles per hour. Last night we did see the wind come into effect, kind of slowing down some riders, taxing the legs, trying to hide out in the peloton in the race on Friday night. The same thing here today. Some open areas where that wind comes sweeping down through these buildings in downtown Tulsa. As we look at our peloton, making their 2nd trip up the hill. Omnia now moving to the front. Again, still early on, lap number 2 of a 40-minute race. The St. Francis Tulsa Tough, our lead sponsor, but here on day number 2, it's the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, our lead sponsor. Also, thank you to Tito's Handmade Vodka, Aeon, who's our Fondo sponsor. Again, looking back now, our team's setting into a rhythm here early on. So we got to change that. Not just yet. We'll give it a little time. Because we do have about 37-ish minutes. So if you're not familiar, crit racing, you're like, man, it just looks like NASCAR on 2 wheels, right? There's going around corners, elbows up, try to keep it rubber side down. But we're going to toss in some preems. But we're also looking at, like, okay, there's a clock. They're counting up, but they're counting up to establish average lap time. At a certain point, they figure out what the laps are. So you count the clock up before you start counting the laps down. But we're still a ways away from that right now as we see the peloton roll on through. Again, just under 2 minutes per lap, as that will be 4:35. One of our Omnia racers in the front. And again, still together here. Couple stragglers there towards the back, but still early on here. So again, long, thin line here. Maybe not too thin, but definitely not 4 or 5 wide. So we're gonna give it a little time, but we do have 2 preems, 2 $100 cash preems. One courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa, one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. And with that, whenever we ring that preem bell, we're gonna shake up the action. Set the washing machine on agitate and see if we can get some flyers here, get some people to make some attacks here in the middle of this race. Again, Omnia, 2 of the first 7 or 8 racers. Also coming out of Texas, some of the racers from the United Race Team. Try to get some names for those racers as well, up towards the front. But again, still seeing Doc Chris Siemens with Topeka, Coffee Roaster sitting in 2nd wheel, and Todd Swain with Cura. Race for the Cura in 3rd. So they'll navigate that turn. Again, on the backside, heading on the backside of our race course. Making their way down the hill. So in years past, before they put the OK Pop Museum up there at the top of the hill across from the iconic Canes Ballroom, it was a pretty narrow street, that side street. I believe it's named Cameron is that side street, to take them to that big downhill. And the momentum, even though you're going uphill, it's not like it's Crybaby Hill on Sunday, but that Sound Pony Hill, you're starting to put some effort in, you get later in the race, lactic acid building up, you're breathing through your eyeballs, you start to lose a little bit of your awareness maybe. And as you come up over that little rise and make that hard 90-degree left-hand turn, I used to call it the shadow of 244. It was the curb. The curb would come into play. Racers would come up, they'd turn left, and the peloton would just, you'd get moved to the right, and you'd find yourself into the hay bales up there at the top of the hill. They've opened that up a little bit. We had some of the construction in the last couple of years when they were building the OK Pop Museum. So there was definitely making sure that the volunteers cleared out any type of gravel or any type of debris on that road. But it seems like over the years, last couple of years, our racers have been a little bit better of navigating the shadow of 244 and avoiding that curb up there. at the top of the hill here. So another lap done and dusted. Moving on to lap number 4 here of our Masters race. We mentioned last year, Elijah Baker, Team 6 Project, winning on Saturday. Trying to take a look through our start list, and he is on the start list. So look for bib number 725. I haven't seen him yet. There's Mike Patrick, Team Topeka Coffee Roasters. Come see Team Topeka put on the cyclocross event, the Rock the Mohawk event. I know it's a different sport, but it's still 2 wheels. Team Topeka, one of our great local race teams, putting on the Rock the Mohawk Cyclocross Festival up at Mohawk Park. But again, we're gonna keep our eye out there for Elijah Baker. Bib number 725, racing with Team 6 Project out of California. He is your 2023 champion, looking to try to go back-to-back this year. So 7 minutes into the race, probably give him 1 or 2 more laps, and then we're gonna ring a bell. We're gonna toss out some cold, hard cash, a $100 cash premium in a couple laps. We'll give it a little bit of time there. And again, those 2 preems, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa and Smith Farm and Garden, coming on up. Probably wait not this lap, probably next time around we'll ring that bell. Now Primal, racer moving to the front out of, I believe out of the Colorado area. Starting to see a little bit of fracturing towards the front, some gaps. So I believe it may be next time around we'll ring that bell. Not just yet. As they finish another lap here, averaging under 2 minutes per lap. As rolling on through, that is going to be 7:34. That's Patrick Dunn, Primal, no relation to Bruce Dunn or myself. Patrick Dunn, Primal Audi Denver out of Colorado. He's sitting in that first wheel, rolling on through. So next time around, we're going to ring the bell. We're going to have our first of our 2 cash preems here in our Masters B race. Starting to see it strung out just a little bit, so that's what we like to see. Shake it up. Don't make it a coffee ride. Don't make it 3 or 4 wide. Make it 1 to 2 wide, and we're definitely going to set the washing machine on agitate. Next time around, we'll ring that bell for the preem. As we got a little bit of a flyer going off the front here. Couple bike links as that racer in the front heads up towards Sound Pony Hill. Up out of the saddle, trying to make a little bit of a move here. Maybe he had a little ESPN. I said I'll give you dad jokes all day long. A little ESP there. He knew that the preem was coming. So we're going to do the BOT preem coming on up. We're going to ring the bell. When they come down, when our race leaders comes on through, we're going to ring the bell. It's going to be a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Again, opening up a little bit of a gap. Fortuitous time for the racer in the front. We'll get a bib number for you in a second. But when they come rolling on down, making that left-hand turn onto our main stretch here, we're going to have a preem lap. What's a preem lap? $100 cash preem. Preem lap, $100 in cash as we watch our Don Thornton Automotive pace car, the Audi, roll on through. As this is going to be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 in cash, $100 in cash, $100 in cash. 762. That is David Platten with Blitz Racing out of Arizona. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 of cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, one of our great sponsors since the beginning, doling out thousands and thousands of dollars over the years. So the racer out of Arizona, David Platten, he has been joined, though, group of 4. Primal is kind of looking there. Patrick Dunn sitting about 5th wheel, looking around, see who's going to help him bridge on up. But the anticipation of the preem started to change up the makeup of that main peloton, as we'll be giving the backside of our peloton 1 to go on the backside here. So we clean up the backside of our group. It's a large group, 94 racers on the registered start list. As we'll clean up some of that for safety purposes. With this many racers, if you chance to have some racers get lapped, we don't want them to be involved in anything. So looking at a much reduced peloton here, making their way up again the hill of Sound Pony. Who are we? Sound Pony. You'll hear a lot of that all day long, all weekend long, especially as the day goes on. Josh Gifford, Mike Wozniak, owners up there. As we'll see the leader, it's going to be Platten again, flicking the elbow. Everybody said, "No, man, you were the one off the front. We'll let you lead us down here before we make this final gallop to try to win the first preem of the day here on FC Tulsa, Arts District Day 2. Racer has the Chalet jersey there in the front, but we have two racers taking the inside corner. 744 is one of those. We have to keep an eye on that. It will be Charlie Houston, McKinney Velo. As they're coming to line, who's going to try to take the $100 cash preem? Looks like that may be one of the Texas riders up with United, but maybe coming over at the last second. It's going to be close at the line. We'll have to go to the super slow-mo instant replay. As coming up, Esteban Duran. Hungry like the wolf with the Desert Fox race team out of Texas. Esteban Duran up there along with Charlie Houston, and it will be Charlie Houston taking the $100 cash preem, racing out of McKinney, Texas, McKinney Velo race team. Congratulations, Charlie Houston. You're on the books for our first preem of the day, $100 in cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So again, we can't make this event happen with all the great volunteers. It's a year-long event. It may just be 3 days of fun in the sweltering sun in June in Tulsa, but for the volunteers and the race officials making this happen, speaking about making it happen, Chris Siemens with Topeka making an attack up the hill, and he will be closed down there by David Platten with Blitz Racing, but opening up a couple gaps there, as you're going to see Chris Siemens 1, David Platten 2. Peloton trying to claw it back. Looks like we'll have some folks out of the 405 OKC Velo up there. We'll try to get an idea on exactly who that is. But here we are, 13 minutes into our 40-minute race. Again, thank you to all our great sponsors. FC Tulsa, our sponsor here on day number 2. Also, thank you to Quick Trip, our official live stream provider, bringing this to you, as it will be OKC Velo now up towards the front. But again, some of those familiar names. We see Todd Swain with Cura. We see Omnia. As they will roll on through now, see once again, if you're wondering where to figure all this stuff out, go to TulsaTuff.com. You have the live stream. Again, courtesy of Quick Trip, our live stream sponsor. But we have the Jumbotron set up all over the race course here, pumping the tunes out and bringing you the action. So if you're on one side of the course and you're near a Jumbotron, you'll be able to hear us describe some of the action here, courtesy of Quick Trip. And again, we're watching the racers make their way towards the hill, heading on up. OKC Velo back up towards the front again. Unicorn race team, trying to get that number. We always talk about a unicorn in the wild. Trying to get you a name. That could be Paul Hesselgrave, 742 out of Colorado. Paul Hesselgrave has been a fixture on the podium here in some of our Masters races at Tulsa Tough. So Paul Hesselgrave up there. We mentioned Todd Swain, formerly racing, as we mentioned, with Bicycle Tulsa, still a co-owner, but now racing with the Cura Vincent Anthony Jewelers race team. Lonnie and the squad down there at 101st and Sheridan. Get you taken care of. As we're going to show 12 to go. We'll go 12 to go, 12 to go, 12 to go. Again, if we're just figuring out what's going on, we count the clock up before we count the laps down. So when these racers roll on through, right now being led by Patrick Dunn, Primal Audi, that is, out of Colorado, we are going to show 12 laps to go. So up towards the front, we have Dunn, we have Hesselgrave. Trying to figure out that third place rider, but Omnia, again, lurking in the shadows there here on the near side. As we'll roll through 12 to go, 12 to go, 12 to go, 12 to go. And once again, trying to make sure we represent all the racers out here. We'll keep an eye out. If you once again go to my.raceresult.com. No plural. There's only one race going on. We don't have multiple. So my.raceresult.com.
So looking at the peloton, making their way again, make that right-hand turn. And that will be, I believe, our preem winner, Charlie Houston, possibly McKinney Velo up towards the front. It's definitely a McKinney Velo racer at the front. David Platten out of Arizona moving back towards the front as well. So under 12 to go. Next time they come through, we'll tell them 11 to go. Well, almost touching the wheels there. Team Topeka, Chris Siemens keeping it upright as they make that left-hand turn on the shadow of 244. Not as many hay bales there. Like I said, they don't take that turn as violent as they have in years past. And that's a good thing because there's less hay bales up there on that corner. So Platten again, moving towards the front. Hesselgrave will slide in about third wheel. Again, moving back towards the front. Houston will move back in about 7th or 8th place as we're going to show them 11 laps to go. And by the way, 11 laps, still some time here. Just under 2 minutes per lap. So just over 20 minutes of racing here. So we got plenty of time to throw in our second preem. So we'll have to wait a little bit before we toss that one in. There goes the Audi, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. There goes our lead moto. As we show the peloton, a much reduced peloton, 11 to go, 11 to go, 11 to go. This time around, it will be Carlos Oranga, GS Tenzing Racing out of Texas. So again, just getting underway here, our Masters B. Coming up next will be our men's novice, Cat 5, 35 and over at 10:15, and then our third race today for our men's Cat 5 under 35. So no payouts for our men's Cat 5s. It's all for beer money. Well, not beer money. It's all for glory, bragging rights, and having someone you beat provide the beer money. So we'll have some other preems, though. We'll toss out some merchandise for them for our men's Cat 5, the novices. The 35 and above and 35 and under, those will be our next two races coming on up here. But right now, still under 11 laps to go in our opening race of the day, the Guinea Pigs, our Masters B. So we look through the rest of our morning schedule and take it into the afternoon. We'll get into the juniors. This year is the first year we have the ACC juniors categories, where actually part of the ACC series. It's the first time they're going to be competing in the American Criterium Cup, which we gotta love acronyms. ACC, American Criterium Cup. We're recognizing rising talents with our 15 and 16, 17 and 18-year-old athletes here at our juniors. And of course, it's presented, not of course, first time we're gonna say it, presented by Renaissance Financial. So again, we have one more ace up our sleeve here, one more preem. We'll wait to throw it on out there as we'll see Dunn with Primo Audi out of Colorado. Well, he was in first, now he'll slide back into third. As that'll be Hesselgrave, the unicorn up front. Also, first time I believe we've called 586, that will be Matthew Steele, Team Chalet Colorado race team, racing age of 52. Again, this is the 40-plus category, men's category 3 and 4. It's a 40-minute race. They've been going about 20, so we're about midway through it. But again, we've counted the clock up to count the laps down, so next time they roll through, we'll have 9 to go. Probably let's roll out maybe 8, we'll see. We'll save the anticipation of a couple more laps just to shake things up. So when we threw out that first preem, the $100 of cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, it kind of shredded our field that started with 94 racers at the start of the day. Definitely a much reduced peloton here in our Masters B field. But let's do it again. In probably a lap or two, we will ring that bell and do our second preem as we watch with Primal moving his way to the front. Hesselgrave right there as they make that left-hand turn. Shadow of 244. Also looking at some of the other names and faces up there. Chris Schmedeke, Team Shifter Pods out of Texas. Got the flowing ponytail back behind his kit. Also up there in that top 10. First time we've seen one of our Sound Pony racers moving their way to the front. We'll try to keep an eye out. Later on the day, we'll have the elite Sound Pony Assassin team. It's got some names from the past coming back to Tulsa to race with Sound Pony, the elite Assassin Squad. Keep an eye on some of the races later on the day that the Assassin Squad will be part of. former Tulsa Tough champions, former national champions in that group of the Assassins. All righty, now 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. They're setting into the rhythm. They're getting a little stagnant. When will we drop it? When will the hammer go? 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Michael, don't call me Bolton, even though my last name's Bolton Cure. Vincent Anthony Jewelers up in there. Ultron, you can follow him on Instagram. But we're gonna ring the bell. Next time they roll through, it will be our second and last preem lap, $100 preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Again, if you're looking to follow the results all weekend long, go to my.raceresult singular, not plural, .com/groups/6078. So under 9 to go, we're gonna ring the bell as there's definitely a sense of urgency in the peloton. Patrick Dunn moving back to the front, David Platten up there as well. And they're gonna be moving to the front at another opportune time as we're gonna ring our second and final preem lap, $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. As they roll through, we will show them 8 to go. As they make that turn, mouth open, agape there, Patrick Dunn rolling on through. As we're gonna ring the bell, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, $100 in cash, $100 in cash, 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 cash. It is a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. David Platten, Patrick Dunn, 1-2, opening up a little bit of a gap. Here comes OKC Velo looking to close it down, Omnia as well. And then our racer with that Chalet, Team Chalet Colorado, I believe that's Matthias Steele, trying to bridge it on up here. 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Also, $100 preem lap coming on up. Next time they roll on through, we will say, cash money, homie, give it to you. Who's gonna take first on this lap, and who's gonna save some matches? Don't do too much. Get the $100, feather your way back into the peloton for the next 7 or so laps to let your heart rate come back down. But I tell you what, making the move is David Platten, and they are not countering. Coming up the hill, OKC Velo trying to drag it back. But right now, David Platten, Blitz Racing out of Arizona, will hit the shadow of 244. He'll make a left-hand turn, the white knuckle descent down towards the Old Lady Brady, the Tulsa Theater. Trying to take the $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. We'll look to the Jumbotron, we'll look to the west, as we will be looking for our Don Thornton Automotive Group, Audi. Here comes Paul Hesselgrave, though, launching out from the group, trying to bridge on up to Platten. The extended photo lens there, looking up the hill, kind of distorts exactly how big of a lead Platten has, but it may be enough. He'll make that left-hand turn onto our final runway here. Hesselgrave, though, going into the big gear, but look at that gap as they make their way down here. As we're gonna show 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go, and David Platten will roll across and take the $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Now here's the thing, I talk about, you make a little bit of an effort, you go out, you burn some matches to win the preem, and maybe you come back, let your heart rate come back in. Here's the thing, if it's strung out like this, you get Hesselgrave, you get Steele up there with you even maybe get Todd Swain, and maybe you say, you know what? We don't want to go back into the peloton. If we get a couple guys here with 7 to go, maybe we have a little 5-man group, and I say that, and we look, Omnia, one of our Tulsa race teams, immediately on the button, driving on up to stitch this one back together as we're under 7 to go. Again, we started at 9:30, kicking off day number 2. Next race coming up will be our men's Cat 5, 35 and above. Start time around 10:15 as we are about 6.5 laps to go here. We'll look to the Jumbotron, and everything has stitched back together. You'll look, they're about 5 wide here. They'll make Platten have his nose in the wind going uphill.
earn that $100 preem that he just put in his back pocket on the last lap. I'll let him set on the front, and we'll see. Will there be a little bit of a move here? Hesselgrave, always dangerous with Unicorn Racing Team out of Colorado. As we said, previous winner, previous podium finisher here at Tulsa Tough. Hesselgrave just lurking there in about third or fourth wheel, looking to try to make the pounce. A little bit bigger than Platten, so gravity will help Hesselgrave there on the big downhill coming back down towards the Tulsa Theater. So we'll take a look here as we are going to show 6 to go. So all the preems, all the shenanigans, tomfoolery, that's out of the way. We've handed out the 2 $100 cash preems, and now it's just straight race time. As moving towards the front, we do have a rider coming off the front. Did not get that number last time through. He's got a yellow and white kit, but he's up out of the saddle. He's trying to make a move here, seeing if anybody wants to try to stick with him. You saw in the men's Cat 3 last night, he had a flyer with about 25 laps ago. This isn't that early, so that's going to be 5:66. Michael De Palma, Reunion Racing out of Texas. So De Palma making the attack, and here comes the meat wagon with Omnia, making his way to try to stitch it on back here. As you look on the Jumbotron, they're on the backside of the Guthrie Green. As our leader there, De Palma, makes turn number 2. So just in front of Griffin Communications there on the backside of Guthrie Green. If you're looking up Boston here from our start-finish line off to the north towards 244, you will see our peloton whizzing on by there across that gap in the tents. Our registration tent / pickup tent here, by the way. Come on over to the registration tent just across from our stage here at the finish line here on Boston. But De Palma, it is getting stitched back. They're starting to bring him back in. That may be Jonathan Clark with OKC Velo. We'll try to get that representative from the Oklahoma City area properly recognized. We talked about Omnia trying to stitch it back. JJ Heineke, the meat wagon, rolling on up. Thick boy racing, but here he is right up there. Heineke. And we'll actually get pretty wide now as they've kind of slowed it on up. So they brought De Palma back. Heineke will step back in that top 10 or 15. Todd Swain, Cura, Race for the Cure. Vincent Anthony Jewelers, he'll move back to the front. Steele with Team Chalet out of Colorado, also up there, as we're going to show 5 to go. We are down towards the business end of this one. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. So here they come. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, gentlemen. Also a new name and face, that's Sean Brown, Fort Bend Kia Racing out of Texas, 557. First time we've called Sean Brown's name as he moves up towards the front. Believe possibly a previous Preem winner, Sean Brown. But here we are, under 5 to go as they're stringing it out. This peloton of 94, the attrition, started early, had a couple racers. Probably about 10 laps in, then we started shedding them off the back. So you're 94, probably down to, let's say, maybe about 30 or so, is what we think it is, as they're going to be under 5 to go. Next time they come through, they'll have 4 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Opening race of the day, Masters B. 40 minutes of racing coming down to the final 4.5 laps. Todd Swain with Cura up at the front. Team Chalet Colorado sitting in second, and then we mentioned Mr. Sean Brown with Fort Bend Kia sitting in third wheel. So they'll navigate that left-hand turn on the backside of the OK Pop Museum. And they'll do the white knuckle drop here on day number 2. Welcome. If you're finishing up a Fondo, the Piccolo, welcome. The Ace will be hurtling through Northeast Oklahoma trying to hit the 20+ mile per hour average, 100 miles in 5 hours. We'll keep an eye on that, try to get you some updates for our ace competitors out there on the Aeon Fondo here on Saturday. Right now on Saturday, it is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here at Tulsa Tough. As Omnia back up towards the front, it is not Heineke. It is his teammate. We'll try to get that number there for you as they roll on through.
That'll be Ryan Day with Omnia rolling on through. As we have 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Again, 94 has definitely been shaved off, but some of the familiar names and faces still up there. Chris Siemens with Team Topeka. He's up in that top 10. Patrick Dunn, we called his name earlier. He's still in there, but it looks like a different teammate of his with Primal. Try to figure that out. Maybe Rob Dawson, 732, moving his way to the front. First time we've called Dawson's name, if that is bib number 732. So they'll navigate backside of the Guthrie Green. Sound Pony Hill, we're sending them your way. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. As they have 3 more trips around on this side on the, we'll say under 4 to go. Try to keep an eye on the orange bib there, the orange kit. OGI, I believe, is possibly the race team. We have not called that one out. We'll have to try to get a name in the face again, but here comes Dave. Omnia is going to make an attack, but immediately countered by Matthias Steele with Team Chalet. So now they'll go 4 wide. So again, not able to snap the elastic on this peloton, the front of this one, as next time you see them, they're going to have 3 laps to go. They'll hit the downhill. GS Tenzing up towards the front. Believe that may again be Carlos Orenga out of Texas. So I believe that is GS Tenzing's Orenga, but here's a move, an attack on the right side. That will be Michael DePalma, Reunion Racing out of Texas, as he will open up a little bit of a gap as we're going to show them 3 to go. So DePalma tucked down, getting arrow, makes that left-hand turn, but again, a familiar name and face in the form of our second preem winner, David Platten with Blitz Racing, right in on his tail. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3, 3, 3. 3 laps to go. DePalma, Platten, and of course, Matthias Steele with Team Chalet. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Orenga back up there, but DePalma, they'll let him lead right now. So that little bit of attack, just kind of a testing, kind of a reconnaissance mission, so to speak, to see who wanted to come on front. So now DePalma will pull off to the right, and they will let David Platten again come up to the front. Platten, winner of the second preem. He's been active in this one, poking his nose out into the wind often. As we'll watch the much reduced peloton, like I said, probably about 25. Yeah, maybe let's say 25. Not very many left as they make their way up towards Sound Pony Hill. Orenga, Steele, Platten. Familiar faces again, and here comes another name, Patrick Dunn, but it is our man, the unicorn in the wild, a unicorn sighting again, Paul Hesselgrave, putting a big dig in there on the top of Sound Pony Hill, opening up a little bit of the gap. Patrick Dunn's having to close it on down. They'll make that left-hand turn. It's about 4 bike lengths. As we'll look at the reduced peloton make their way onto the downhill. Again, Hesselgrave getting low. Some of the taller riders trying to use gravity to their benefit there. Hesselgrave, tell you what, Patrick Dunn is not trying to counter it. Going to force Matthias Steele with Team Chalet Colorado to have to do it. Orenga up there as well. We'll see Doc Siemens, Team Topeka, as they're going to make that left-hand turn. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen, the penultimate lap coming up. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 laps to go. Hesselgrave turning over the big gear. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Trying to keep it out there, but here comes Steele. Here comes Orenga. There's Siemens. There's J.J. Heineke, the meat wagon. Todd Swain, Cure Race for the Cure. Vincent Anthony Jewelers sitting about 5th or 6th wheel. As it is 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. They've navigated turn number 1, about hit turn number 2. And they have stitched it back up. They have brought Hesselgrave back here. But the damage is done, as right now the top 10 is split up in half there. But it looks like Patrick Dunn with Primal Audi out of Colorado is able to draw them back, has the magnet set on them, has the tractor beam set. Will draw them back on in. And they are all back together here as they make that right-hand turn. The question is, how much of the effort did Hesselgrave put in burn the matches of the chasers? And you say, well, why wouldn't you be concerned about Hesselgrave's matches? Because he's been here before. He knows how to measure his pace. Those sleeves have been on multiple podiums here at Tulsa Tough.
He's been up Sound Pony Hill multiple times as well. We know it. The unicorn in the wild. They'll make that turn. They got 2 more turns before we see him, and it will be the bell lap. We have 1 to go coming up, ladies and gentlemen. 1 lap to go coming on up shortly. As they hit the downhill, all back together. Now the cat and mouse game will start. Weaving back and forth. Hesselgrave's like, get off of my tail. You don't get a free draft. As we watch them weave in and out. But here comes a move. I believe OKC Velo, that could be Jonathan Clark, coming from about mid-pack. He made an attack on that left side. A shake of the head from J.J. Heineke. He will not try to close this one down. As that will be, I believe, Clark on making that turn here. Actually, I think it's 453, so a different name not on my start sheet for OKC Velo. So we're gonna go 1 to go, 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 bid number 483. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. OKC Velo trying to make the flyer. So we're trying to get the name there. This is 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The OKC Velo flyer. He took it. I think he thought it was the last lap. So he went all in on the gas. We'll wait for the Jumbotron, the camera to pan back. And here comes the chasers. They're going to gather him up momentarily as they make that right-hand turn. And a shake of the head. I think he thought that was the last lap with 2 to go. And he burned the matches. So he will be overcome by the peloton. As we'll watch them roll on up to the front. He's done. He burned the matches out there. But here comes the gallop. Here comes the charge. We're 5 wide. Heineke back towards the front. Mateus Steele with Team Chalet up there at the front as well. Trying to get that second place rider, 571. That is going to be Kyle Freeman with Tulsa Wheelman, one of our local heroes. But right now it's Mateus Steele, Team Chalet Colorado, opening up a gap. Here's the final trip down the hill towards the Old Lady Brady Tulsa Theater, the white knuckle descent. One more left-hand turn, ladies and gentlemen. Come to the barriers. What are you doing? Get off your seats and cheer on our opening race today, about to finish up here. Will they be able to catch Mateus Steele? He'll make this left-hand turn. He has opened up quite the gap. He'll keep it rubber side down. Here comes the gallop, staying in his saddle. Now he's up out. In and out of the saddle. Will he have enough? Here comes the charging peloton trying to make their way to catch at the line. Will he be pipped? Coming to the end of our Masters B, he will not be pipped at the line. Your unofficial winner out of Colorado, Mateus Steele, Team Chalet Colorado race team. Making the attack, rolling on down. Just at the top, in the shadow of 244, Steele. Mateus with Team Chalet to take the win here, and our opening race of the day here, day number 2 of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, St. Francis, Tulsa Top. So an exciting finish there. Again, our OKC Velo racer, I believe that may have been Jonathan Clark. He went with 2 to go, thought it was the last lap, made the big attack, burnt the matches, only to realize it was now the final lap, not the second to last lap when he went on the attack. But a brave effort there by the OKC Velo racer. But taking the win, making that attack, coming over Sound Pony Hill, Mateus Steele, Team Chalet. We'll get your official podium coming up momentarily. We'll get that podium recognized momentarily, but coming up at 10:15, we'll be bringing you the men's Cat 5, 35 and above. About 4 minutes away, so you should be staging. If you're in the men's Cat 5, you should be staging. Make sure you have the right bib number for your race. I know during our Masters race, there was lots of Cat 3s that had their Cat 3 bib on. We'll hand it off to our race officials. Check. Gentlemen, open up a little bit. Hey, Cat 5 race. How many new riders? New races? Quite a few. Awesome. Thanks for being here. A couple days. I will not be pulling riders, so everybody's staying on, and when the lap card shows 0, everybody's done. You don't have 3 to go because you saw 3 to go, and it took you 3 laps to get around that time. But if it shows 0, you're done. Back there, there's a black pin, the state street. That's the wheel pit. If you have a problem, go to the wheel pit, and fix your bike, and get you back in the race. So, normally, 5 to go. At 5 to go, you can't go to the wheel pit anymore. That means your race is pretty much over. So, when the lap card shows 5, you can be inserted. When it shows 4, you're done. We're moments away from getting our second race started.
All right, thank you everybody. Cat 5s, we are racing for 30 minutes. 5 laps to go is the end of pre-laps. You must be reinserted before the lap card show 5. How about 30 seconds to start? I'll give you 15 and then we'll start at the sound of my whistle.
Real quick reminder, if you're in the podium, make sure you immediately come back to the finish line. If you're in the podium, any of the races, come to the finish line so we can recognize our podiums all day long.
Yeah, please report to podium immediately following the race if you're going to be on it.
15 seconds! And we are underway here, race number 2, our men's Cat 5, 35 and above. No cash payouts. This is all for pride, bragging rights. But we will have some preems. We'll be handing out some merchandise preems, courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles, 2 locations.
That's good.
One on 21st next to Veterans Park and the other in the Rose District of Broken Arrow. Thank you to Smokehouse Bicycles, our merchandise preem sponsor here on our men's Cat 5, 35 and above. 30-minute race here for our men's Cat 5. Just getting underway, opening lap. If you're checking out the Jumbotron, or obviously if you're watching on the World Wide Web, our live stream courtesy of Quick Trip, more than a gas station. Our live stream sponsor.
I figure you want it off so they're getting feedback.
Whenever you're ready, just cue me.
Again, we'll be recognizing our Masters B podium out of Colorado, Mateus Steele. Elijah Baker, last year's winner, finishing in second with Team 6 Project. And the meat wagon himself, J.J. Heineke, wearing the wrong bib number. but we won't disqualify him. He gets a third place step here on the opening race of day number 2. "39 racers on the start list here for our men's Cat 5. As we watch our John Thornton Automotive Group, the Audi, our pace car will roll on through as we have the opening lap done and dusted here, as it'll be DCC active at the front. Dexter Mabutas coming out of, I believe, the New York area. We have 2 different DCC teams. Well, it's all DCC, but 2 different squads. We'll see some of the pros racing at the end of the day tonight. Also some of our Cat 5, 35 and above, hanging out one of our great host houses, Everett Schmitz. Everett donning the DCC kit as well. Bib number 931. When you host a team, they let you wear a bib, I guess, and their jersey. Especially the Cat 5 level. But we'll be recognizing our Masters B podium coming on up. So again, that opening lap, done and dusted on to number 2. We mentioned Dexter Mabutas, easy for me to say, racing with DCC. Lonnie and the DCC Pro crew sitting in the house, watching the live stream here early this morning. Let's run race number 2. Men's Cat 5 over 35. Elijah Baker, I think I see him right there. We will get our podium recognized momentarily in our Masters B. Here we are about to do lap number 2 as we are going to recognize our podium. I believe we have everybody there. So we'll let our men's Cat 5 over 35 roll on through here and we'll recognize our podium coming up. Bib number 913, that'll be Michael Hankins, BMC Walmart cycling team out of the NWA, Northwest Arkansas. Our leader here as we wrap up another lap. Without further ado, let's recognize our men's Masters B podium here on day number 2. Wearing the wrong number, but finding the right number at number 3, racing with Omnia, J.J. Heineke. He's got to apply the hair gel and get all that situated. In second, your winner last year, making a repeat trip this year to the podium, racing with Team 6 Project, Elijah Baker. And making the trip from the Rocky Mountain High, it's Team Chalet, Colorado, Mateus Steele. So your opening podium of day number 2 at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, Steele, Baker, Heineke, 1, 2, and 3. A reminder, if you're racing all day long and you're on the podium, don't go anywhere. Hang out close. We like to recognize the podiums immediately after the races. That way we don't have to stand out in the sun too long over at the podium. Again, if you're listening in going, where's the podium? Come on down to the start line. It's right across the street here next to the Guthrie Green all day long here on day number 2. Again, congratulations to our opening podium of the day, Mateus Steele, Elijah Baker, J.J. Heineke. All righty, looking at the Jumbotron, we will see Our men's Cat 5 over 35 about to wrap up another lap, about 6 minutes in, averaging a little over 2 minutes per lap. And again, it will be our BMC Walmart Cycling, Michael Hankins leading the way. Got a teammate there right behind him, racing with BMC Walmart. That's Shay Ellis. A couple of our Arkansans. I know it's Arkan. There's the, if you're from Kansas, do you call it the Arkansas River? If you're in Arkansas, it's the Arkansas. Right now, we're just saying BMC, as that is the 1-2 right now so far on lap number 4 of our men's Cat 5 over 35. We're going to throw out a merch preem courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. 2 locations, one at 21st Street next to Veterans Park and the other in the Rose District of Broken Arrow. Smokehouse providing both of our preems, and we're handing out merchandise. A merch preem coming up next time through. We'll ring that bell. As we look at the leaders of our men's Cat 5 over 35, we have our 2 BMC racers sitting 1 and 2. Looks like that is still our DCC racer, Dexter Mabutas, sitting in 3rd. Again, we'll keep our eye out for our Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. Don Thornton Automotive, one of our great sponsors. We've seen the Audi out here. They'll probably roll out the Jaguar. Probably see the Cadillac. As our men's Cat 5 will make that downhill, heading on down towards the Tulsa Theater. Again, thank you to all our great sponsors. We have our Fondos right now. Hundreds and hundreds of racers out there journeying across green country. Hitting up a couple of the spots on the Fondos. The Coupe Ale Works, the official beer of the Fondos, helping out. Your official rest stop sponsor is Oktoberfest. They're out there taking care of the Fondo participants at our official rest stop. Also, if you're watching online, Quick Trip, our official live stream provider. And we're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. 8:40 into this, so just over 4 laps. On to lap number 5 here, and it will be a preem lap as we have a racer go into the barrier, able to keep it upright, kinda. Looks like not too much worse for wear there, the DCC racer. Trying to check out his bike. He was able to get unclipped and did not hit that barrier with too much violence. Looks like he's okay. Thumbs up there. He's trying to get his bike situated. Oh, and we do have a crash on the backside, though. Racers are down. Looks like we had a touch of the wheels there on the backside. So what was already only 39 racers has definitely been split in half here. Some of those on the ground trying to get back up. Corey Houston out of Texas, one of our Cat 5 racers, caught up in that on the backside of the course. So looking at the instant replay, that will be the DCC racer. Corey Houston is able to keep it up, but then a touch of the wheels here on the backside of Guthrie Green. Just an overlapping of the wheels takes about 4 racers down. And so our group, our peloton of 39, down to right only about 10 or so. There's about 3 racers towards the front, about 5 or so behind, and 1 straggler. So really here with about a third of the way into this race, we have taken us about a third of the way of the race. We've taken about 2/3 of the peloton out of the equation here. So race leaders will make their way here, finish up another lap, heading down from the west to the east. Corey Houston with DCC, he'll head back to the pit. You're still, if you have a mechanical or if you're involved in a crash, you're still able to we are going neutral. We're going neutral. We're going neutral due to the amount of the racers that went down in that crash. We are going neutral, going neutral, going neutral. So we'll be doing the preem. It'll just have to be the next lap through when we get started back up, as we're going to neutralize the race. Neutral, neutral, neutral.
We're going to neutralize the race. That crash, it took down 4 racers. We still have one of the racers still on the ground, so that's why we have neutralized the race. The racer is down in the middle of the road over there, so that is why we have neutralized it. So we've gone neutral here. Chance for our volunteers and emergency personnel to come help out and get that downed racer taken care of. So neutralizing the course here. So early on, about just under 12 minutes in, we'll get some laps figured out for you momentarily. But right now we are neutralizing the course due to the crash we had on the backside of the Guthrie Green. Here are men's Cat 5, 35 and above. Again, thank you to our sponsors, volunteers, race officials. Obviously, our title sponsor year after year since 2006 has been the St. Francis Health System. Some of our presenting sponsors, Aon, official sponsor of our Fondo. You look at Don Thornton Automotive Group, our sponsor for the motos. I'm sorry, not for those, for the pace car. McNally's Group, our Friday night sponsor. Looking at some of our other great sponsors, you go through, there's different levels of sponsorship with Tulsa Tough, Century, Peloton, Partner, and of course, can't forget the Tulsa Tough Divas, an organization unto their own. And the Diva sponsors are Bama Companies, Dodson Family Foundation. So we were neutralized, but the next time our race leaders roll through, we're going to be going live. We're going live. When they roll through, we will go live. So looking at our official moto, we're going to go live, and we are live. Here we go. We neutralized the race, and everyone left back in together here, the much-reduced peloton. So a neutralization of the race course due to the crash, and now we're back underway here, just over 13 and a half minutes into our 30-minute race. Next time they roll through, we're going to ring the bell. So we'll do our preem lap coming up. We had a shortened lap due to the crash. So this time, though, we'll ring the bell, and it will be a preem lap. Merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. Again, talk about some of the great sponsors and some of our naming rights sponsors. Talk about the Family Festival location over here at the Guthrie Green. That's Brainerd Chemical. The Corporate Challenge Sportif, Cabin Boys Brewery, our official beer of the St. Francis Corporate Challenge Sportif. Coupe Ale Works, official beer of the Aon Fondos. Chrono Sport, official timepiece of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough and Omnium Awards. Daryl and Julie Christner Family Foundation, official mental health partner, June Male Mental Health Month. Diamond Seller, official jeweler of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Don Thornton Automotive Group, as we said, the official automotive partner. So next time they roll through, we're going to ring that bell. It'll be Smokehouse Bicycles. Our merch sponsor here, our men's Cat 5 over 35. A reminder that the Big Ride 2024 is tonight at sundown with live music from Girl Talk, Groucho, and DJ K-Rock 3.0. General admission tickets are $10. VIP packages are still available for $75. And we'll hold up real quick as we're going to ring a bell here. It'll be a preem lap. Merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. Preem lap. It's a preem lap. A preem lap. This is a preem lap here. Merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. Preem lap here for our men's Cat 5 over 35. As we were talking about the Big Ride 2024, talk about it. Starts at sundown up the hill, Sound Pony Hill, up towards the iconic Cain's Ballroom. Be over on the west side of Main Street. The Big Ride 2024 VIP packages are still available for $75. If you still need a ticket, visit flywheeltulsa.com/tickets to purchase. Reminder, Tulsa Tough, when the race ends, make sure you look up to the skies for a live drone show from our friends at Flywheel Presents. It'll lead you right to the stage for the Flywheel Presents Big Ride 2024 edition. Show kicks off when our final race of the day ends tonight. After the men's pro race, we'll have our Big Ride 2024 with Girl Talk, Groucho, and DJ K-Rock 3.0. Shout out to our friends at Flywheel for passing out hand fans and waters today. Be sure to join them tonight for Flywheel Presents at the Arts District Races. Again, Big Ride. Last year, that was the one I wanted to go to last year in 2023, Ghostland Observatory. Amazing show, super light show up there at the Big Ride. Tonight for the 2024 version, Girl Talk, Groucho, DJ K-Rock 3.0. So here it is, it's a preem lap. First racer rolling on through will win our merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse of Bicycles of Tulsa and Broken Arrow. Two locations, one 21st Street next to Veterans Park, and the other location at the Rose District. A couple lap riders here on the right side. So we're gonna show them 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, but more importantly, we're gonna see who's gonna win the preem. So rolling on up. This will be our preem winner unofficially, 941. Bib number upside down, but we'll still give it to him. Pedal Mafia's Mitchell Wormwald. If it's number 13, the unlucky number, you flip it upside down to make it good luck, but I guess 941, maybe that's a bad luck number in the world of Pedal Mafia, but that's Mitchell Wormald, bib number 941, winning our Smokehouse Bicycle merchandise preem. So we have under 5 laps to go here. Men's Cap 5, 35 and above. All right, we do have one more preem, but with 3 to go, we'll do one more preem. Once again, courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. That'll be coming up shortly. So, under 5 to go here for our men's Cap 5, 35 and above. We'd already handed out the first preem to bib number 941, Mitchell Wormald. And with 3 to go, we'll ring that second preem bell. So again, here on day number 2, it's the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, 18 years, 18th edition, starting in 2006. Obviously 2020, we did not have the event. Come back strong in 2021, and again, every year you have different themes. Some year you have the t-shirt that says, like that thing in France, y'all. This year it's the notorious TUL. Here in our 18th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we're gonna show 4 laps to go. Men's Cap 5 over 35. Walmart BMCs, again, up towards the front. Keeping an eye out, that may be Shea Ellis. And that, actually no, it's still Michael Hankins. He's got the white BMC Walmart jersey. Shea Ellis is teammate with the blue one. So right now, Michael Hankins opening up a little bit of a gap. Having to see who's at the front of that much reduced peloton. If that is Shea Ellis, it may just be a set on there and just kind of chill out. No need to move fast. Don't chase down your own teammate here with under 4 to go. Michael Hankins, BMC Walmart, cycling out of the NWA, Northwest Arkansas. Lots of national recognition there in the Northwest Arkansas. Rule of 3 gravel race, or I'm sorry, mixed surface race. There's multiple surfaces that they race on. That just finished up a couple of weeks ago. Bringing in lots of big names across the nation. Speaking of big names, we had the Gravel Unbound 200-mile race last weekend. Lachlan Morton, EF Education, winning that one in a 2-up sprint at the end of 200 miles in Emporia, Kansas in the Flint Hills. Cycling, 2 wheels, but lots of different versions. Right now, we're in the straight-up NASCAR version with the crit racing here on day number 2 of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We'll look to the Jumbotron and our live stream, courtesy of Quick Trip, our official live stream sponsor. Looking for Hankins as he is not on the Jumbotron. Has he opened up that big of a gap? on the backside of the course. We'll keep an eye out as we will look off to the west. As here comes our lead moto and our pace car. All right, we're about to do a preem lap with 3 laps to go. We're going to ring them. It will be a preem lap. So it looks like, yeah, Hankins was gathered back into the fold. This is a preem lap, so not the final. This is a preem. A preem lap. So with 3 to go, we'll fire off a preem lap. Merchandise, courtesy of Spokehouse Bicycles. Preem lap. We see Hankins back in the fold. It's at about mid-pack there. Originally 39 racers down to the much smaller event, like I said, down to about 20. The crash on the backside of the Guthrie Green, after we'd already reduced the peloton, reduced it even more. Splitting that field, we had to neutralize the course, but now we're getting down to the business end of our men's Cat 5. Again, if you're looking for race results, you can go to my.raceresults.com/groups/6078. And there you can find the live results. And that is what I'm doing right now. Pulling it up on the World Wide Web here as we are on a preem lap. So Hankins, who had been off the front a little bit, got gathered back in the fold. Now he's back up towards the front, trying to win this second preem of the day here in our men's Cat 5 over 35. We'll watch some of the backside of our peloton still rolling on through. As we said, a much reduced peloton, but this is a preem lap. Whoever finishes first on this one will win the merchandise, courtesy of Spokehouse Bicycles. BMC has been towards the front. We talked about DCC early and often. Sponsored by Vincent Anthony Jewelers. But DCC, they'd had a racer, Corey Houston, go into the barriers. Had some other racers been up towards the front. We had mentioned Dexter Mabutis up towards the front. And there he is right now in about third wheel. But right now, it's our Arkansans. Folks from Bentonville, Northwest Arkansas. The BMC Walmart cycling team. I believe that is Michael Hankins and Shay Ellis still sitting 1-2. Hankins has been very active, as has Ellis, as they're going to be coming down the line for the preem. Whoever runs across the line first wins the preem. Merchandise preem. Will someone come out of the group? They will not. Hankins takes the preem, the merchandise, courtesy of Spokehouse Bicycles. So we've got all the preems out of the way. Now it's down to the business end of this one, tip of the spear. Second race of the day here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Ladies and gentlemen, get off your duffs, get to the barriers. We are 2 laps to go, and when we get to 1 to go, we have a special bell ringer. Mr. Barron himself got the yellow hat on. Barron, we're going to try to get you some camera time on the World Wide Web, courtesy of Quick Trip, our live stream partner, official sponsor. But Barron will be ringing that bell as we're on the penultimate lap. 2 to go, and whenever we see them at 1 to go, Barron will be ringing a bell that's as big as he is, about the size of his head, and he'll be ringing that to say 1 to go. All right, all back together. Hankins had gone off the front. He only had a couple bike length lead when he won that preem, and I say that looking here, I think we have some lapped riders that the peloton, much reduced peloton, is getting ready to overtake there as they head up Sound Pony Hill. So, looking towards the front, that is bib number 944, Christopher Thompson out of Texas, up towards the front. And yes, I believe those were some lapped riders they just overtook. So right now, they're about to make the second to last white knuckle descent down the hill from 244 down towards the old Lady Brady Tulsa Theater for the second to last time. The barriers are a little bit closer in there on that downhill section. It was a little bit more wide open in years past. So it's a much more narrow apex there, the aperture to kind of come around that corner with the second to last lap here, the penultimate lap, and it's gonna be the bell lap. Barron's ready. He's been doing curls for the girls. He's gonna get that bell picked up as we're gonna ring it up. 1 to go. Ladies and gentlemen, final lap here, second race of the day. Men's Cat 5 over 35. As here comes our lead moto and here comes our peloton. It is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, the bell lap, the business end of our men's Cat 5, 35 above. Barron ringing with all his might. He's putting out the watts. And a bell that's as big as his head, the yellow hat over here at the finish line. Barron, congratulations, sir. You are our celebrity bell ringer here on race number 2, day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. BMC Walmart active on the backside of the Guthrie Green. They've already gone through turn number 2, about to make that right-hander up towards Sound Pony Hill. I believe that is Shay Ellis, bib number 908 with BMC Walmart, up towards the front, but he has a tag-along there as that gap has now been shrunk down, trying to get the bib number, and maybe one of our Wounded Warrior, maybe just the bib there. We'll have to get that number for you in just a second. Sponsored by the Wounded Warrior Project, but here you go. Actually, I'm way off. Staple Gun has made a move on the inside. Staple Gun making the move, 933, Joshua Stewie out of Oklahoma City. I believe out of the 405 is where you'll find the Team Staple Gun. These race team names kill me every year. Team Staple Gun. I don't have any good staple jokes, though. How about we just say Stewie trying to take it to the line here as we are on the final lap. Looking at the Jumbotron, you'll see Staple Gun at the front, BMC Walmart set in second, and then maybe, we hadn't called Lavelle Wimberly's name. I thought that was maybe number 940. He may not still be in the race. We'll find out in just a second, but here it is. They're coming to the line. The gallop starts here. Stewie makes the wide turn, but in his slipstream is going to be BMC Walmart's Shay Ellis as they're going to look to take it to the line. Men's Cat 5 over 35. Finish. As we're coming to the line, it's going to be tight, but it will be Stewie. Team Staple Gun, your unofficial winner. And the men's Cat 5 over 35, race number 2, day number 2 of our 2024 edition of Tulsa Tough. So Stewie had made a move. We were so focused on the front of the race course, and the Jumbotron was zooming down Main Street, and there was Joshua Stewie zipping up on the Sound Pony Davenport Loft side of Main Street off camera and just zooming into view to emerge as first place as he took those final couple turns, and then when he made that big left-hander at the bottom of the hill, able to hold off. And actually, I have the wrong number. It is not Shay Ellis. It's one of our BMC Walmart racers, Matt Prisbiz. Yeah, there's lots of Y's and lots of Z's in that name there. We'll say Matt Prisbiz taking second place. Alan Robles maybe unofficially in third. We'll get the official podium for you momentarily, but if you are in the top 3, you know it. You don't need me to blather on up here on the microphone about it. If you're on the podium, head on down to the finish line. We want to recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium momentarily. Coming up next, the men's Cat 5 under 35. About 5 minutes away, we should be staging as we're coming up next. Men's Cat 5 under 35 at 10:50 a.m. I got racing. Need to go to stage. So again, thank you to Quick Trip, our official live stream sponsor. If you're checking out the live stream, or if you're checking out all of our Jumbotrons across the race course, you will see our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium schedule for the day here in our 2024 edition. Notorious TUL here in the 918. We've got 2 races done and dusted, about to have our third. It's going to be the men's Cat 5 under 35, followed up at 11:25. First women's race of the day, it'll be our women's Cat 4, Cat 5, coming up at 11:25. But right now, we'll be racing for 30 minutes. Coming up with our men's Cat 5 under 35.
So again, we want to recognize our podium in the men's Cat 5 over 35. Joshua Stewie, Matt Prisviz, Alan Robles, 1, 2, and 3. And apologies to our BMC Walmart racer, Matt. There's a lot of Z's and a lot of Y's in your name, so I'm butchering it, I'm sure. But coming up next, our men's Cat 5 under 35, 30 minutes of racing coming up, and we're going to hand it off to Jeff, our lead race official with USA Cycling.
Check, check. All right, welcome to the men's Cat 5 under 35. All right, 3 laps to go at 5. 3 laps in at 5 to go. So when the lap cards, when the leaders are coming through at 5 to go, you need to be inserted into the field. If you have any problems out there, go to the pit. They'll take care of you, okay? We're extremely lenient. Cat 5s, you guys have just started racing. We want to make sure you have good experience out here. We will be leaving all riders in the race. So we are not going to pull riders. Go to the pit. Immediately following the race, if you're in the top 3, report to the podium right over here. We're less than a minute.
So less than a minute away from starting off our men's Cat 5 under 35, and as our lead race official said, make sure if you're in the podium, don't go anywhere. Don't go take a shower, check in the hotel, whatever. Don't hit the beer tin. We have plenty of great beer sponsors to help you out. Come to the podium.
15 seconds, we start at the whistle.
And we are underway. 3rd race of the day here on day number 2, the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Here at the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We'll get our podium recognized momentarily for our men's Cat 5 over 35. But right now it's the men's Cat 5 under 35. 30 minutes of racing. We have just got them going. Alrighty, we are just underway, men's Cat 5 under 35. We'll be recognizing our podium momentarily in the third Cat 5 over 35, but we are going to have 2 preems, similar to the men's Cat 5 over 35. These are all weekend warriors. They don't race for money. They race for bragging rights. So we will have 2 preems, but it won't be the cold hard cash variety. It will be merchandise. Again, thank you to Spokehouse Bicycles, Zach Pfaff. Who are we kidding? It ain't Zach, it's Brittany Pfaff running the show there. The crew at Spokehouse Bicycles, 2 locations. One on 21st Street next to Veterans Park, and the second location in the Rose District of Broken Arrow. Our merchandise, sponsors here for our men's Cat 5 under 35. So, opening lap done and dusted. Our novices, the entry level to the mayhem of dirt racing. As that will be 8:18, our first racer rolling on through.
This is 35 spots, yeah.
35 on the
Again, if you're trying to figure out what's going on, you can go check out the results. And where can you find those results? At my.raceresult, singular, my.raceresult.com/groups/6078. And that is where you'll be able to find it. So that opening lap that was done and dusted, a little over 2 minutes. I believe that was Lucas Fee, 818, sending him first. Got about 20 maybe racers here in the men's Cat 5 under 35. Again, entry level, welcome to the madness, welcome to the chaos. Someday you too can race all 3 days of fun, pain, and suffering. I mean fun of the full omnium as you navigate your way from Cat 5 on up through the ranks of USA Cycling. But today you get a race for some merchandise, for some bragging rights. And again, thank you to all the great sponsors, namely St. Francis Tulsa Tough, bringing this event now in year number 18, starting back in 2006. Again, you want your results, go to my.raceresult.com/groups/6078.
Thank you.
So Don Thornton Automotive Group, our official pace car sponsor, rolls out the Land Rover. As we are now 2 laps done and dusted, number 806, first time we're calling Christopher Doak's name, as Doak makes his way up. Again, much smaller field, and we're already stringing it out here. We are looking for Dexter Mabutas. Dexter Mabutas. There he is right there. We're gonna recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium. Hey, could you bring that card back over? Hey, Scott. I need to see that card. Just give it a couple moments, and we're going to recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium coming up momentarily. Alrighty, we are now on lap number 3 here. Again, this men's Cat 5 under 35, very small field. We only start off probably about 20, and if you look on the Jumbotron as they make their way down the hill, probably only about 8 or so. OKC Velo moving their way to the front. So we're going to recognize that podium momentarily as we are getting ready to roll. Let's give it 30 seconds or so. We'll let our men's Cat 5 roll another lap, call it lap number 3. Under our finish line truss here, and once they roll through, we'll recognize our podium in the men's Cat 5 over 35. So OKC Velo moving to the front now, a little cat and mouse. He'll swing off to the side, not really wanting to poke his nose in the wind and drag everybody back, or drag everybody along as they will roll through with 801 in the leader's position here. 3 laps in. But without further ado, let's recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Top. Racing with DCC and putting up with Everett Schmidt's cooking, it's Dexter Mabutas in 3rd place. Racing with the BMC Walmart team out of Northwest Arkansas, and I apologize to Matt's grandparents, Matt's family. I'm gonna butcher his last name, Matt Prisdes. And in 1st place, Team Staple Gun out of the 405, Joshua Stewie.
1, 2, and 3. Stewie Prismus Mabutas, 1, 2, and 3. Your men's Cat 5 over 35 podium here on day number 2 at our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So we talked about where you can find results, a couple different locations. Also, you can go to www.yourresults.live. Multiple locations to find your results here all weekend long at the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we're going to ring a preem bell. Preem. Merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. 1 of 2. So right now we're about 8 minutes in. Speaking of Team Staple Gun, Tammy Fate rolling on back to the 918. She left us to go journey the world because Oklahoma City was going to show her the world. Appreciate her making it back to our lonely little small town of Tulsa. Team Staple Gun taking the win there in the men's Cat 5 over 35. Joshua Stewie taking the win. All righty, so just over 4 laps in, our men's Cat 5 under 35. Almost coming to, blows sounds like they're gonna fight. Almost had the 2 racers come together, 8:07, 8:16. Did not cross wheels there. That was kind of a dangerous spot because that's where we had to neutralize our men's Cat 5 over 35 race on the backside of the Guthrie Green. Again, congratulations to our winner, our men's Cat 5 over 35, Team Staple Guns, Joshua Stewie. So this is a merchandise preem lap. Oh man, let's go. So the first racer rolling on through will win that merchandise courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. I say, Zach, it's Brittany Pfaff running the show. Tammy, you know it. Keeping that boy alive. All righty, so the 2 racers off the front on this preem lap have now opened up a little bit of a gap between each other. Maybe Victor Garcia, I think that may be 808 in the pink and purple. There was neighborhood race team out of Oklahoma City was sitting in second, but now that gap is opened up. So right now, quite the opening here as we'll keep our eyes off to the west. Who will win this first of our 2 preems? Free and clear as he navigates his way from the west. Here comes the Land Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. Here comes the lead moto. And here comes your first preem winner of our men's Cat 5 under 35, bib number 807. It's Tyler Ford. Rolling on through. Right behind him is bib number 816, Nick Pappick. So, preem lap is done and dusted. We have another we'll throw on out. As right now we are about 10.5 minutes in. It's a 30-minute race, so a third of the way through. Our men's Cat 5 are averaging just a little over 2 minutes per lap. Well, not just, more like 2:15 or so. You're gonna run into some of these races later in the day. You get to the women's pro, the men's pro, where they are well under 2-minute laps. Right now, our men's Cat 5, they're just getting started. Don't hate, Travis. Celebrate, as they are now near the midway point. We have another preem. We'll give it a lap or 2. We'll throw it on out there. Again, it'll be the second merchandise preem lap coming up. Results are posted, a couple different locations. One of them you can go to www.yourresults.live. And also, if you want to watch some of the live participation action going on, you can go to my.raceresult.com/groups/6078. Alrighty, so that preem that was won by Tyler Ford. We'll have another preem coming up momentarily, courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles. But really, I tell you what's kind of interesting, though, it's not just that Tyler Ford won the preem. He's opened up quite the gap. If you look, he's going to be crossing the line again. Is now, tell you what, he's upped his speed. His per lap average has definitely come down as he'll roll on through. And then also we're going to have, I believe, that was Nick Papik, but the bib number's a little off there. We're trying to figure out who it is with the neighborhood race team. But Tyler Ford, he's already around turn number 2. Your neighborhood race team racer kind of in no man's land. And the peloton just now making the way on turn number 1. A reminder, Cintier race team, they're down in the parking lot of Mexicali. They are selling burgers for a great cause. Head on down. Cintier race team is heading on down, or heading it up, cooking up the burgers, taking donations for a great humanitarian cause. They're down there at the Mexicali parking lot. So right now, Tyler Ford still in first place, having won that first preem. I tell you what, he opens up enough of this gap. Our second preem may not be for him, it may be a field preem. As we look back, we have a lap rider in orange off on the left side of your Jumbotron. And then the racer from neighborhood race team out of Oklahoma City in second. The peloton trying to roll on up. So Ford will make that turn, left-hand turn, heading down the hill. Again, a couple different spots you can find your results. You can go to my.raceresults.com/groups/6078. You also can go to www.yourresults.live to get results all weekend long here at the 2024 edition of Tulsa Talk. So, Tyler Ford, near the midway point of our men's Cat 5 under 35. He'll make his way onto the main runway here, the drag. But the chase group starting to come back together, about maybe 6 or 7. That's a lap rider there, Haga in the middle there, but you'll look on the extended telephoto lens here on the Jumbotron as we look off to the west. So maybe call it 6, a chase group of 6. Tell you what, a bold move by Tyler Ford trying to do the Cat 3 Friday night move. Del Grasso able to go 25 laps to take the win. Someone else who likes to take the win, Dave Weaver. Jack Carlo, your coach is mean. He wants me to yell at you. Lap after lap, Jack. He's gonna have you do sprints all week long. Get that wheel, Jack, get that wheel. So we'll be doing our second preem coming up here for our men's Cat 5, 35 and under. Again, we're here on day number 2. Thank you to all the great sponsors. Here comes Jack Carlo. Coach says race harder. All righty, here we're over the midway point here of our men's Cat 5 under 35. Jack Carlo, coach says faster, 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 Jack. Faster, 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 Jack. All right. I know Tammy Faye, Team Staple Gun. Tammy Faye went on a March in Okarche duathlon. And we raced, my wife, I, and Tammy went in March. And you have to, I tell you what, it was cold and it was nasty. And we went. All righty, we're going to do a preem lap. And we have another celebrity bell ringer for this preem. And it's going to be Tammy Faye. But yeah, racing with Team Air Assurance, we went down and did the March in Okarche. It was wet, cold, but the chicken at Ishins was delicious in Okarche. Here we are, a preem for the field. You guys are the preem. It's a field preem, field preem, field preem, courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles and our celebrity bell ringer, Tammy Faye. So that's a field preem here, courtesy of merchandise, courtesy of Smokehouse Bicycles merchandise.
If you were on any of our earlier podiums, please head up back down to the podium. We have a special gift for you that we did not get to you early on. So if you were part of our first 2 races and we're on the podium, please head on back down to the podium. We have a special Tulsa Tough gift for you, courtesy of Diamond Seller. No, it's not a diamond engagement ring. Alrighty, so now the field preem. We talked about Tyler Ford, who's off the front. He already won the first preem. He's out there trying to win this one in a solo attack from about 8 or 9 laps to go. So this second preem, we've given it. We're ringing it, that is, for the field. So next time the field comes on back, looks like being led maybe by 918. Don't have a 918 on the start list. Reminder, make sure you have the right bib number for the race. If you're in multiple races, don't have your Cat 3 bib on for the Masters B, vice versa. So, we'll be looking. Jack Carlo, go Jack, get that wheel. Dave Weaver, your coach, is mean. He says, catch that wheel. Weaver and the crew, Bike Club, great job here in Tulsa. It's expanded all sorts of different communities, not just in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Arkansas. A great event there, or great organization that is, Bike Club. All right, so we're going to be spreading it out for merchandise courtesy of Spoke House, and it will be the 918 in the 918, but I don't have a 918. 816, flipped it upside down. This Lexia works for me. All right, 816, Nick Papik taking the field preem. As we are now into the business end, we've got our 2 merchandise preems out of the way. Now we are into the action here. Final 5 laps, under 5 to go here. Men's Cat 5 under 35. Coming up next, our first women's race of the day will be our women's Cat 4-5. Coming up at 11:25. I'll have a special guest. We'll talk about some of the preems for our women's race, courtesy of some of our great sponsors out here. Jersey Lee will be keeping us honest with all the background information. A reminder, if you're just joining us, you just hear my voice blathering on over the jumbotrons and speakers, and you're trying to figure out where the finish line is. You got to come on down to Boston, right next to the Guthrie Green. We have the big white registration tent. Osborne Celestine will be down there guiding you around. He'll be your personal chauffeur to let you know where the registration tent is to go pick up all your necessary information here. Also, our St. Francis Tulsa Tough podium. If you're in the podium, make sure the top 3 don't go hang out. Come back. Don't go to the hotel. Don't go to the Sound Pony Bar to go have shots with Josh Gifford. Come back over here. Head out to the podium because we want to recognize our podiums right at the end of all of our races. So, next time we see our race leader, Tyler Ford, it will be 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. And on cue, here comes Tyler. He will roll on through. We'll look back. Here comes the chase. A much reduced peloton of only 3 there. But I tell you what, they've kind of cut into that gap. We got Levi Bernard in there. You have Nick Papik as well. And now we'll look back to the Jumbotron as Tyler Ford makes his way on the backside of Guthrie Green. A live stream courtesy of Quick Trip QT, more than a gas station, our official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream. So, we'll take a look. With under 4 to go, chase group of 3. They've cut into that lead by Tyler Ford, but not really working together there. We talked about Papik. We've talked about Bernard, Levi Bernard. Did not see the 3rd bib number. We'll try to recognize that and figure out who our 3-man chase group is as we are under 4 to go. I believe that it's going to be OKC Bellows, Mark Masters. So our 3-man chase group Levi Bernard, Mark Masters, and Nick Papik trying to chase down Tyler Ford. As when he rolls through, we'll show him 3 laps to go. Three to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Race leader Tyler Ford. We have the chase clock. What is that lead? He rolled through about 22:53. Tell you what, it's under 10 seconds. That lead had been in double digits, is down into single. Probably about 8 seconds with 3 to go. So Tyler Ford, he's been off for about 8 laps now. Let's say maybe about 6 laps. Winning that first free. He has about an 8-second lead here over the 3-man chase group of Levi Bernard, Mark Masters, and Nick Papik. 8:01, 8:14, and 8:16 if you're following along on your playbook at home. So, under 3 to go. At 8 seconds, once again, it's oh so deceptive. You're watching on the Jumbotron, the telephoto telescopic lens. Sometimes shortens, sometimes lengthens the distance. As we'll look at Ford, hunkering down, starting to build up that lactic acid in the legs, though. As here comes the chase. Looks like that's neighborhood race team out of Oklahoma City's Nick Papik leading the 3-man chase group. Maybe a little bit of fracturing there in that 3-man group back there, though. Oh, I tell you what, Tyler Ford's decided, hey, I'm not going to try to keep it going alone. He's slowed up a little bit. He's going to make this a 4-man group as our men's Cat 5 under 35 will all come together here as we near the penultimate lap of our 3rd race of the day here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa. Up down here in the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Ford, he's slowed it on up as they're on that downhill towards the old Lady Brady, the Tulsa Theater. As when he rolls on through, ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you to get to the barriers, get off your duffs, and get onto your feet to cheer on these competitors, our gladiators. They were 4, now it's going to be 3. Is this going to be the penultimate lap of 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go? It looks like Mark Masters' OK Fellow has dropped off, and it's just the 3 racers to the front. Another celebrity bell ringer, Vicky, will be ringing the bell in just a lap. But right now it's 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So Masters has dropped back off. It's Papik, it's Bernard. But I tell you what, no quit in 8:14, Mark Masters. As our top 3 racers kind of looking at each other a little bit, they may allow OKC Fellows, Mark Masters, to get back into this. So they've made, with 2 laps to go, they made turn number 1. Levi Bernard leading the way, but man, lurking in the background, Mark Masters, he got dropped on that last climb up Sound Pony Hill. Does he have enough to latch back on in the front 3-man group here? So we're going to be under 2 to go. And next time they come through, we'll ring the bell, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be cheering them on as it will be 1 to go. Who's my celebrity bell ringer again? Vicky. Vicky will be ringing the bell with 1 to go. Alrighty, it looks like again, maybe Mark Masters not able to latch back on that uphill drag. It's not Clyde Baby Hill on Sunday at the Parks Criterium, but that drag uphill, depending on how the wind's kind of shifting as well, up towards Sound Pony Hill can sap the legs, trying to put those watts down, and Mark Masters just unable to make it as we see some of our 1-2 rollers ride on through. We're going to have easy racing later on today, Elias Zamora. But right now, we'll look for our race leaders. And I tell you what, the front 3 are kind of messing about a little bit. Mark Masters trying to take advantage of gravity. But I tell you what, maybe just too much tarmac in between the front 3 and Masters. But as we get ready to have them come down this kind of runway here, we're going to be ringing that bell. It will be Papik. It will be Levi Bernard. It will be Tyler Ford. Ford has been at the front of this race for the last 8 or 9 laps, winning the first frame. They will roll on through here. Levi Bernard winning the second frame. We'll look back
Again, they're not in a straight line, kind of looking at each other, as it will be the final lap. Vicky, our celebrity bell ringer, put some effort into it, ringing the watts. One to go, 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 the final lap. Papik, Bernard, Ford, kind of looking around, taking last drink of the water bottle there by Levi Bernard. Mark Masters rolls on through. Again, though, will he be able to make that catch? That uphill section has been able to just erode the lead, or erode his ability to try to catch back on, but we shall see. As we are on the final lap, men's Cat 5 under 35. Still messing about at the front, looking over the shoulder. More than likely not a long-range attack that will happen right here. And with this, as Ford will now slot back into the third wheel behind Bernard and Papik, but Masters up out of the saddle. OKC Bellows, Mark Masters trying to catch back up, but it seems like the last couple laps, every time he almost catches him, it's right at that climb up Sound Pony Hill, which happens again. As they start to wind it up a little bit, Bernard had got out of the saddle, now he'll settle back in onto his seat, and it will be Papik leading him up Sound Pony Hill one final time. We're sending them your way, Kane's Ballroom. One final trip down the hill, and we will be bringing them to the start line momentarily. Backside of the course, the shadow of 244. Levi Bernard putting in the dig in the silver. Free agent kit. He's taking names. He's taking numbers, folks. He wants to be on a team next year as he moves his way from Cat 5 on, looking to take the win. And he's put the big attack on the downhill. Super tuck. Well, super tuck's illegal, but he is tucked. As Levi Bernard making his way down, Tyler Ford trying to latch back on. One final turn. Ladies and gentlemen, look off to the west towards the Tulsa Theater. You will see Levi Bernard making the turn with quite the gap. Tyler Ford in second, Nick Papik in third, just now making the turn. Lots of, almost said green grass, lots of tarmac between himself and second. Levi Bernard has time to set up a fist pump from the left hand as he takes the win in your men's Cat 5 under 35. Tyler Ford in second, unofficially of course, and racing VIN number 816 in the 918. Nick Papik, your unofficial third place finisher here on men's Cat 5 under 35. We're giving shout out to Paige Bashaw. Head on over to see Paige and all of our great volunteers at the registration tent. If you need anything, they have you handled at the registration tent, which is right across the way here from our start-finish line. The valiant Mark Masters just unable to make his way onto the podium, but he will finish fourth, coming out of the Oklahoma City area racing with OKC Velo. A reminder, if you're on the podium, don't go anywhere. Hang out close. We want to take care of our podiums at the beginning of the following race. We don't want to have to go chase you on down. As again, congratulations to our podium here in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Levi Bernard, Tyler Ford, and Nick Papik. So coming up next will be our first women's race of the day, women's Cat 4, Cat 5. Who needs merchandise? Well, you can go cold, hard cash. We're gonna have two preems courtesy of the Divas, St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas, for our women's 4-5 race. It's 30 minutes of racing, and we're gonna fit in two pretty exciting laps in the middle of that 30 minutes, as we're gonna have two different $200 cash preems for our women's 4-5 race coming up, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. So coming up momentarily, said probably about 11:25, so we're less than 5 minutes away. We'll be staging the race momentarily, that women's 4-5. We'd like to take an opportunity to bring on Jersey Lee. She's here to talk about our Divas and the Preems. I'm gonna hand the microphone. Jersey, welcome. So much great effort that goes on with all this, and why don't you have a chance to talk about the Diva program?
The Diva program, this is our 12th year. We purposely put money aside each year. We collect this cash just from our members, and we raised $800, and we give it exclusively to the Cat 4, Cat 5 women, because they're the beginning racers and we're a beginner team. We are here for all women, all ages, all abilities. Anybody's welcome to join us.
Yeah, you mentioned $800 between Saturday and Sunday. We'll be handing out the first of that, the first half, $400 today. Coming up momentarily, our women's 4-5 race. About 2 or 3 minutes away from starting. Two Diva Preems, $200 each, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Diva. Once again, great organization, great program. Jersey Lee up here giving some shout outs to our Diva program. That microphone. Let's get it turned on.
Well, thank you, and I'll let you know if I hear anything right now. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
Check, check. Welcome to Tulsa. Women's Cat 4-5, we're racing for 30 minutes. Free laps end at 5 to go. That means you can be inserted as the leaders are coming to see 5 to go. If you have any problems, please just go to the pit. They'll take care of you. They're really nice down there. The one guy, mostly they're nice. Immediately following the race, please report to the podium if you're going to be on it. They want to make it quick. Nobody wants to stand around all day in the sweaty stuff.
I'm clear of my white act. All right, I was making sure.
It's a really good slice of pizza.
Is it good? Amazing.
We come a quick trip to get the coffee and the hot chocolate.
I love their pretzels, and they got bomb taquitos.
That too.
She likes your taquitos.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese, like my favorite thing.
I'm from New York, so this is like a big bodega here.
I mean, y'all hot dog is the best.
It's just something about it.
Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
Moments away from the start of our first women's race of the day here, day 2, Tulsa Tough. And we are underway. Women's Cat 4, Cat 5, 30 minutes of racing here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. We get an official number of racers here. I believe we've got 18 racers here. I'm joined up here on the stage. Jersey Lee, we kind of talked about some of the great St. Francis Tulsa Tough divas. All the pre-money, $800 this weekend. So a lot of us probably know Heidi Blackman. It's kind of hard not to know Heidi with the Diva program. She's a ambassador extraordinaire when it comes to the Diva program. If you're rolling around on roller skates, she's like, those are wheels. You want to come ride bikes and to be part of the Divas. So obviously between ambassadors like that and yourself, you know, what is the importance of having kind of, especially at the entry level, kind of 4 or 5, important of having this type of support when it comes to preems for the Divas? And really just for women's cycling in general.
For women's cycling in general, the Cat 4-5s don't get preems. And since we are a foundation of building up all women, like I said earlier, all abilities, we wanted to make sure that these particular group of women had an opportunity to get some preems, which they don't normally ever get to have. Our women, like I said, they donated this over the past 3 days. Every year, they all chip in, and it's just a big part of our heart is to be able to give these beginning racers an opportunity to get some preems that they would never or otherwise get a chance to get.
Right, very important, like you said, kind of, it's not like these aren't pro level, right?
Exactly.
People aren't going to be like, you know what, I'm doing this because that's how I'm going to pay the mortgage. I'm going to be a pro bike racer. But it is nice to be recognized. It is nice to be compensated in a way. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into the training, the weekend warriordom of this, where you have friends, family, your support group, your village. They got to take some weekends where they don't see you very much. Because you're out doing the Wednesday night rides. You're out here training on the weekend. You're coming to do Tour de Tulsa. You're doing the Centier Sunday Crit race. You're going to Arkansas to do some of the Northwest Arkansas races, the Natural State Crit. So again, it's important
not recognition. It's important. Cold hard cash is always nice as well.
Exactly. We just want to give them an opportunity for something fun. We get to see preems and all the other races, and they don't get a chance to do it. So we wanted to be here to support our women, especially, like I said, our earlier women.
So lap number 1 done and dusted in our women's Cat 4, Cat 5. Just a little over 2 minutes as they roll on through. Looks like that is Joy Grogan racing with the Tulsa Wheelman, bib number 202. Joy opened up a little bit of a gap early on. Again, this is just lap number 1. Let's say they will do about 14 or 15 laps here in this 30-minute race. We will be throwing out, though, 2 super exciting laps. We'll have those preem laps coming up. Again, the Diva Preems, $200 cash for each of those, $400 a day, and there'll be another 2 preem laps tomorrow in the women's 4-5 for another $400 in cash there. So we were going to recognize our podium for our men's Cat 5 under 35. Keeping an eye out over there. Scott, do we have everybody yet? We do, okay. All right, we're going to take care of our podium, and then we're going to probably roll out our first preem. All right, for our men's Cat 5, under 35, racing in 3rd place, bib number 816, Nick Papik. In 2nd place, Tyler Ford. And making his way to the top step of our men's Cat 5 under 35, the Silver Surfer himself, Levi Bernard. Levi, 1, Tyler 2, Nick 3, your men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. All right, here comes our women's Cat 4, Cat 5 field. We're gonna ring a bell. We got a preem lap. We're gonna throw it in early. It's gonna be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $200, they're both doing $200 preem, $200 preem, $200 preem. Let's fire it off early and set this race alight. The Divas dash for cash. I like it. I'm not going to take credit for it, but I like it. So it's the first of our 2 Diva Preems, $200 in cash, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. The first Diva Preem of $200. We're doing it early on here on lap number 3 of our women's Cat 4, Cat 5 race here. So the first one, $200 cash Preem. We'll keep an eye on the field. Joy Grogan with Tulsa Wheelman had been towards the front about a lap and a half ago. So we'll keep our eyes to the Jumbotron and see who's up towards the front. Peloton started off with 18, got a couple off the back, so really probably about 15 or so up in that main group. And some of our Texas riders, I believe that's possibly United Cycling on the right side. Trying to look through the Jumbotron, but again, that will be Joy Grogan though with Tulsa Wheelman. Up towards the front, opening up a couple bike links over the St. Vitus racer right behind her, sitting in 2nd. St. Vitus racing the streets of the day, hit the dance club at night at St. Vitus. But that will be 202 Joy Grogan though, opening up the gap as she'll make that left-hand turn back behind the OK Pop Museum. We'll look to the Jumbotron. We'll see the Tulsa Bone and Joint banner. We'll see the FC Tulsa, our official lead sponsor here on day number 2 banner as well. Joy opening up that lap, or opening up that gap, that is. Looking back behind, they're trying to bring it back in, but I tell you what, has a little bit of she has enough time to look over her left-hand shoulder. So she'll make that left-hand turn. And if you look off to the west, it'll be our first lap of the day on our women's Cat 4, Cat 5. We got a second one, that's a secret. We'll figure out when we'll throw that one out later. But right now, coming this way to try to take the first $200 preem will be Joy Grogan. Kind of came over to the side. Maybe take a little water bottle, a little spray as she takes the $200 cash preem. Joy Grogan, our opening preem winner here in the women's 4-5. So 30-minute race, about 7 minutes in. A little bit of soft pedaling there by Joy. She knows the game. She knows what's afoot. Bring it back in, get feathered back into this 15 or so, 14 or so woman peloton, and wait for that next preem. Save some of those matches, figure out when you want to make the next attack. That's the thing. You don't know what we're going to do the second preem. Jersey, do we go Rochambeau? Do we go rock, paper, scissors? We'll figure out. Is it 5 to go? Is it 4 to go? We probably won't go 2 to go, or else I'll get banned by the USA Cycling officials if we put a preem that late in the race. But I will be deferring to Jeff, our chief race official. He'll find our next celebrity bell ringer for me. America's Got Talent, and he's scouting the barriers to find our bell ringers. So looking back to the front of the race, Joy hadn't come all the way back into it. In fact, she slowed down a little bit, but we'll try to see, I believe that maybe 2:16. Trying to get my start list put back up. That looks like maybe Olivia Wichter out of Maplewood Bicycle race team out of Missouri, the St. Louis area. If you're just joining us here today, you figured out, man, it's bike racing, but what do? You say 1 to go, you say this, whatever else. Like, how does it work? You're down here, there's a clock, there's no laps. So we count the laps up, we count the time up to get our average lap time. And then once we kind of figure out average lap time, and we know this is about a 30-minute race, we count the clock up and we count the laps down. So give it maybe another couple laps, and then our race officials will establish what our average pace has been, a little over 2 minutes per lap, and then they'll figure out how many laps to go coming up. So right now, we're not even to the 1/3 mark of our women's 4-5, but keep an eye out there as we are coming back there together. Olivia Wichter there leading Joy Grogan, trying to see the BMC cycling racer that could be 201, Catherine Evinger. So I'm up here at Jersey Lee. We're talking about the divas. You know, and again, I talk about Heidi a lot. You got stories. So Heidi Blackman did lost my train of thought. It used to be Land Run. Now we're over there in Stillwater doing all the gravel racing. And there was one year where it was peanut butter mud up to the axles and everything else. Horrible, 45 degrees, raining, and it was getting colder. The sag wagon comes by, sweeps me up, opens it up, and there's Heidi she's got a flask of Jack Daniels. She was like, it's too cold out here for this. So Heidi, Jack Daniels ambassador and Diva ambassador, maybe not officially, but again, just one of those fixtures here in Tulsa cycling, especially on the women's side.
That is my girl. So Heidi is, so I'm our Divas director. Heidi is my head ride leader. So she takes care of all of my ride leaders and sweepers. She gets them in place for every single week, all of our rides. She's awesome. She's on our committee as well. So we have a 4-person committee, and she's one of my committee members. She's awesome. Love her.
Yeah, once again, it's the volunteers, it's the race officials. All this stuff doesn't happen without people behind the scenes, whether it's the divas, the cookouts on Wednesday nights, anything. Like I said, this organization, just committee meetings don't happen without the great volunteers for the teams, for the race teams, for the divas, and then also for the Tulsa Tough organization. So wind picking up a little bit. We know it's going to get to 97 degrees today, another steamy day. And here's the thing, when people go, oh, I think it's all hot, it's that old Batman Robin meme. Robin goes, I can't believe, and Batman smacks him and goes, it's Oklahoma in the summer. It's gonna be hot. So 97 degrees will be our high. A little bit of wind, and it's kind of may play some havoc a little bit as far as sucking some of the energy out of our racers' legs as the day goes on. Alrighty, we're actually doing 3 preems in this race, so it's going to be money, 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 money. It's a $100 cash preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So not only do we have the $400 of Diva Cash, the Dash for Cash, we are also going to throw out a Bicycle of Tulsa $100 cash preem, so $500 of preem money up for grabs. So in this women's 4-5 race, we've already awarded $200 into the back pocket, into the back jersey of Joy Grogan with the Tulsa Wheelman. Who's going to win this $100 one as we near the 12-minute mark here, not quite the midway point of our women's 4-5 race here. So again, we talk about all the volunteers and everything else, but it's not just volunteers, it's some of the organizations and businesses. Tell us about some of those other businesses that help.
Yeah, so this cream coming up, Bicycles of Tulsa, they are one of our 4 support local bike shops that volunteer their time for the Divas. They all take turns once a month and coming out on Wednesdays. So Bicycles of Tulsa, Spoke House, T-Town, and City Cycles, they all donate their time. They do clinics for us. They do a lot of great things. They help air out tires, change flats, adjust brakes. Every Wednesday, they all take turns and do a lot of stuff to support the Divas and to support Tulsa Tough.
Again, it takes a village. Lots of blood, sweat, and tears and volunteer time out here to be part of this, to be part of an organization and an event like this. So this is a preem lap. Looking at the front there, some flicking in the elbows by, I believe that's Catherine Evinger, BMC Walmart. Very demonstrative flicking of the elbows. Joy Grogan like, okay, fine. I've been up to the front. I've already taken $200. Maybe I'll come to the front. We have a racer in front, and I don't think this is a lap racer. I think she's off the front. It is, okay, it is a lap rider. So we have a lap rider. So we're going to be paying attention to Joy Grogan as part of that about 3-woman group there. So it's a $100 cash cream sprint. So we will look. That is the lap rider who'll need to move to the side with Maplewood. So we're going to figure out who wants to win this $100. Joy Grogan up and towards the front. This is a $100 preem. This is a $100 preem. And it will be taken by Joy Grogan. A little confusion there maybe with the lap rider in front of them, not thinking that it was actually a preem lap. So Joy Grogan now $300 richer on the day, having taken the second preem lap. We will have... So she was not a lap rider. So 216 actually won the preem. So apologies there. Olivia Wichter, Maplewood Bicycle, St. Louis, wins the $100 preem. So I'll talk to Grandma and Grandpa Wichter back in the World Wide Web. I will no longer besmirch your granddaughter. She was not a lap rider. I will take that one. That's my bad. But she wins $100 cash, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. A reminder, if you are part of the podium, don't go anywhere. Don't head to the hotel. Don't go do shots with Wozniak and Gifford up at Sound Pony Bar. If you are on the podium and you're in the top 3, stay here. If you like to represent and recognize our podium right after, right at the beginning of the next follow-on race. So if you're on the podium, don't head anywhere. By the way, if you were on some of the earlier podiums and didn't get your, there's actually a special jewelry gift, and it's courtesy of the Diamond Seller. So if you were on the earlier podium and didn't get it, please head it back down. We'll get you taken care of. Courtesy, a very special sterling silver pendant, courtesy of Diamond Seller. So here's the thing. Sometimes you go off on a flyer, you win a preem. Everyone else is like, oh man, I didn't win that $100. I didn't win that $200. And you kind of hang out and you're like, I'm just gonna kind of compose myself. Well, sometimes you may mess around and let the preem winner extend their lead, and that's exactly what's happened right here. Olivia Wichter, racing with Maplewood Bicycles out of St. Louis, you look, she has extended that lead. As she is gonna be rolling on through again. I mean, she's already through turn number 1. Our reduced peloton just now coming under the finish line truss here. She's got half of that straightaway on the lead, and here's the thing, the way that works, especially on the backside of the Guthrie Green, as you hit turn number 1, turn number 2, it's short little distance there between 1 and 2. There's a chance that we call it the runaway and hide syndrome. It may be that she runs away and hides. Now, we got another $200 preem, so we're going to throw some stuff in there. There'll be some action. In fact, you know what? We were debating up here. We did Rochambeau to try to figure out when we were going to do the next preem. But you know what? With under 6 to go, we want to do a field preem. Is the lead that big? She has got at least a couple turns. Next time we see her through here, so she's almost to the top of Sound Pony Hill. We'll see. It's borderline right now. If the lead is a little bit more by the time she comes on down, we may end up doing a field preem. We'll have to see though. We will see the distance there as we are now down under 6 laps to go. A reminder, we thank you to all our great sponsors. You know, go grab a bite to eat around here. And then we have some unofficial sponsors. You see the Masa food truck, head on over and grab a bite. They got the empanadas. They always come out to rock the Mohawk cyclocross race in the fall. I get a couple, maybe 4, maybe 5. So once again, take care of some of your local food restaurants and vendors, food trucks, all that, all weekend long. So here we are. There are some lap riders there that are going to get passed up, but the non-lap rider is Olivia Wichter. And I tell you what, it is almost that entire length of that downhill. I got to think, we're going to look down here. I think we can do a field preem. I'm looking down to our race official. I think we go field preem here because Olivia Wichter, she's made that turn. So I think we're going to go for a field preem. So here's the thing. We're going to go 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go in our main race, the women's 4x5. It's our leader, Wichter. Olivia will roll on through. We're going to look back. Here comes our peloton. They just now make that left-hand turn next to the Tulsa Theater. So we're going to do our final Dash for Cash, $200 Diva Preem, and it will be a field preem. This will be a field preem, field preem, field preem. $200, $200 field preem. This is a field preem, field preem, field preem, field preem. $200 in cash, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas, the Diva Preem Dash for Cash. It'll be the last of our $500 we've handed out here in our women's 4x5 race as we are now under 5 laps to go. So Wichter off the front. And looking at that compacto group there, probably about 7 or 8 racers there as they make their way on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So Jersey Lee joining me here with the Divas. So we talk about the cookouts, we talk about the racing, the riding, the fondos. Where's the time for Jersey to relax? Is it on 2 wheels?
Definitely not during this weekend. I can tell you right now, my time to relax will be when this is done. My job doing the directing, I mean, it's a year-long job. I would say my off, if I have the off season, October, November, it slows down really just for 2 months, and that's about it. November, we get started. I mean, really, we've got Osage Passage, though, in the fall, too. I mean, kit designing starts in December. We've got registration start in January. I'm pretty busy, but I'd say 2 months out of the year, I got a little break.
Yeah, I always like to say when everybody gets excited on Sunday and they're like, I can't believe it's over. It's not over. Malcolm and the crew, yourself, everyone, they're already thinking 362 days from now, it's going to be Friday night at Tulsa Tough all over again. They're already thinking about the 2025 edition coming on up. So,
that's right.
Again, it's part of this great event. Charlie Lingerfeld, he's going to be out at Osage Passage, of course. We'll see Charlie out there.
I was going to say, that's our shout out. Osage Passage, that's coming up in the fall. Don't forget that. That is a fabulous opportunity. And Charlie right there, that's the man. He is our course director for that. Keep a lookout for that. That's on our St. Francis Tulsa Tough website. You can find information about Osage Passage.
Alrighty, 4 laps to go here. Olivia Wichter is running away and hiding here. She is already through turn number 1, about to hit turn number 2. We're gonna look back. We're doing a field preem. This is a $200 preem. $200 preem for our field. Who wants to take this $200 in cash? Joy Grogan already took $200 on the first one for the Dash for Cash. This is a $200 preem sprint, field sprint. This is a sprint. And there was some type of agreement made there, has to be, because that was Joy Grogan 202 and 206 Ciara McDonald. So that's the thing. When you look at that, all those racers not sprinting it out, there was an agreement there to split that $200 in the sake of camaraderie there. So we've got all the cash out of the way. Now it's the business end of this women's Cat 4, Cat 5 race. We are under 4 laps to go. Next time we see them, it'll be 3 laps to go. Here's the theme. Olivia Wichter has been off for about 5 or 6 laps as she is continuing to put the pedals down and extend her lead. Yeah. Alrighty, we look to the Jumbotron. You can see that lead. Olivia Wichter. She's already on the white knuckle descent down past the Tulsa Theater. And looking back to the much reduced peloton, they're just now making their way up the hill at Sound Pony Hill. Next time Olivia rolls on through, we will show her 3 laps to go.
So here we are, 3 laps to go. We already talked about our race leader, Olivia Wichter. She's got that preem, and she needs to continue to roll on. You look at some of the races she's done this year. Racing out of the St. Louis area, Maplewood Bicycle race team. She's gone on down. She's raced the Women's Cat 5 down to the Pace Bend, Austin Subaru Pace Bend weekend down in Texas. She won that one, finishing first on the Women's Cat 5. Day 2 of that, finishing second down there at Pace Bend weekend. You look at some of the racing that she's done this year. The Tour of St. Louis, she was in the Women's 345 race, finishing 5th out of 16 racers in that one. And then also just some other stuff she's done this year. Tonga Tour of North Georgia. She's raced in the Women's 4-5, winning a bunch of races in the Women's 4-5 outside the state of Missouri as she headed on down to Tonga, the Tour of North Georgia bike races. So that's your race leader right now, Olivia Wichter, under 3 laps to go. So that peloton that split that final $200 cash preem all together. And again, not much impetus right now. They know they're not going to catch Olivia. At least that's kind of the look there. They're kind of slowed it on up. They're going to probably take another lap or two, kind of survey the land, look at each other a little bit, but then when will an attack come out of that? Because the rest of this podium doesn't want to have to come out of a group sprint of about 6 or 7 racers. You can think there'll probably be an attack in the next lap or two coming up out of our women's 4-5 field. A reminder, if you're looking for live results all day long, 2 different locations you can find them. You can go to my.raceresult.com/groups/6078. You can also go to www.yourresults.live. A couple of the different locations that you can find our live race results here on Tulsa Tough Weekend. And again, go to the live feed. If you're hanging out here listening to us, me blabber on over here in Jersey, try to keep me on topic, and you don't want to hang out here and you want to have to go maybe run an errand, go to tulsatough.com, go to the live feed, at live feed, courtesy of Quick Trip, our official live feed sponsor. All righty, Olivia Wichter, she is now down to, we showed 2 to go. I think the Jumbotron's still incorrect with 4. We are 2 to go, the penultimate lap here. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Jersey, what do you think? Do they come all together, or do you think an attack comes from that chase group? Because they're not battling for first. They got it. They understand this is going to be a battle for second and third.
Absolutely.
What's your bet on this one?
Oh, I think they're going to be hauling ass. Personally, I would be if I'm out there racing. I would want to get on the podium. We will see.
So, of course, we're going to be rooting for all of our racers, but I always like to represent and recognize some of our local Tulsa heroes. So, Joy Grogan, Tulsa Wheelman, bib number 202. She's right there up at the front. Again, this reduced peloton of about 8 racers or so there. They know Olivia Wichter on the backside. She's already heading up towards Sound Pony Hill for the second to last time here in this race. Alrighty, under 2 to go, penultimate lap. Next time you see Olivia Wichter roll on through, we're going to ring the bell. It'll be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap coming up in our women's Cat 4, Cat 5 race. Our first women's race of the day. Coming up next, though, will be our women's 2-3 and women's Masters 40. That is coming up next. But right now, the business end, the tip of the spear here, the business end of our women's 4-5. Here comes our Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. It's the Volkswagen. And here's your leader, Olivia Wichter. And we're gonna go 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap. Final lap. Looking off to the west, we know that the chase group, is there gonna be an attack coming out of it? There's some lap riders we see up off in the background, but out of that group of about 7, who's gonna try to bridge on across, oh, not bridge across, who's gonna try to break free? And looks like they're still together, though, as they head on down the hill. Again, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Women's Cat 4-5 here on day number 2, the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Get to the barriers. Let them know that you're alive, you got a pulse, that you appreciate how hard they're working, because they're working harder than you are. Here are women's 4-5 coming down to the end. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. A Texas racer that we have not called yet, bib number 217, Caitlin Williams. She was up at the front driving the chase here. The chase for second and third as they navigate turn number 1 onto turn number 2. We got the split screen on the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, our official live stream sponsor. And on it, we see Olivia Wichter, Maplewood Bicycle Race Team out of St. Louis, out of the STL, making her way on that downhill towards the Tulsa Theater. She's got one turn to go as she makes her way to the downhill. Look off to the west. It's not later in the day where you have to squint into the setting sun of Oklahoma in June, but still keep your eyes peeled off to the west. There's going to be two different things we're paying attention to. We're looking for our race leader. She makes that final turn, and then we're going to wait. The anxiety that will build. Who will march out of that chase group to try to fill out the rest of our podium in second and third place here in our women's 4-5. So a lot of traffic here, but in amongst that traffic, as you look down to the west, will be Olivia Wichter. She took that $100 cash preem, and she rolled on through and continued to extend the lead lap after lap after lap. And she will roll on through and take the win in our women's 4-5. We mentioned she's been at a little bit of racing this year, going down to Georgia, racing down at Pace Bend weekend down in Texas. Now we will look. There is that group. They'll be battling out for second and third. Probably only about 5 racers there. They've kind of split some of the others back. And driving it will be BMC Walmart's Catherine Evinger, but right behind her, local hero Joy Grogan with Tulsa Wheelman. Here they come. Still kind of setting in the slipstream. Head bobbing there, but here comes Joy trying to overtake Evinger. Here comes a sprint from Caitlin Williams, trying to navigate up. They're going to take it to the line, and it is going to be the local hero, Joy Grogan, taking second place, racing with Tulsa Wheelman, your unofficial second place. And $400. We still think that second $200 preem was split amongst that much reduced peloton, but again, congratulations to our podium. And a reminder, don't go anywhere. If you're on the podium, hang out here at the finish line. We'll be recognizing you right across the way from us here, from the start-finish line, next to the Guthrie Green. And again, congratulations to all of our women's 4-5 competitors as they continue to finish up. Cheer them on. Again, they're working harder than you are. Let them know. We will get you the official podium coming up shortly. Oh my goodness. We take all these names of USA Cycling officials, and then I'm like, I don't see Bonnie Walker here, because she is a CIA agent, always here undercover. Check. Alrighty, we're moments away from our next race, the Women's 2-3 and Women's Masters, as our chief official will be bringing them out of the staging momentarily as they will be getting started at high noon here on day number 2.
away from the start of our next race, women's 2-3 and women's Masters 40 plus. Some final pre-flight race instructions from Jeff, our lead USAC racing official.
All right, ladies, thanks for coming to Tulsa. Great to see this big of a field for a Cat 3 and Masters race. Thank you. Most important thing, 5 is the magic number. You need to be inserted before 5 to go if you are going to the pit. The pit officials are super nice. Well, the one's kind of sketchy, but no, they're super nice. Head to the pit if you have a problem. You are racing for 40 minutes. I will be asking those out of contention to withdraw. So look for me down here, keeping track of things. 30 seconds.
So less than 30 seconds away from getting us started here. It will be a 40-minute race starting at high noon here on day
15
number 2.
seconds. We will go at the whistle.
And we are underway. Women's 2-3, women's Masters, 40 minutes of racing, 40 minutes of pain and suffering. I mean, fun. It's fun. It's fun racing here at Tulsa Tough. 40 minutes to go around the L-shaped gauntlet. That is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium here on the 2024 edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Our 18th year in existence, getting started back in 2006. A reminder coming up, we will have our juniors racing, and they are part of the ACC American Criterium Cup Series this year. First year that they're going to be part of the series for juniors, recognizing rising talents of 15 and 16 and 17 and 18-year-old male and female junior athletes, and the juniors, ACC juniors, presented by Renaissance Financial. So we'll have a podium for age groups, but also you look at some of the ACC podium after that. Top 3 for the 15 to 16 boys and girls, and 17 to 18 boys and girls as well. So we'll be recognizing our women's 4-5 podium coming up in a little bit. Make sure we get that final results in there and get those top 3 recognized. Here we are, opening lap though of the women's 2-3.
I get a radio. Yeah, so anytime you crash, call up crash corner 1, and whether you need medical or not, you're just kind of crash corner 1 rider down, looks okay.
Looking at our start list here for our women's 2-3, women's Masters. Trying to see if we have any of our previous winners in here. I think they may have moved up in our racing now in the women's Cat 1. Actually, no, that's not true. Camila Arenas, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. She was the winner last year, and she's in our start list here today. Ariel Wyant, who finished second last year here in the women's 2-3. She was racing in the women's P1 last night. I think she'll be racing the P1 here this afternoon, this evening as well. Looking last year, Karen Stern, she was 3rd place in the 2023 Saturday edition. Oh no, I do see her. So we have 2 of our 3 podium finishers last year are back here again in 2024. Last year's winner, Camila Arenas, and 3rd place is Karen Stern. They are part of this podium. Sorry, podium. They're trying to become part of the podium again, and they're part of this 43-strong racer field here in our women's 2-3 and Masters 40 plus.
All about the TV nowadays.
So, talk about preems. We got more preems here for our women. It'll be 4 different $100 cash preems. So in this 40-minute race, we'll be throwing it out there. We'll have 4 different times to set the machine in motion, to make some attacks, to see who wants to stretch those legs out, burn some matches for a couple $100. So we'll have 4 preem laps coming up in our women's 2-3 field. A reminder, if you're on the podium, and don't go anywhere. Stay close. Head on over to the podium. We're going to recognize our podiums immediately after your race and during the beginning of the following race. So again, all day long, we're going to be trying to take care of our podiums right off the bat.
Again, we can't do any of this without the great volunteers and also the great sponsors. So St. Francis Tulsa Tough has been here since 2006. Chairman of the board at the Tulsa Tough Executive Group, Chris Sintoffer, has been part of this since way back in the day. Malcolm, our executive director, Tim Carrig. So many names, so many faces have been part of this since 2006. But St. Francis Tulsa Tough is not made possible without the St. Francis Health System. So again, thank you to them. And then today's sponsor, the FC Tulsa. As we are another lap done and dusted here for our women's 2-3. Again, Don Thornton Automotive Group, our pace car sponsor. We appreciate their help year after year. All righty, we are going to recognize our women's 4-5 podium here on day number 2, the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Making her way to the third step, racing from Northwest Arkansas in the BMC Walmart cycling team. In third place, Catherine Evinger. The local hero, winner of the first $200 Preem, racing with Tulsa wheelman Joy Grogan. And your winner who ran away and hid after winning that $100 cash Preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, coming out of the St. Louis area, racing with Maplewood Bicycle Race Team, it's Olivia Wichter. Your podium in the women's 4-5, Wichter, Grogan, Evinger, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to our women's 4-5 podium. And next time around, as we see the Don Thornton Automotive pace car, here it comes. Looks like that is going to be the Volkswagen. When the Volkswagen rolls on through, we're going to ring our first Preem lap of this race for our women's 2-3 Masters. It will be a $100 cash Preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. This is a Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap. $100, $100, $100 Preem lap. $100 Preem lap, $100 Preem lap. $100 Preem lap. Large contingent of racers in there with the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. I saw Gabby along in there, as that is a large group at Team Dynamic. As you're going to start seeing that more Team Dynamics happening here as you get towards the category 2 and 3 and less in the men's cap, or men and women's cap 4 and 5. Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, I think, got about 5 racers in this field out of 43, so definitely see some of that team dynamics being employed here. But right now, this is a $100 cash Preem. This lap is a $100 cash Preem lap. The first of 4 $100 Preems. This one is Bicycles of Tulsa. As looking to the Jumbotron, and maybe Valkyr Cycling's Chantel Ingeren, possibly towards the front in that purple kid out of California. Sorry, out of Washington. And actually, that is not who it is. 557, it is Valkyr Cycling, but it's Caitlin McAllister out of Washington with Valkyr Cycling. Looking to drive towards the front. Also up towards the front, India Harvey, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. But it looks like that is our Caitlin McAllister with Valkyr sitting towards the front. And some of those speckled blue jerseys of Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. The speckled yellow, we'll try to see exactly who that is. Don't think it's also Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. We'll get it figured out as they get closer here. But here comes a move. Actually, it looks like it is maybe some of our Los Angeles Bicycle Academy racers up towards the front. But this is a $100 Preem. $100 Preem will look to the west as they're on the gallop up out of the saddle, trying to take a $100 cash Preem. The sprint starting to fade a little bit there as it will be overtaken there. The sprint won by 178. That's Priscilla Garcia with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. Garcia coming over the top to take the $100. Did not catch the second place rider. Had a little bit longer sprint. Opened it up a little early and just not able to hold off Priscilla Garcia, who takes the first of our 4 $100 cash Preems. And actually, that's Lynn Wilson with the Lance Project racing out of Missouri. Lynn Wilson unable to hold on for that preem, finishing second. So the $100 goes to Priscilla Garcia, Los Angeles Bike Academy. Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. Make sure we get it fully recognized there. So 9 minutes in, we've done a little bit of a threshold test there. Had the full sprint going on. Handed out first $100 of 4 $100 preems. And you can tell there's kind of a little cessation of hostilities going on there. As we kind of came wide, it was almost like 8 wide. Now it's starting to come back together here. And a new name and face at the front, that'll be 561. That's the aforementioned Karen Stern, I believe. 561, racing out of Washington with Coalition Cycling. She was your 3rd place finisher last year in this race at the 2023 edition. So Karen Stern, first time we've called her name, she pokes her nose into the wind, and it's a good time to do it, as it's the downhill heading down towards the Tulsa Theater. So looking behind Stern, you'll see some of the LA Bicycle Academy racers. See some United Racing, I believe that was a United Purple in there out of Texas. You'll see some Cintier Racing bibs in there as well. Nicole Wyant, Corinna Redard, both of those ladies, local racers racing with Cintier. Speaking of Cintier, head on down to the Mexicali parking lot off to the west of us here, as Cintier, they're grilling hot dogs and hamburgers, and they're taking donations for a good cause. I believe it's the Special Olympics of Oklahoma is what the donations go to. As we have another lap done and dusted there, as that'll be Claire Abry with Mark Spensdorf BPC Cycling Team out of Tennessee. First time we've called bib number 176, Claire Abry. So here we are, about 11 and a half minutes into our 40-minute race. Not coming up yet, but coming up soon. In the next lap or so, we are going to be rolling out our second $100 cash preem. This one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Coming up shortly. So, looking at our race leaders on the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, your live stream official sponsor of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. With that peloton, a little about mid-40s, 43 plus some masters, about 45 to 46 racers. That's who towed the line to start this about 12 minutes ago. So we'll keep an eye. They're getting ready to make their way down the hill. Alrighty, and we talk about cessation of hostilities. That's exactly what's going on. Kind of a slowdown here in the peloton as they make their way on to the finishing chute here. So we're gonna have them roll under the finish line truss. They will not have laps just yet, as we're still almost about a third of the way through this race. But here we go. Someone's making a move there. It was way too slow, calm for bib number 149, Tracy Carson with suprabars.com. Tracy Carson said, enough of this lollygagging about. I'm going to strike out. And it may be a good move here, because guess what? Next time they roll through, we're going to ring the bell and have our second $100 cash preem coming on up. So our second of 4 cash preems coming on up for our race leaders. As we look at the backside of the course, Tracy Carson, suprabars.com out of North Carolina, making her way to the hill, heading up towards Sound Pony Hill. The iconic Canes Ballroom, which also on that stretch of road on Main Street, you're gonna have the Big Ride 2024. Still have tickets available for the Big Ride. It's gonna be Groucho, Girl Talk, DJ K-Rock 3.0. We have found another celebrity bell ringer here in the crowd. You never know when a celebrity like Paige just shows up at Tulsa Tough. She was just coming down to have tacos down at Chimera and have a cup of coffee. She stumbled upon a bike race, and now she is our celebrity bell ringer here on our $100 cash premium, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. So we're gonna ring it. Still a little bit of a gap there between our race leader, Tracy Carson, back to the peloton. But let's change that up. Let's fire off our second of 4 preems coming up momentarily. So Carson will make that left-hand turn next to the Tulsa Theater. She will make her way onto our runway here, but we're gonna ring this. It'll be a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. This is a $100. We're gonna ring it. This is the start of a Smith Farm and Garden preem lap. A $100 preem lap. Here we go. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Preem, preem, preem. $100, $100, $100. Courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Thank you to Paige, our celebrity bell ringer, bringing $200, our second $100, now $200 to our racers in our women's 2-3 field. This is a $100 preem lap, courtesy of Smith Farm and Gardens. And again, we continue to see our Fondo participants, courtesy of Aon, our official sponsor of the Fondos, finish on up. Our Fondo participants rolling on in, coming under 244, heading down here towards our kind of central command area, the start-finish line, our finish line truss, and the white registration tent. Some movement there by the chasers. Again, I need to try to figure out who the yellow speckled jersey there, EAD maybe. I want to get that figured out. That's the LA Sweat team, there it is. The EA being the middle of SWEAT. There you go, I need to. They have caught her here. They have caught Tracy Carson here. This is a preem lap, so maybe Tracy decided I'm gonna kind of hang out here, but problem is she's a one-woman show here. LA Sweat, Gabriella Arnold and others up there towards the front trying to maybe set something up to take a team win, to win this $100 to split amongst the team here. I believe we have about 4 racers from LA Sweat, at least 3 racers here in this field. But here comes a move from LA Cycling, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, that is. As has been an attack there on the downhill, possibly. We'll have to see who it is, but it is LABA. He wants this $100 cash premium for the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. Up out of the saddle, and they will not catch her. Your second $100 premium has taken, I believe that is Camila Arenas, last year's champion in the women's 2-3. Camila Arenas out of California, the LABA racer, wins the second $100 cash premium. So she has done the damage to win the $100. We'll have 2 more premiums we hand out over the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, as we are 17 minutes into our 40-minute race. Arenas still off the front, has about a half a city block there ahead of the peloton. Reminder, head on down to Mexicali, parking lot of Mexicali, the Centier race team. They are grilling up hamburgers and hot dogs, taking donations for Special Olympics of Oklahoma for a good cause there. A reminder, in our junior race coming up in a little bit, it is the first year for juniors being part of the American Criterium Cup, as we recognize rising talents in the 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 category, or age groups that is, and the ACC Junior Cup, brought to you by Renaissance Financial. So 18 minutes into our 40-minute race. So again, if you're just joining us, you're going, hey, wait a minute. When do you ring the bell? Why is it 1 to go? Why is it? Where's the laps? There's no laps. It's because we're counting the clock up to get our average lap time to figure out how many laps we have left. So if you're down here, if you're doing 2 things. So if you're on the live stream, courtesy of Quick Trip, and you see the clock running up, we're doing the clock running up before we count the laps down. Same thing, if you're down here at the finish line, we have the clock running up, and then we'll figure out, and on cue, our USA Racing officials are tired of hearing me talk about it. They're gonna take the anticipation out of it. It's 10 laps to go. Here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. The Volkswagen again rolls on through as we are all back together, but some movement towards the front. New name and face. That is bib number 175. That is Elisa Luo. Luo, L-U-O, Eliza Luo. A Faster Me, race team out of California. First time we've called Eliza's name here, but we'll see if we call it again when it comes to cash money, because I think it's about time to hand out our third preem, our third $100 preem. It's courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Volunteers. They handed the hat around, they threw in some coins, and it was enough coin to get to $100 in cash. Our third preem of the day here in our Women's 2-3 and Masters race will be $100 in cash, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough Volunteers. We'll be cleaning up the backside of the course here. We'll be pulling some of the backside of our peloton here as we are looking to the Jumbotron, and we will see our race leaders making their way down the hill, and we're going to ring a bell for them as it's going to be 9 to go, but more importantly, it's going to be $100 cash preem, the third one of the day for this Women's 2-3 Masters race, a $100 cash preem courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough Volunteers. Again, a reminder, there are still tickets available for the 2024 Big Ride over on Main Street. If you're heading up towards Sound Pony, Canes Ballroom, and the OK Pop Museum. If you're on the west side of Main Street, over next to Inner Circle Vodka Bar, that's where the stage is going to be set. Last year, it was Ghostland Observatory. Kicked myself for missing that one. You don't want to miss the party this year. Selling tickets. There's also VIP packages as well. Go to www.flywheel.com for Big Ride 2024. Tickets still available, as it's going to be Groucho, Girl Talk, DJ Casey, RO 3.0. There it is, DJ K-Rock 3.0. But here, more importantly, is our preem lap. $100, $100, $100. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. A third preem lap. This is the preem lap. Valkyr has made their way to the front. We are, thought it was Valkyr. Yeah, it's Valkyr. At 551. That may not be 551. Or it could just be that she has a different name on her registration. But if that is 551, that'll be Alexa Alarcon. First time we've called Alexa's name. Moving towards the front. Actually, we will get correct. That is 557. That's the aforementioned Caitlin McAllister, who we have called her name before. Caitlin with Valkyr Cycling out of Washington, moving towards the front. So this is a preem lap, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. They're all together, about 3 or 4 wide. We see Centier's Nicole Wyant hanging out about mid-pack in the purple with the pink helmet there, one of our local racers. Valkyr McAllister will make that right-hand turn as they head up towards Sound Pony Hill. Our Fondo finishers continue to roll on and roll on in. We see the Crofts. The Crofts have finished. Ben's so proud of he's flexing. He's trying to show some guns over there. Ben Croft finishing up the Fondo, courtesy of Aon, our official Fondo sponsor. But looking back to the Jumbotron, we shall see our race leaders about to make their way down the hill towards the Tulsa Theater. And when they roll through, we will show 8 laps to go. But more importantly, we will show $100 tucked in the back of one of our racing women's jerseys here. One of our racers will win the third $100 cash preem. Come on up. Kind of surprising that nobody has made an attack. A little bit of a wind-up, and there it is. It looks like that'll be LABA maybe trying to wind it up from the outside. No, it won't. It will still be Caitlin McAllister with Valkyr, and she'll cut that left-hand corner there. But if you look off to the west, this is going to be a $100 gallop, $100 gallop, $100 gallop. Stop flexing, Ben. You're already married to her. You don't have to try to impress her. Here comes the sprint, sprint, sprint. $100 cash preem. Who's going to take it? Up out of the saddle, rolling the line. That will be 3:04. Taking the win, Lynn Wilson, the Lance Project race team out of Missouri. She was second on the first preem of the day, first on the third preem, as she'll take that $100 cash and tuck it back in her pocket. Racing out of Missouri, Lynn Wilson, officially in our Masters category, but at the front of our women's 2-3 to take that third preem. But just you wait. Don't go anywhere. We've got our fourth $100 preem coming up. We still have under 8 laps to go, so we don't want to do it too late. But now the anticipation will start to grow. When do you fire off the fourth $100 cash preem? That one courtesy of Chris King, a $100 Chris King cash preem coming up. The final one coming up shortly, Chris King Counseling Group.
I honestly thought everything.
And it's kind of apropos that our final $100, Chris King, one of our preem sponsors. June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So thank you to Chris King Counseling Group, one of our cash sponsors when it comes to our preem laps, the race within the race. So under 8 to go, and we've moved who's up front now. The aforementioned LA Sweat Racing team, Gabriella Arnold. We called her name earlier. So Lynn Wilson took that preem, rolled back into the peloton, and now Gabriella Arnold with LA Sweat moving her way to the front. Still 7 laps, or just over 7 laps. We'll show them. 7 laps to go coming up. Reminder, we can't do this without the great sponsorship, St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Today it's FC Tulsa. Last night it was the McNelly's Group. Tomorrow it will be McElroy Manufacturing, our lead sponsors for our 3 days of racing. But the list goes on and on. Presenting sponsors, Century sponsors, Peloton partner, and the Diva sponsors, all helping to provide you, bring you the 2024 Tulsa Tough. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Again, Gabriella Arnold with LA Sweat up towards the front. A little bit of a gap. Not much, as again, it looks like right behind her is going to possibly be Karen Stern. Bib number 561, Karen finishing 3rd last year here in the women's 2-3 race in the 2023 edition. So we're getting down. We're in that little zone. Wins the final $100 cash preem coming out. But we can't wait too late because you want to get the preems out of the way and then get down to just the racing. So it's probably coming up in about a lap or 2 as we don't want to get too close to the finish line. Probably around 5 to go. We shall see. But right now, looking on the Jumbotron, Karen Stern, Coalition Cycling out of Washington. She was last year's 3rd place finisher, sitting in first wheel right now. She gets way to make her way down the hill, and when they roll through, we'll be showing 6 laps to go in our women's 2-3. This is a 40-minute race. They've raced about 27 minutes. Getting down to the final 6 minutes. They're averaging a little over 2 minutes per lap. So you got to think we're probably about 13 and a half minutes or so from the finish of this one in our women's 2-3 here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of Tulsa Tough. So we talked about kind of the theme here of June. It's Men Mental Health Month. Our last preem is courtesy of the Chris King Counseling Group. We talked about Lynn Wilson, who'd won that preem. She's racing with the Lance Project, which is a suicide support program and suicide prevention program. So again, a lot of mental health talk that we have here in June. Yes, it's Men's Mental Health Month, but once again, men and women counseling groups is always a good thing to pay attention to and talk about as we have 6 laps to go, 6 laps to go. So here's the thing, 6 to go. Next time they come around, 5 to go. And that is when we're gonna drop it. The 4th $100 preem, courtesy of Chris King Counseling Group. We threw out $100 by Bicycle Tulsa. We threw out $100 by Smith Farm and Garden. We threw out $100 by the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Volunteers. And now we're tossing on out the Chris King Counseling Group 4th and final $100 cash preem for our women's 2-3 race. And we're doing it late in the game. It will be with 5 to go, and we'll ring that bell for $100 cold hard cash. And our women's 2-3 Masters. And here's the thing, Travis, don't throw the Masters on late. Lynn Wilson, who's racing in the Masters field, she won the 3rd preem, racing with the Lance Project. So they will roll on through here. We'll look to the Jumbotron. Sound Pony Hill, they're coming your way. 29 minutes in. And it will be 5 laps to go. We shall keep our eyes peeled off to the west. The Jumbotron will show them heading back behind the OK Pop Museum. And it will be L.A. Sweat moving back to the front. You got to think that's probably Gabrielle Arnold. And maybe, couldn't see the number, possibly Regina Doty. But L.A. Sweat moving to the front. Opportune time here as it's going to be the 4th and final preem lap of the race. Here at our women's 2-3. Coming up next will be our men's Cat 4 at 12:45. But don't worry about those guys. We'll let them sit down in the sun in the staging area for a little bit. Right now, what we need to pay attention to is the preem lap that we're about to ring the bell, the 4th and final $100 cash preem, courtesy of the Chris King Counseling Group. This will be a preem lap, $100 cash, $100 cash, $100 in cash, preem lap, all back together, preem lap, $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Karen Stern at the front, Coalition Cycling, with 2 of the LA Sweat racers sitting right behind her as we are on a preem lap. This is the 5th lap. Next time they roll through, we'll show 4 to go and we'll be handing $100. Well, not during the race, that'd be a little dangerous. Don't want to have a soigné on the side of the road trying to hand a $100 bill out or one of those big oversized checks. That'd be unnecessary. But whoever wins this preem will win that the 4th and final $100 cash preem, and then we will be to this business end. We'll be towards the end of this 40-minute race for our women's 2-3 and masters. We will show them 4 laps to go. A reminder, as we watch the peloton make their way up towards Sound Pony Hill, the 2024 Big Ride party is coming up tonight at the end of the men's pro race. It'll be over, if you go to www.flywheel.com, you can still get tickets to the Big Ride on cue on the Jumbotron. Tickets still on sale now, Saturday night after the races. Girl Talk, Groucho, DJ K-Rock 3.0. That will be your performers tonight at the Big Ride over on Main Street, across from, on the west side, opposite of Kane's Ballroom, just south of the OK Pop Museum. So this is a $100 cash preem lap, the 4th and final one. But if you look, surprised nobody's made an attack out of the peloton. They are all still together. In fact, they're 5-6 wide, coming down the hill towards the Tulsa Theater. Will there be a late attack or will be a all-out mass sprint? Nicole Wyant, Centier, she's moving her way towards the front. But this will be a $100 sprint, $100 sprint. Possibly Karen Stearns. Nope, this is maybe going to be Lynn Wilson again. Up out of the saddle, coming to the line. Will they catch her? They will not come around, as it will be the 2nd cash preem win for Lynn Wilson with the Lance Project. Racing in the Masters field, but taking 2 of our 4 cash preems. Lynn Wilson out of Missouri, the Lance Project. Again, you go to thelanceproject.com. Has to do with suicide prevention, a great cause. Once again, we're keying on some of the importance of June, even though it is Men's Mental Health Month. Men and women, support groups, the counseling of Chris King, who is also one of our preem sponsors, very important here in the month of June. Who am I kidding? Month of June. 12 months a year, mental health, definitely something more important, something that people not always willing to talk about. But here we are talking about it more and more and some of those support services. So looking on back, Lynn Wilson has been gathered back into the fold, it appears. LA Bicycle Academy, though, up towards the front, as is Valkyr. That may be Caitlin McAllister putting a little bit of a push heading up the hill towards Sound Pony. So next time they roll through, we will see 3 laps to go. So under 4 laps to go, they will navigate the shadow of 244. Have not seen anybody make their way into the hay bales there when they make that left-hand turn off of Main onto Cameron so far this year on day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. But we'll look as they make the white knuckle downhill. Still, I'll tell you what, Peloton looking around, LA Bicycle Academy, LA Sweat, they're the two teams that have numbers. They're kind of glancing over their shoulders, looking at each other. Peloton got about 5 wide, now starting to narrow down as it gets a little bit more narrow as they make that left-hand turn onto our runway finish here, but they've let Caitlin McAllister, racing with Valkyr cycling out of Washington, come to the front with 3 to go. Dangerous move here. Are they going to gather up to try to bring back McAllister with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go? 40 minutes of racing coming down to the final 3, so probably just a little bit over 6 minutes of racing left. Looking in that chase group, trying to see if LA Sweat and Los Angeles Bicycle Academy are trying to gather the forces and try to work on pulling back our racer out of Washington, Caitlin McAllister with Valkyr. Looks like Caitlin does have a teammate in the Peloton, Chantel Ingren. I think she may still be here. If she's in that Peloton, she's definitely going to do some blocking and tackling, not officially tackling. Come on, people, that's illegal. Our celebrity bell ringer, Loretta. She'll be bringing us to the line in a couple laps with 1 to go. Loretta, I tell you what, Jeff he's got America's Got Talent. He's finding all of the celebrities in the crowd to ring the bell. All righty, Loretta, stretch out the arms. You'll be putting down some big watts, tossing that bell around to ring it with 1 to go as we are under 3 to go. Next time our race leaders roll through, we'll tell them it's 2 to go. It'll be the penultimate lap coming on up. And I tell you what, trying to run away and hide with this is Caitlin McAllister with Valkyr. There's quite the gap up the hill, off to the north towards 244 between McAllister and the chasing Peloton. She's about to navigate her way past the Tulsa Theater, make that left-hand turn. When she comes to us from the west, we're going to tell 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, and we'll get Loretta warmed up. She's getting the bell ringing arm ready. Don't throw out a shoulder. No pressure for our celebrity bell ringer coming out of the crowd. She was just coming down to see Guthrie Green. She didn't know there was a bike race going on. And now she gets a chance to ring the bell. So Caitlin rolls through with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. She's about to make that left-hand turn. It's a Peloton. They're starting to make the move. LA Sweat coming towards the front with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. McAllister gritting the teeth, mouth open, trying to get as much oxygen in. She'd gone on the attack a couple laps ago. Starting to feel the pain, the lactic acid burning, the buildup in the legs, the lungs on fire. We'll look at the telescopic photo lens. She's about to make that turn onto Main Street, but there is the long, thin line of the Peloton. They're bringing them up here. Still with the lead as she makes that right-hand turn. But here's the thing. 2 more times up the hill. 2 more times up the hill. Does she have it in her as here comes the charging Peloton. LA Sweat at the front. 3 of the racers, that team dynamic of LA Sweat going to the front. They've got to have probably a designated kind of sprinter who they've kind of trying to win this race for. You'll let the other 2 racers bury themselves to draw back our lone attacker here, Caitlin McAllister here with under 2 to go. So they'll hit the shadow of 244. They'll make the left-hand turn, but LA Sweat with their victim in their sights, looking to claw back Caitlin McAllister. Caitlin, so many looks over her left-hand shoulder, knowing that the catch is about to be made. As the racer's looking to avoid that yellow plastic bag in the downhill, last thing you want is to catch a bag in the spokes on the second to last lap. So, ladies and gentlemen, get off your duff. Get to the barriers. Cheer on these racers. They're working harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate all their effort. As they've caught McAllister here, she'll come back into the fold as it's a long line of racers with under 2 to go. And now it's going to be 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Bell lap, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The Peloton's cruel. They're making McAllister stay at the front. Now they'll finally overtake her. Here's the team dynamic we talked about. Out of the 46 original racers, there's not many teams but LA, the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, LABA, and LA Sweat, the two Cali teams, 3 and 4 different racers between the two teams. The closest thing to a team dynamic, little mini sprint trains. They are at the front here on the final lap, trying to boss the front of this peloton and establish their designated leader to get to the front to launch them here on the final lap. I tell you what, still all together though, as they make that right-hand turn. They're gonna hit Main Street America in Tulsa, Oklahoma, heading up to Sound Pony Hill, heading up to the iconic Cain's Ballroom, pushing the watts, breathing through their eyeballs. LA Sweat still up towards the front, as is Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. Still all together. Nobody's taking the late flyer, and I tell you what, they've kind of shed some of their racers. Some of the domestiques, so to speak, have been kicked off the back. A name we haven't called yet, though, Jade Stevens, Major Motion Cycling Club out of California. So many Cali racers in this race in our women's 2-3. First time we've called her name, Jade Stevens. She's moved her way up into that top 5 as well. Now we'll look. They make the white knuckle descent, heading down towards the Old Lady Brady, the Tulsa Theater. One more left-hand turn. Ladies and gentlemen, head to the west with your eyes. You shall see this peloton make this turn momentarily. You will see the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car come through. You'll see the lead moto, and then you will see our women's 2-3 peloton make that turn. Here's the gallop to the line. Up towards the front, we have some solo free agents in there trying to be provocateurs inside the team dynamic. They're 4-5 wide. A lot of meters left though, but here comes the strong push to the end, and it will be LA Sweat. Regina Doty, 5-5-3, taking the win in that sprint finish in our women's 2-3 here at the 2024 edition of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium St. Francis Tulsa Talk. So Regina Doty with LA Sweat taking the win in the sprint. And you got to think that's some good karma. LA Sweat came out to the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas event on Wednesday, hung out with them. You got to think, you get some of the local karma there as LA Sweat wins it at the notorious TUL Downtown FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. We'll get the official podium for you momentarily, but right there, LA Sweat with the win. Regina Doty, racing with LA Sweat, out of the state of Ohio though. You got to know a Buckeye racing with all the Californians. We'll hand it off to the race officials as we're about to do our next race, men's Cat 4. Check. All right, let's have our riders to the line.
Really good slice of pizza.
Is it good? Amazing.
We come a quick trip to get the coffee and the hot chocolate.
I love their pretzels.
They got bomb taquitos too.
She likes your taquitos.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese, like my favorite thing.
I'm from New York, so this is like a big bodega here.
I mean, y'all hot dog is the best.
It's just something about it.
Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
All right, great Cat 4 field, big group. 40 minutes we're racing today. 3 laps end at 5 to go. The pit is behind you. You must be entering the race as the leaders are coming to see 5 to go. You must be in at 5 to go. If you are on the podium, please report to it immediately following the race for podium presentation. We are 1 minute.
Waiting on the whistle for our men's Cat 4 coming up. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome.
$30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds here. Our men's Cat 4. Another big field. You're not guinea pigs anymore. Heath Arning. No, sir, you're an old wily veteran.
15 seconds.
And with the whistle, we are underway. Men's Cat 4, rolling them on out. Opening lap for our men's Cat 4. We'll be sending these gentlemen out for 40 minutes. We're paying out 15 deep. A reminder, if you're in the top 3, which is the podium, kind of a no-brainer there. If you're in the podium, don't go anywhere. Don't head to the hotel. Don't head up to meet and have a beer with Josh and Mike Wozniak up at Sound Pony. Hang out here. We want to recognize our podiums early on here in the following race. But right now, we want to say thank you to all our great sponsors, race officials. Our final pre-flight instructions, of course, courtesy of Jeff down there with the wireless mic. Get these guys situated here as we send them on out into the L-shaped drag race that is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So opening lap here for men's Cat 4. Early flyer going off the front. Get some bib numbers for you momentarily. Keep an eye out here. Check out all of our men's Cat 4. Get our official peloton size as well. Opening lap here, 40 minutes of racing. So we had talked about a lot of these races and how long the average lap time is and everything else. This time we are definitely under 2 minutes, about 1:56 there, 1:57. Again, we'll recognize some of the names and faces. We're early on here as we're on to lap number 2. Looking at our peloton make their way through turn number 2 on the backside of the Guthrie Green, right in front of Griffin Communications. Alrighty here, men's Cat 4. Again, we're going to be recognizing our podiums in the women's 2-3 women's masters coming up momentarily. Right now, it's on to lap number 2 as we check out bib number 630. Right now, your early race leader in the men's Cat 4, Willie Gomez. Them Bama's racing. Them Bama's racing. That man is off the front early on here. Right off the gun, really, making the attack. So he's on his way on the backside of the course. We'll keep an eye out here as it is early, 40 minutes of racing. We're also going to set the washing machine on agitate. Toss out a couple $100 cash preems, courtesy of some of our great preem sponsors, Bicycles of Tulsa and Smith Farm and Garden. But right now, it is Willie Gomez, them Bama's racing, as he makes his way down the hill.
And we're looking, it's the first time we rolled out the Cadillac. Courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive, our official pace car sponsor. Gomez rolls on through. Tell you what, that's about a half this straightaway is his lead. But here comes some movement from the peloton. Leonel Lopez with the Brick Squad out of Oklahoma City. He's making the move. Going to start drawing out a long single file of chasers in the peloton. The Viking, Ken Smith, just rolled through. We do have a rider that lost a wheel there. Went down on the turn number 2. Good news is we're still early in this race, so we still have some free laps. So we'll be able to feather people back in from the State Wheel Cycling tent, which is down there at Main Street off to our west of the start-finish line. Taking a look there at turn number 2. Did have a rider, went down, that's like 686. 686 will be Everett Wilson, Major Motion Cycling Club. Took off a little skin there on the leg, but didn't look too worse for the wear. So if you're hanging out here watching the race and you're trying to figure out why are there people on bikes riding on the sidewalk, heading back over towards the wheel pit, we still have a lot of time left in this race. So we have free laps. So if you're involved in a crash or some type of mechanical, you can head on back over and get back into the race. In fact, I think that's what we have right here. We have one of our racers coming back through on the sidewalk. That'll be number 695, Kenny Stringfellow, here out of Oklahoma. He'll make his way back down. A couple other racers there. It'll be 690, which is Timothy Bowen out of Tennessee. He'll make his way on down. 671, that is David Simon, United Cycling out of Texas. So again, early on in this race, we'll see some of these racers making their way for the free laps. So 620, that's going to be Clay Downey, racing with JDSV, St. Vitus race team here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So you'll have I don't know how many people, 5, 6 people, maybe you'll get feathered back in. Not a big group. Last night in some of the pro races, we did see some of the early crashes that split the field, and you had 20 or 30 racers at a time getting pushed back in. As again, you have free laps. So if you're still ahead of, I think it's 6 to go, I believe. That's when they make the cutoff. There's still plenty of time here. We're going to try to recognize our podium. If you are in the podium for the women's 2-3, and I think, Scott, we're going to have a master's podium as well. So we'll have the women's master's podium and a women's 2-3. So if you're in the top 3 of either one, make sure you're down here at the start-finish line. Across the way here on the Guthrie Green side of the street, as we're going to be recognizing the women's Cat 2, Cat 3, and women's 40-plus master podiums coming up. So all this administration work behind the scenes that we were talking about, we've had a rider bridge on up. That's going to be 682. So Willie Gomez has a friend. His name's Jamie Walden, racing out of Arkansas. So it's Walden and Gomez sitting 1-2 as they make their way downhill, heading towards the Tulsa Theater. So once again, we're going to be recognizing our podiums for the women's 2-3 and masters. Here's the thing, we're actually doing a women's 2 podium, a women's 3 podium, and a women's masters podium. So 3 different podiums we'll be recognizing. So we're going to try to make sure if you're in earshot, we need Lynn Wilson, Shari Stillman Corbett, Kim Chance, Jade Stevens, Emily Leonard, Claire Abry, Regina Alarcon or Regina Dottie, Camila Arenas, and India Harvey. We are doing a women's 2, women's 3, and women's masters podium. So 3 different podiums. Regina Alarcon, Regina Doty, Camila Arenas, India Harvey, Jade Stevens, Emily Leonard, Claire Abry, Lynn Wilson, Shari Stillman Corbett, and Kim Chance. We're going to recognize 3 different podiums: Women's Masters, Women's 2, and Women's Cat 3. All right, as we clean up the backside of our Men's Cat 4 race course, still looking towards the front, Willie Gomez and his friend, Jamie Walden. Gomez, Walden, 1-2, opening up this gap, working together. That's the thing. It's still early on, and we haven't even tossed out any of our 2 cash creams coming up. But it's forcing everyone to get on the front foot to go chase. And look in there, it looks like it could be Luke Graham. Cool Beans cycling out of Missouri. Got a little bit of a animal print camouflage thing going on there on the sleeves. I guess you can wear jerseys like that when you spell your team name K-E-W-L-B-E-A-N-S. Cool Beans. I don't even know if the cool kids spell it that way, but right now, Mr. Cool Beans himself, Luke Graham, looking to try to bridge on up to Gomez and Walden. Again, we're going to try to recognize our Women's 2, Women's 3, and Women's Masters podium. So it's actually 3 different podiums that we're going to try to have here. We need Lynn Wilson. I think I see Lynn over there, but Lynn Wilson, Shari Stillman Corbett, Kim Chance, Jade Stevens, Emily Leonard, Claire Abry, Regina Alarcon, or Doty. We had Doty on the start sheet. Camila Arenas, India Harvey, 1, 2, and 3 there. We'll just try to keep an eye out. Have Scott try to keep me abreast of everyone there. So right now we need Lynn Wilson, Shari Stillman Corbett, Kim Chance, Jade Stevens, Emily Leonard, Claire Abry, Regina Alarcon, Camilla Arenas, and India Harvey. We are going to be recognizing our podiums in the Women's 2, Women's 3, and Women's Masters. So let's take it back here to the Men's Cat 4. About 10, just under 11 minutes. 11 minutes in to our Men's Cat 4 40-minute race. About 25% into it. We're probably, we're kind of pacing ourselves, but I think we'll be doing the first one coming up momentarily. As we get our follow moto on through and we look back, that gap's starting to come down a little bit for Walden and Gomez. Look at the official chase clock coming up. But Jamie Walden out of Arkansas, and then Willie Gomez, been our racers at the front. Willie Gomez racing with them, Bama's racing. He's been up there early on. He was shot out of a cannon early on and been part of this 2-man break. So we look back, we'll start the chase clock. They rolled through at 11:52. We'll see how far the peloton is back. Not 10 seconds. So it's in single digits. Let's call it about 7 or 8, maybe 8 or 9 seconds there. As again, we're going to be recognizing our Women's Cat 2, Women's Cat 3, and Women's Masters podiums coming up momentarily. Alrighty, it's about that time, folks. Break on down $100 and toss it out. Cold hard cash. We're going to be rolling out a $100 cash cream courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. We'll wait for those race leaders next time they roll on through. Thing is, it's only 9 seconds was the lead, so we're not going to do a field preem. We definitely will be doing a preem for everybody. A go get 'em preem, exactly. Hang the carrot out there to activate the chase. Okay. Washing machine on, agitate. So, looking up there, Gomez looks like maybe he's given up the ghost on the 1-man break. I guess Walden, yep, Walden has not given up the ghost yet. So Gomez, taking a sip of water as they hit the downhill. He's gonna allow himself to get folded back in, still with plenty of time here. We're only 13 minutes into this 40-minute race. Walden, messing with his Garmin. Don't lose that thing. You'll never find it. It slides into the team tents over there. But Walden makes that left-hand turn. When he rolls through, we're going to ring the bell for a preem. $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Our celebrity, that's a $100 preem, $100 preem, Mr. Jamie Walden, this is a $100 preem. They're gonna come chase you down, Jamie! $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. We got Ribbon, or Rivet, or Ribbon, or Ribbit is our celebrity bell ringer. Something may have been lost in translation there, but it's $100, and it's a preem lap. Jamie Walden out of Arkansas, he'll look over his right shoulder. Still got about a half a city block, as now we'll zoom back out and see the chase is about to make their way onto Main Street. All righty, without further ado, we will do the podium for our women's masters. A former Masters national champion, always loves racing in Oklahoma because she's always on the podium. Coming out of the Texas Dallas Metroplex in third place, Kim Chance. Making her way up to the second place step in our women's masters podium, Shari Stillman Corbett. And racing for a great cause, racing for a lot of different things with the Lance Project. It's Lynn Wilson, multiple preem winner, and your winner in the women's 40 plus. Top step, Lynn Wilson. Second step, Shari Stillman Corbett. And in third place, Kim Chance. Our women's masters podium. So it is a preem lap, but I tell you what, we thought that we set this thing alight. We thought it's only 8 or 9 seconds. There's no way they're gonna let Jamie Walden run away and win this $100 preem, and that's exactly what the peloton has done. So whenever Jamie rolls through, Mr. Walden will tell him 12 laps to go. Clock's counting up. We've hit about 16 minutes, and now we're going to start counting the laps down. 12 to go, 12 to go, 12 to go. 12 laps to go. As that's $100 of cold hard cash in the pocket of Jamie Walden. Here comes the peloton with 12 to go. Tell you what, that 8-9 second lead may have gone up. Definitely didn't go down, as he was able to maintain that lead the entire preem lap to take that $100. Just you wait, though. We have another cash preem coming up over the final 12 laps. Now, there are certain rules and regulations and common courtesy of the road. You don't throw a preem in with 2 to go, 3 to go, or 4 to go. So give us a little time, but we'll toss off the second cash preem coming up in a little bit. That'll be a $100 preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Coming up next after our men's Cat 4, it will be our juniors race. Different categories. One of those, a lot of fun to watch, not as much fun to score. So many different categories, age groups, all that racing at the same time. But one thing that is apparent, I shouldn't say apparent, one thing that is in the works this year, it's the first year that the juniors are part of the American Criterium Cup. So they actually get points for the ACC point standings. So the juniors will have a rising target, or rising talent. They're targets, though, when it comes to a lot of these big name teams looking for the next wave, the next generation of American cyclists. But these rising talents of 15 and 16 and 17 and 18-year-old juniors will be racing coming up after our men's Cat 4. And that is presented by the Renaissance Financial Group, the ACC, American Criterium Cup, points for the ACC juniors. Got the chase clock going here for Walden. I think he's increased this lead. 8 or 9 seconds a couple laps ago. It's now into double digits. It's not just double digits. He has doubled his lead. So he kept it around 8 or 9 seconds. We thought, okay, we'll have a preem lap. In that preem lap, you got to think he has to lose time. He didn't. He maintained the 8 or 9 seconds. So here you go. All right, you've burned some matches. You won the preem. Guess what's going on now? He doubled his lead over that last lap. 18 seconds with 11 laps to go. He's got time to head up and see Gifford and Wozniak up at Sound Pony. He's going to have such a lead. No, I'm just kidding. Leads can go very fast. But Jamie Walden looking very strong, taking that cash premium as we're ready for another podium. Alrighty, we're still going to wait on our women's Cat 2 podium, but right now, our women's Cat 3, we have a couple of the racers there, and we will recognize our women's Cat 3 podium in third place. Making her way to the stage, it will be Claire Abry. In second with the silver medal, Emily Leonard. And in first in our women's Cat 3, Jade Stevens. She brought her own cheering crew with her. Jade and the fam cheering on her victory here in the women's Cat 3. So again, your podium in the women's Cat 3, Jade Stevens, Emily Leonard, and Claire Abry, 1, 2, and 3. So well, we actually got our answer. 20 seconds. Jamie Walden's put another 2 seconds into that lead. It went from 8 or 9 seconds for 2 laps in a row up to 18. And now 20 seconds, a 20-second lead. We talk about it sometimes. You burn some matches early, you may kind of go out too early, but then sometimes, especially when you look here, the peloton on the Jumbotron, a little spread out. It's not a long, thin line. There's not a lot of domestiques up at the front. They're trying to burn matches to draw this back. I know there's still 10 laps to go, but the thing is, the way this course goes, you come down this finishing straight and you hit turn 1, turn 2, you kind of run away and hide. And the thing is, if you can't see the rabbit, the chase hounds, they kind of forget about it. They start looking at each other. They're like, oh, well, we'll never catch him. 20 seconds isn't a lot, but again, it's grown 3 laps in a row. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. If it grows again as we get under 10 laps to go, you gotta wonder if maybe the ghost has been given up by the peloton and they're gonna start looking around each other for the final 2 spots on the podium. Reminder, coming up next is our junior race. Juniors coming up next, followed up by our kids race 9 and under. The kids race 9 and under coming on up after the juniors. But right now we're getting to the second half of our men's Cat 4. Under 10 laps to go. Under 10 laps to go. All right, the junior race is coming up, the kids race is coming up, but right now the men's Cat 4, still, as we said, under 10 to go. We'll have to check that chase clock. 8, 9, 18, 20 seconds. Now it looks like there's a little bit of a movement. Maybe a BMC Walmart cycling racer trying to move up on the inside. We'll keep an eye there as we'll make that left-hand turn, dive bombing on that inside corner. We are definitely watching that lead grow. Jamie Walden, I know Tulsa doesn't have an Ironman anymore, but if they do, come on back and do the time trial. Get in time trial mode, because that's what you're doing right now. 22, he put another 2 seconds in. So, Jamie Walden, having won the preem, he had an 8-9 second lead, made it 9 seconds. Then he made it 18, he doubled his lead. Now he went to 20, now 22 seconds. As we now have 9 laps to go, Jamie Walden, and now we start to finally see some, maybe a little more impetus in the peloton as it's now a long, thin line. Okay, now you can see they finally got on the horn. There are no race radios here in the men's Cat 5 field, but somebody kind of figured out what's going on that, hey, wait a minute. We're on the wrong end of this. We're watching these guys watching this guy run away from us as he's extended it up to 22 seconds. Here's the thing, it's big enough lead. We're gonna do a field preem. Next time the field rolls through, we'll do a field preem, $100 cash, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Liam, our new celebrity bell ringer for this preem lap. Again, we're gonna look, here's our race leader, Jamie Walden, running away and hiding. Jamie, 22 seconds was the last lap. We'll figure out exactly the chase clock now, but it has grown the last 4 laps from what was about an 8-second lead up to 22 seconds. We are gonna ring the bell for the preem lap. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap for the field, for the field, for the field. Field preem, field preem, field preem. Dylan Kale, Grind City Racing out of Tennessee, leading the chase here. First time we've called Grind City Racing. And I tell you what, we didn't need the preem to antagonize, well, we don't need to antagonize the Cyborg, but we didn't need a preem to antagonize the chase. We saw about a half a lap ago that long, thin line. They figured out, man, we are on the back end of this. And they are on the front foot as we watch that lead now get cut by 7 seconds. So what had been an amazing growth of that lead from 8 to 22 seconds is now back down to 15. 15 seconds with 8 laps to go, and it's also a field preem. Tell you what, he may be part of the field when they roll on through. We're going to do the women's Cat 2 podium. Without further ado, let's recognize our women's Cat 2 podium. In third place, India Harvey. Last year's winner, making her way back to the podium in second, Camila Arenas. And winning it here this year, coming all the way from the West Coast to race in Tulsa, tough, Regina Alarcon. 1, 2, 3, Regina, Camilla, and India, your women's Cat 2 podium. LA Sweat, flanked by the 2 Los Angeles Bicycle Academy racers, 1, 2, and 3 in our women's Cat 2 podium. So the chase clock was down to 15 with 7 to go. They have cut another 5 seconds off, down to 10 seconds. So here's the thing. You've been off for so long. You saw it balloon all the way up to 22 seconds. All right, they're going to catch you. You've seen, like, it's the negative returns on lap after lap now. The positive returns are no more for Jamie Walden. Here's the thing. You still have under 7 laps to go. Get feathered back in. You look down the Jumbotron as he about makes his way onto Main Street. Let him catch you. Get back in. Bring the heart rate back on down. Kind of chill out. Take it, you know, it's a hot day. I don't see any bottle cages on his rig there, so he doesn't have any water, but at least try to bring your heart rate back down. Get yourself back into the, and there I am corrected by the Jumbotron. He does have a drink of water there. So Jamie Walden trying to stay hydrated here as we're under 7 to go. Let him catch back up to you. Get yourself back in the fold. And here's the thing. We've seen he has the ability to make a little bit of attack. Do you maybe make an attack when we do the next preem? Not try to win the preem, but counter over the top. We shall see as we are under 7 laps to go in our men's Cat 4 field. Sorry about that. We already did the preem. The field preem kind of got gathered up there because we watched that lead come on down and down. We'll try to officially recognize who won that second preem. 6:14, so we awarded the Indiana racer racing with Midwest Devo, Jackson Clary, taking that second preem of the day, $100 in cash, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Jamie Walden, we thought he was maybe going to soft sell this one, soft pedal down. So it gotten all the way back down to 10 seconds here with 6 laps to go. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Tell you what, it may have gone back the other way. 14 seconds, he's got 4 seconds back in. So this has been a yo-yo effect. I have maybe buried Jamie Walden too soon here because there's a bunch of tomfoolery, lollygagging going on, shenanigans in the peloton here as we're under 6 to go. He's pushed that lead back up 4 seconds to 14. Chris Evans, get out there. It's only 14 seconds. So 14 seconds. He's able to get 4 more seconds in. We did see a couple racers trying to come off the peloton. I believe that was Willie Gomez, who'd been towards the front early on in this race. Maybe one of our OK flyers. Maybe. Aiden White. I have to take a look there. I could not see the number on that. But now as we look to the Jumbotron, those Willie Gomez and the OK Flyer, they've been gathered at, they've been brought back into the fold. Jamie Walden, though, still by himself. Again, we've watched that lead go 8, 18, 20, 22, 15, 10, but now back up to 14. So again, with some of the shenanigans going on in the peloton, allowing him to grow it back out. So he's on the downhill, trying to use gravity as his friend here as he makes his way down the hill towards the Tulsa Theater. Looking back on the telescopic telephoto lens of the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, your official live stream sponsor. We're seeing, it looks like maybe some of the racers from Texas. Again, that may be, I'm sorry, Tennessee. Mark Spensdorf Racing, that's possibly Edivar Adames. We shall see that white, red, and blue of Mark Spensdorf Racing, BPC Cycling out of Tennessee. So next time we see him roll through, it'll be 5 laps to go. Here comes the lead moto. Actually, I think that's the follow moto. And then we'll be looking for our race leader. Actually, there was the lead motor. And there's Jamie Walden. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. It had ballooned back up to 14 seconds last time through. Here they come, some riders off the front, racers off the front, now down to 9. So we've gone 15, 10, 14, 9. His lead bouncing back and forth. Again, it's kind of cruel. You thought for Jamie, probably the best bet would have been if he would have slowed down. They would have caught him maybe with about 7 to go. Now they've let him dangle out there for a while. He's had to just eat the wind, eat the watts for a while. Jamie Walden now making that right-hand turn up out of the saddle. He's in the drop. Down in the drops, up out of the saddle. Breathing through his eyeballs as he makes his way up towards Sound Pony Hill. That is an OK Flyer coming off the front there here in our men's floor. We're trying to see what that number is. Who that is from the local junior circuit here in the state of Oklahoma. Jamie Walden, though, head down a little bit as maybe 6'9". Trying to see that number, 687, I believe. That's not right. We'll try to get it figured out here for you. Who that junior racer is, but he has made his way all the way onto the wheel. So Jamie Walden now with 5 to go, and is there going to be a counterattack? Kenny Stringfellow making his way down there. Walden will peel off. He'll set himself up about 4 or 5 laps deep here as we're about, 4 or 5 wheels deep as we go 4 laps to go. So Kenny Stringfellow at the front, trying to see the number of our OK Flyer there. Winters, Leaf Winters. Some folks, some better eyes. 687, Leaf Winters of the OK Flyers, sitting second wheel right behind Stringfellow as we now have 4 to go. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 laps to go. Men's Cap 4, 40-minute race. 33 minutes into this one, and now just around, or just under 8 minutes to go. So Jamie Walden, life unfair there. We thought maybe he was going to run away with it. We'd watched the lead go up to 22 seconds. We'd watched it come back down. He pushed it back up to 14, but the chasers were too strong and brought him back into the fold. As we look at that Jumbotron, not Jumbotron, we look at the Jumbotron to look at the Peloton, Louis Vuitton, Robotron, and another celebrity sighting, Tanya, coming out of the crowd, ringing the bell. She just came down to see the Woody Guthrie Center, didn't realize there was a bike race going on, and now she's pressed into duty, having to stretch out that right arm. Last thing you want is have a medical filing with your insurance company for throwing out a shoulder, ringing the bell when we get to 1 to go as we get to the business end of our men's Cat 4 race. It is under 4 to go. They make that left-hand turn at the top of Main Street. They avoid the shadow of 244. They get ready to do the white knuckle drop as they head down to the Old Lady Brady Tulsa Theater for the 4th to last time as they make their way down, and another cessation of hostilities. As look at them, they're 6-7 wide as they come down the hill as they navigate it with, it will now be 3 laps to go. Alrighty, 3 to go. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, usually I wait till 2 to go, but get off your duffs. Come to the barriers. There are 3 laps to go. Cheer on these racers. They're working harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate the effort as we are at the business end. 3 laps to go in our men's Cat 4 field. 40 minutes of racing coming down to 3 laps of glory for our men's Cat 4. Here on day number 2 of the 2024 St. Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by FC Tulsa and the Arts District Criterium down here at the beautiful Guthrie Green. We got the kids zone set up over there, but who cares about that? That's going to be the kids zone after party because the kids race is coming up in a little bit. Right now we got the men's Cat 4, then we'll have the juniors, then we'll have the under 9 kids race. Right now we got the LA Bicycle Academy party going on at the podium. LABA in the house, representing on our women's podiums in the 2-3 and Masters field. So here we are, final 3 laps, under 3 to go. Again, not that long, thin line of racers that we saw that whenever the peloton drew back, Jamie Walden, who'd been on that solo reconnaissance mission after lap. But here's a little bit of a dig. Putting a little standing up dig, it's going to be Kenny Stringfellow from Tulsa. He'll make his way. He'll take that left-hand turn. He'll be in the shadow of the OK Pop Museum right there next to the shadow of 244. Again, they navigate the left-hand turn off of Main onto Cameron, avoiding the hay bales and the curve there. They'll make that left-hand downhill turn. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look off to the west, we'll be waiting to see our lead moto. We'll be waiting to see our pace car, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. And then we'll be waiting to see the peloton as we're going to get to the penultimate lap of our men's Cat 4 race. It is coming up on 2 to go. Kenny Stringfellow would make that a little attack. They brought it back. They're letting him set up front. It's downhill, but letting him eat a little bit of this wind. Kind of coming out of the southwest, possibly. But now they'll make that left-hand turn. Stringfellow up front. The OK Flyer Leaf winners there as well. It is now 2 to go. The penultimate lap of our men's Cat 4. Day 2, 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. 18 edition took us 20 years to get his edition, but our 2 to go. 2 to go. 2000 started, and there was a couple there, a trash corner. 18 years we have to watch Tulsa around us as this from a local to an international level of local of United States. Purdy, he wins that one. He's won for 20 the men's pro racing with the Continental. He's back. Sudol, the team of Julian Alaphilippe. Second, here it is. Look like the Tulsa win. So it is a event, but here your men's. These are your brothers, your people that they got patience. You gotta imagine their chores done. Did they bring? They go ride 100 miles night ride. Here's the culmination of all as we're for our men's years. These are probably gonna be racing these races. The right that next lap, they come on and make the lap or finishing last lap. Go. It will be the time volunteer me. Stretch that on. sure that all's good. Pretty bell ringers. We have ring. Sorry, one. Go one. The final letter. The gator. Or L. Trick. Meat grinder. See. They turn there. They're about time. Be breathing through your right street. Your one final who is on the it wins doubled up with 5 to go. Leading the peloton. 44. Jamie. Stay. Okay. The race. Come to the front. It's a yellow jersey we've not called all day long, as it will be 6:14. Jackson Clary. He actually was the winner of our field preem, racing with Midwest Evo out of Indiana. The Hoosier takes the men's cap. Again, coming up, junior race. To all the great sponsors here in the in 2020. We have sponsors up our Saturday fun October. Junior, Tulsa. 30 minutes. Everybody finishes. Everybody stays in a race. I'm not for these. We have a huge disparity between our very fast helping riders. They're on your and please side let through and you on hammering down. Free laps to go. You must down at the about this race. Nope, never mind. Just go to www.yourresults.live. Result for all for this one. Your result live. We got out here in the race. Mini group heads, little small ones. It's all the different races. make sure to keep. If you're going to cross, you cross because this race is. Appreciate it. So we're going to try to recognize our. Here's the problem. Your winners in your race. Some of these guys out four and then jump straight to one or four. Down men's podium, Jackson, Cameron Powers, Drew there, and right. Jackson Clay racing in the juniors. The junior race, thank you very much, family, friends. Here. The junior race, so multiple race. Looks like that was in the loser scratch that eye of the racer that's towards the front. And welcome. Also, national and international the Fondos. Thank you, sponsor on district. Thank you to manufacturing who sponsored to right party. Gotcha. Got some sportsmanship. Our men's cat 4 second place. Get over, go up there, have a photo, but you win. Race in the race. Like, yeah, beat it. Be up, get his photo, get the award, get the race right now. We'll wait to do it coming up. In here, the 15 and 16, 17 and 8-year-olds, they are part of the American Criterium Cup Series. They are part of those points for the ACC Series. But for the kids, 9 or 1 go. Are you going to? If we have a large group, maybe some older, like 8 or 9, a lot of 8 or 9-year-olds, and then maybe a lot more 4 or 5, we may split it up. But right now, for the time being, just head to Main Street. That's where we're going to be doing our staging for our kids race. Righty. So, counting the clock before we laps down. So, 3 minutes of racing in this 30 minutes. So now we have 6 laps to go. 6 race leaders and everybody. 6 more laps on our field. So, reminder, racers can't give up for podiums. We got parents for the juniors. They are on the podium. Make sure they hang out in the podium. A couple different podiums. We're going to have also tough 16 and 17. Podiums. There's also first year the juniors in Criterium and getting points for the 15, 16, 17 and girls young women and the American Criterium as well. So just a reminder, they can't hear me. They're out and they're working harder than me. But for all the parents and coaches that are on the podium for the junior race, for the 15 and 16 and 17 and 18, full podium, Tulsa. We're now to go. Or it still says. And thank you to all of our great juniors out here, all the great teams, parents. Talk about the weekend warriors, juniors as well. Parents, grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, extended family. Take a chance for these juniors to get out here and you know, have the experience of doing Tulsa Tough. Have an experience of racing crits for the 15 and 16 and 17-year-olds. The fact that now the opportunity to be CC series, you get the national stage and national series for the American Criterium Cup. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go in our junior race. The junior of the juniors up on the Jumbotron. That could have been in the in the kids race. Out here racing with the juniors. His bike is almost as tall as he is, but he's out here climbing Sound Pony Hill. Please, no beer hand-ups, people. These are juniors. Looking at those race leaders for front together there. Okay, Flyers, again, trying to see. I wanted to say 6:14. That is not the number of that one leader in our junior field that's out there. So again, trying to keep out for that as they make another trip around our L car drag race of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Decor coming back. All of the bright yellow, bright pink, like it's Miami Vice. Crispy print out of the Oklahoma City area. Got that great kits there. Got the blue and gold of the Brick Squad out of the 405. Here we are under 5 to go. Next time come the race leader 4 to go. Again, as our fondos keep rolling in, so 8 o'clock start time, I believe, for the fondo this morning. So let's do the math. The ACE participants should already be done. So the ACE, if you're wondering what that is 100 miles doing the Tulsa Fondo in 5 hours. As we now have 4 laps to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. 474. Not on my start list, but he is in the front of this race here for the juniors. 3-1. Gotcha. That is Miguel Hernandez, A1 Mobile Bike Shop. Florida. Again, some of the multiple races are in, so you have numbers. So on the start sheet, but 474, that's Miguel Hernandez, A1 Mobile Bike Shop out of Florida in first place overall for our junior race here. So under 4 to go. So next time, Miguel, it will be 3 to go. Looking backside of the Guthrie Green. Watching them roll on through. We'll continue to send them up 3 more times, actually 4 more times up Sound Pony Hill. And again, a reminder, if you're heading to Main Street later on at the end of the day, at the end of the racing, Big Ride 2024, the after party here on day 2 of taking place. You can go online to www.flywheel.com. They'll have tickets for $10. Packages for $75. I believe are still available. Big Ride 24 party. Gonna have multiples up there as far as entertainers. Girls. Actually, looking up on the Jumbotron, the Big Ride. Flywheel presents. Last year they had Ghostland Observatory. That would have been a great show to see, but it'll be a great show tonight here with Girl Talk Crowd Show. KCRO 3.0. I butchered that twice now. Apologies. Jake. All righty, under 4 to go. We see Hernandez will show 3 to go. But again, after tonight here at the TUL, it's the big ride. Go to wheel.com for tickets. So coming up will be the kids race. If you're here for the kids race, we're staging down at Maiden Street. If you're in the kids race, coming up next, we're down at Main Street. So if you're asking, where's Main Street? Head to the west. Head to the west of our start-finish line. Head west of Guthrie Green, down to the state wheel tent. Go down to the wheel pit. We're going to be staging at Main Street. Main Street in Brady, right down there. It used to be called Brady. But down at Main Street, that is where the tent will be. On that side. Oh, the bikes are on the side. The web knows where our bikes are now. On this side. Alrighty, final 3 laps for our juniors. Again, the overall leader, Miguel Hernandez, racing out of Florida. Next time we see him, we'll see 2 to go. Again, getting to the business end of this one for juniors. A reminder, if you're a parent or a coach and you have any 15 to 16 and 17 to 18-year-olds that are racing, podium for the 15 and 16, 17 and 18 categories, we're all of them up there. We'll be doing 2 podiums. One is the St. Francis Cup podium. One will be the American Criterium Cup podium, as this is the first year the juniors are part of the ACC series, so they're going to get points for the ACC National Series. Again, we'll be looking for Hernandez rolling on through, and he up 2 laps. Will be towards the business end, the penultimate lap of our junior here, as we are into the afternoon. Day number 2, as there Hernandez 331 on the sheets, 474 in your hearts. Hernandez in first, 2 laps to go. The penultimate lap, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Reminder, here the points in the American Criterium Cup. Also, if you're heading over here, 9 and under kids race, we are staging down at Main Street. So head to the west. Down here, and you're just listening to me flap these gums down here. And you're like, "Where's west?" Stare at the sun. Okay, don't stare at the sun. But if you head to the west of Main Street, the state wheel pit. That's where we're doing our staging for our race. Coming up next, but right now down to the final lap and a half of our juniors. Again, lots of action all over this race course. Racers ages of 11 all the way through 18. Some of the juniors have just raced the Cat 4 and won the Cat 4 in the form of Jackson Clary. So multiple skill levels. Coming on up to the final momentarily. We'll be listening for the bell. And again, as we do a little homework here in admin, if you're here for the kids race, it's an A to B drag strip here. Kids race staging down at Main Street, off to the west at the state wheel tent. So we'll be looking for Miguel Hernandez. There he is on cue on the Jumbotron. Looks like he's heading possibly at Sound Pony. Navigating his way. He's going to hit the shadow of 244 momentarily. Second to last trip. Around that corner, the last trip down the hill. And actually, I'm way off. He's actually on a different portion. But when he navigates through, we'll be ringing 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And it is 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1, 2. As he will make his way on the south side of Guthrie Green here in our junior race. One more trip around this course. One more trip up Sound Pony trip. Down past the Tulsa as we are wrapping up our junior race. Final 30 minutes of racing coming too. As we said, Miguel Hernandez on the front of this junior race has already, I think he's in the men's Cat 4 already. Also, he's been doing sub 2-minute laps. We actually, no offense, Cat 4s, he's racing faster than you. As he's looking to maintain that speed to the finish here on the final lap of our junior field. Again, thank you
everybody for out. Come to the barriers, cheer them on. Lots of weekend work by parents. 11-year-olds all the way through 18, navigating their way here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. One final. Again, if kids race 9 and under, if you're here for the kids race, please head down to Main Street. Off to the west of us, Main Street is the staging for our kids race coming up next. We'll look back to the quick trip stream. We see Miguel Hernandez navigating the way. Again, the overall leader in the race, also in his age group category. And again, we'll be recognizing multiple podiums for the juniors. We'll be recognizing also for your 15 and 16 and 17 and 18-year-olds. If you're a parent or a coach, keep them here. We got 2 podiums, the St. Francis Tulsa Tough podium and the American Cup podium. One to go. 1, 2, go. Final lap. As we are finishing it on up. 1 to go. Hernandez, arms in the air. Overall, winner here in the juniors. And like I said, smoking hot as we finish up our race. So a reminder, if you're crossing in at any of our official race crossing sections, pay attention to the marshals. They're here to protect the racers first and foremost. As the racers are working harder than you are, do not interrupt their work zone. All right, as we finish up the junior, congratulations, our finish to roll on through the final lap, wrapping it up here on our junior event. Great what FC Tulsa here. Again, you look at all of the great Tulsa Bone and Joint Fish partner, Bass Bank. The Bass Bank Sound Sunday, Crybaby Hill. You got to say to the Williams Company. This is again final lap. Congratulations, sprinting on out, finishing up the race here at the 2024 edition. If you're here for the kids race, you should be off on Main Street. So if you head off to the west, be at Main Street. That is where we're today. We're not going to make the laps around Bixby Intermediate. Malcolm, more of a heart. Chris Clark, those guys, sincere guy in the parking lot. They are cooking the hot dogs and ham for a donation and it goes to Oklahoma. But that being said, we are staging our kids race coming up momentarily as we'll be going west to east, starting off down at Main Street. We'll determine how many kids we have, and also maybe a bunch of 9-year-olds and a bunch of 5-year-olds. We may stagger the start. We may put the 9-year-olds, make them go all the way back to Tulsa Theater. Who knows? I don't know, Malcolm. Come do a lap. Just kidding. Again, if you're a parent and you're coming back down here towards the finish line looking to catch a kid, you're not going to catch them because they're going to be gone. But once we get past the finish line truss, hang a left-hand turn, and we're going to go to the Brainerd Family Festival. So it's right here in the middle of the Guthrie Green. So the kids race, they'll go A to B with a 90-degree left-hand turn to take them on in to the Brainerd Family Festival. So right now we are staging. We'll look down to our great marshals and volunteers down there. We talk about herding cats when it comes to trying to do the scoring. Tanner Colbreth with those transponders and all the different junior categories. Here's real herding of cats. It's like wait for the gun, wait for the whistle, wait, just wait. No way. Got to all start at the same time. A lot of anxious kids down there. We're gonna see some Spider-Man helmets. We'll see some Batman helmets. We'll see some guys that got spikes on their helmets. I think that's illegal, but this is not a USAC sanctioned race, so I think they can go Mad Max Road Warrior with the spikes on the helmet. But again, the kids race coming on up. So again, as we navigate getting all of our kids racers on out and get them lined up, we'll wait for the official whistle and we'll see them get shot out of the can. And again, if you're here waiting on the kids, go past the finish line. They're going to go all the way past our St. Francis Tulsa Tough finish line truss, and they're going to make a left-hand turn into the Brainerd Family
festival over in the middle of the Guthrie Green. Representing or recognizing that is our Cat 4 podium momentarily. We're going to let our kids race, and then right after that we will be doing our Cat 4 podium. Just moments away from the start of our kids race, getting them lined up. Some will have clip-ins. Probably most of them don't. They're not quite that adventurous yet to have clip-ins on their bikes. There'll be some training wheels on some. You're definitely going to have the superhero helmets. Plenty of Spider-Man, plenty of Batman. And again, I'm talking about those illegal helmets with the spikes. Warrior Mad Maxes. Also amongst the our racers rolling on through. We got Grogu, Baby Yoda in the house on his Spider-Man bike. We got Unicorn sighting, another Unicorn sighting. We've got Dad some video in. Got easy, Shane, easy. Heart rate for Crybaby Hill. So I am as informed as normal. I'm not paying attention. We got a third wave. So we're gonna finish and clear out. Turn on to Cam Fest at the Gun to Cam Fest at the Guthrie Green, and then we hit the west here, Oklahoma, 97 degree day, and now we're gonna the future of America. Kids, I don't know. A lot of people got a lot of kids. Got two. They haven't raced yet, so we'll be over here. Brother, sister, sibling rivalry. All types of. At the 2020 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Paparazzi, no paparazzi. You gotta have all the cameramen. The cameraman, no paparazzi for our kids. They'll be asking for Facebook accounts if they find out you're taking photos of Francis Tulsa. And we are underway. Up out of the saddle. I'm a little proud of this one. That's my Cora. I know. Who sound pony? There's one of those mad road warriors with the spikes on the head. And man, I'm just left and right. We got a wave of kids. This one, though, the previous one cleared out a little faster. So now we've got the future of the future in cycling, and our final wave of 9 and under kids. I'm just gonna go to sleep. This has been the most exciting and exciting part of the day. Is the kids race here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Now we're talking about the people that have seen some stuff live. These are your 9. Who cares about the little brother? He's 6. He doesn't understand the new math. Neither does mom and dad. Mom and dad don't understand the new math either. At this point, we may have a shotgun start. You don't need whistles. These kids are old enough. We may have to check to make sure there's. And we are underway, I think, for the last wave of our kids' race. And if I'm wrong, I don't care. Bring them on. Love it. Keep the kids coming. Sprint to the line. Taking it. We got an Alpecin jersey. Helmet. Dynamic. We've got the Brick Squad out of the Oklahoma 405. People working harder than you are. Let these kids you appreciate how hard and this kid ain't a kid. 28, I think he's DQ. All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate all parents, everyone else on recognizing our kids. Didn't know we were gonna go 4 waves. That's awesome. That means you got enough kids, you gotta go 4 waves. Yeah, I think we got a bright future in this sport. All righty, we're gonna recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. We only let them sit out in the sun for so long. We'll now recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. In third place, bib number 652, it's Drew LaFannon. Bib 665, making his way onto the top step, it's Cameron Bowers. And doubling up his Cat 4 and his junior racing pedigree here, top step, Jackson Clary. So you're 3 here in our men's 4, Jackson Clary, Cameron Powers, and Drew LaFannon, 1, 2, and 3 in our men's Cat 4. So a little breather here as we're going to have our next race coming up in about 7 minutes. Our Masters A. If you've come out here before, you know I've flapped these gums year after year. And I'll tell you what, one thing I wax poetic probably way too much about is the Masters A. It's my favorite race. It's Cat 1, Cat 2, and it is chock full of former international champions, former pros, current national champions on certain master categories. And I wax poetic annually for the Masters A race. Coming up next at 2:25.
Good slice of pizza.
Is it good?
We come with quick trip to get the coffee and the hot chocolate.
I love their pretzels. And they got bomb taquitos.
That too.
She likes your taquitos.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese, like my favorite thing.
I'm from New York, so this is like a big bodega here.
I mean, y'all hot dog is the best.
It's just something about it.
Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
Again, a couple moments away, 2:25 start time. We should already be staging for our Masters A. Masters A, 40 plus, Cat 1, Cat 2, a who's who of American cycling heroes. So many Stars and Stripes jerseys, Stars and Stripes bands on the jerseys on their arms. That's coming up next, our Masters A race at 2:25. A reminder tonight, come on up to the Big Ride. Go to flywheel.com to buy your tickets as it's the 2024 edition of Big Ride. Groucho, Girl Talk, DJ K-Rock 3.0. That'll be your entertainment tonight at the Flywheel Presents the Big Ride 2024 edition, the after party on Saturday night at Tulsa Tough. It's over on Main Street, over on the west side. Across the street, on the west side compared to Kane's Ballroom. So really, it's on the side of the street next to just pop music. Big field, big party there. It's the official after party. I mean, there's plenty of unofficial after parties. I'll see some of you fools up the hill at Sound Pony, for sure. But the official after party is the big ride. Girl Talk Groucho, DJ K-Rock 3.0 are your entertainment tonight. Last year it was Ghostland Observatory Laser Beams. This year, Girl Talk Groucho and DJ K-Rock 3.0 tonight at flywheel.com. As we roll up our Masters A, another triple-digit day, another triple-digit race. Over 100 racers registered for our Masters A. As I said, a wax poetic nonstop. It's my favorite race every year at Tulsa Tough. The content of champions. I'm talking about you, Chad K. The content of, and also the Feldman fan clubs here, Mr. Cagle. The Feldmans are here in full force.
Start with 1 foot down, right? Isn't that the rule there? No?
So we are a couple minutes away. We'll wait for our race officials to kind of roll on over. We also got to figure the clock out. Alrighty, wait a couple moments here as we wait for USA Cycling officials to get things sorted out here before we send the gentlemen out. 105 racers. I'm a rider. These are racers. 105 racers on the start list. Here on 60 minutes of fun, pain and suffering. Fun, pain and suffering. Day 2, Tulsa Tough. You guys have an hour of racing ahead of you. We're going to have 3 officials here for you. 3 $100 cash premiums. We'll be ringing those bells. Letting you know it's Preem. Again, we talk about kind of a who's who, looking out. Meteor out of Arkansas, racing with the pink kits. Monster Media, Monster Cadence, they switched a little bit. Philip Tinsman, former champion. Usually you see Philip, he's chewing on gum. It looks like he's chewing on a railroad tie. Just chomping. You know he's focused. We're going to send you off on the whistle as we are moments away. Just sending our 105 brave souls here to Masters A out here on day number 2, FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. We are underway. We are got it started here. Plenty of stars and stripes in this field. Former champion. current champions. A lot of masters right there. Chad Cagle racing local legs here. Time Tulsa Tough Master. Now racing with Monster Kings. Those same guys out of California. Chris Markey. This year. He's been a guy in the past who's also been a former champion. Got Rasan Bahai, former pro. He's also in this field. I think he's racing with Texas Roadhouse. But we're underway. Opening lap here, 50 seconds in. It is a 60. Looking back to last year's results on Saturday, we will have a new champion this year, Austin Edgar, racing with Cure, Race for the Cure. Vincent Anthony Jewelers, not in the race here in 2024. Austin Edgar, last year's champion, had a pretty big crash down at Pace Bend. I believe it's Pace Bend. Either that or the Davy Crockett down in Texas. Basically taking him out of racing here this year, so unable to defend his championship in the Masters A. Looking at the rest of the podium last year, Matthew Winstead with Texas Roadhouse in second, in third. That was your podium last year. As we have lap one done, as it will be the pink kits of Meteor. Get JP Bryant out of Kansas racing his first opening lap here. The first one's done and dusted. They ran this at about 150. So we had talked about as these laps get faster and faster, the further the day we go, and it's a perfect example of it. Almost opening lap here in our Masters race. So again, some of those champions. Talk about last year, Austin Edgar. On Saturday and Sunday, Matthew finished second on Saturday, finished first on Sunday last year. A lot of these names, so we're going through this. You see a Matt Ankney with on. There was a year when Chad Cagle, Matt Ankney, guys racing with Throwback Racing, and they kind of unofficially, officially with Tulsa Wheelman in the middle of a race. Been this stretch where he and Philip, those guys, Michael had won all last year. And this day, 6 years ago maybe, and it was unbelievable. It got so. How does it be now on Yankees of the world? Those guys, Oklahoma City, they got to the front, and also some of the Monster Media leaders, they got to the field. Next, brought back in. So they had lapped the field, got brought back in, and so final 10 laps, it was confusion. We're trying to identify it. Ends up there were about 5 or 6 racers that were one lap up on. They were in. So it's almost like they were showing during that entire final couple laps. Again, one of those iconic races. Last couple years, we've seen Chad Cagle coming back in front. Some of the local champions. Last year, it was Austin Edgar with Cura. But again, my favorite race every year, and just the number of stars and stripes you'll see. And again, last year, we didn't see, I don't think Monster team here to Tulsa here race for Monster Elite. Now, it's like a Monster Cadence Racing. They got the green and blue, and definitely some guys out for a previous multiple-time champion, Philip Tinson. Here comes the Land Rover, courtesy of John Thornton Automotive Group. As we were talking about racing out of the Kansas area, and out of Topeka. The crux, we call it Christmas. The 3 days of Tulsa Tough here in our 18th edition. Getting it started way back in 2006. Changes up towards the front. I believe that may be some racers from our Tennessee team. Catch that bib number momentarily. Could be Brian Funston racing with Mark Bensdorf, BBC Cycling out of Tennessee. 424, and that exactly who it is, Brent Funston, Tennessee racer. We've seen Mark Spensdorf racing team, been very active in some of the earlier races. Alrighty, without further ado, we will recognize our female 15 to 16 podium. In third place, racing with Team Crispy Print, it's Carly Bearden. In second place with the OK Flyers, it's Elizabeth Hernandez. And taking a step on the podium as her teammate in third, but in the first place position, it's Jocelyn Wright with Team Crispy Print. Congratulations again to our junior female 15 to 16 podium, Jocelyn Wright, Elizabeth Hernandez, and Carly Bearden. And we'll keep them right there as it's going to be the American Criterium Cup. I believe we're going to get the jersey, the Tulsa Tough jersey on, race leader jersey, and then after that we will do, if I get a thumbs up, yep, after that we will do our American Criterium Cup podium as well. So, 12:21 here. Looking back to the Jumbotron as we watch our race leaders make that left-hand turn next to the Tulsa Theater and navigating their way towards us as we're going to have an Omnia racer here off the front. That's an early dig there. That's Chad Cagle. Feldman cheering squad out here for Chad Cagle, bib number 358, former champion, as he's taken the first, he's the first one to take the early flyer here in our Masters A race. So we do have 3 preems we're going to throw on out. We'll wait for a little bit. All right, we have 3 of them. We'll be waiting maybe a lap or 2, but we'll get the first one, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, coming on up. Again, we were talking about Bicycles of Tulsa, Smith Farm and Garden, some of these great sponsors that have been here all the way since 2006. You know, we always give a shout out to Bicycles of Tulsa. Todd Swain, he was racing for BOT for a while. Now he's racing for Cura, Race for the Cure, powered by Vincent Anthony Jewelers. But he's still co-owner at Bicycles of Tulsa. Been there 28 years. Him along with Scott X. 26 years for Scott X, also co-owner, as we said, with Todd. Lots of history. I bought my first bike in 2010 from Todd and Scott. LA Elite. I did 2 road races. One of those being the hills and climbs of Tall Chief up at Skytook Lake and the dam north of us. That was good for just the dad Thursday night beer ride after that. But again, thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa, one of our great sponsors, especially when it comes to the cash greens. So new names and faces to the front. Looking back, Chad Cagle taking that early flyer, but they brought it back in. The Don Thornton Automotive Group Land Rover rolls on through. And a long, thin line here. A new name here. That is going to be, actually not a new name. That is 458. That is our gentleman we mentioned earlier, I believe, out of California. Yeah, Mark Tucker, Bellow Kings Racing. So Mark Tucker back to the front. He has a Texas Roadhouse racer setting in second wheel right behind him. Haven't seen Monster Cadence yet. We talked about a lot of the history, the pedigree that the former Monster Media Elite, now Monster Cadence cycling team out of California had. I say California, the old Heister used to race for him, was out of Alabama. But haven't really seen anything early on here from them as we're 15 minutes and about 25% in for our Masters A race. So Chad Cagle also back up towards the front. So Chad Cagle, he's a powerhouse, we know. He put the Omnia in and out towards the front. He's raced, got back into racing the Masters A. He's been racing the Cat 1, 2 a couple times last couple of years here at Tulsa Tough. Definitely someone to mark whenever he comes off the front, which is exactly what this peloton did a couple laps ago. So I think it's about time that we, for my man Ken the Viking, we're going to ring a bell, Ken. I would say let's do a preem here. It'll be a $100 cash preem courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa next time they come through. So just join us. Where the heck have you been? You've missed a full half day of racing, but the good news is we take it into the 8 o'clock hour. So if you're wondering why are you going to talk about ringing the bell, there's plenty of time left. It's the race within the race. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 preem, $100 preem, $100 preem. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. And just on cue, Owen Schott with Velo Brew Cycling Club out of Florida. A nice move to go off the front. Looks like he will be marked by a monster Cadence cycling racer in that green and blue. Trying to get the number. It's not Philip Tinsman. But right now, Owen Schott with a little bit of a fortuitous moments when he went on his attack. Happened to be just whenever we rang the bell for our first of our three Masters A Preems. The first one, a $100 cold hard cash Preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So we talked about Monster Cadence. I had lots of pretty strong riders up here, racers in this field, trying to see exactly the number of who this racer is. But the thing is, he's not really going to want to work. Frankie up here. Here's the thing: pretty racers, some race team leaders. Yeah. And he's going to try to take the cash. He was not going to take a pull until late. Made that left-hand turn. That's going to be 364. That's Randall Coxworth, another one of our returning podium finishers for Monster Cadence in years past. So Randall Coxworth racing out of California with that monster racing team. He takes the $100 cash Preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So we talked about some of these racers for some of the teams more domestiques. I tell you what, you look at some of the names for Monster Racing, there are guys that have won this race before, so they kind of got super domestiques in a way. So in that one, not only did Randall Coxworth be able to go out and reach out and kind of down a breakaway by Owen Schott, not only did he won a cash to see a bicycle comes to be finished out. So Owen Schott and Randall Coxworth, two-man breakaway there. But again, if you're Coxworth, you're not really going to work all that much because you know you have a lot of firepower. Plus, you also know you're only 19 minutes into this 60-minute race. We're going to toss out a couple more Preems anyway. So we'll be shaking up the action over the final 41 minutes-ish of this race. Fast laps, well under 2 minutes, and then the first 5 laps in under 9 minutes. So definitely the skill level is ratcheting up as we get towards the back half here. Masters A, Men's Cat 3, Men's Cat 1 and 2, the Women's Pro and the Men's Pro races to finish us out on day 2 to take us into the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, though, it is early on, almost 20 minutes in, not quite halfway on our Masters A. So our 2-man breakaway is now ballooned up to about a 5-man breakaway. Trying to give an eye on 430. That's Brian Hill, Texas Roadhouse Cycling. He's now moved his way up in that group of 5. Kind of a lone rider there, kind of sitting 6th wheel. We almost had a crash here. Coming through the finish line, they locked up the wheels, but luckily nobody went down at high rates of speed here as they finished up another lap. So, again, trying to go back and give you an idea here. We know that we got Owen Schott up there. We know that we have the racer out of Tennessee, Brian Funston. You got Randall Coxworth. Got Brian Hill. I believe that's our 5. That is our 5 there. So Brian Hill with Texas Roadhouse. Those are your 5 racers at the front. They make that turn onto Cameron, shadow of 244. Plenty of room, only the 5 racers there. So no need to worry about elbow to elbow and racers being moved off into the hay bales on the right side there in the shadow of 244. But still have a here at the notorious TUL, getting close to the midway point here of our Masters A race. Talking about that group of 5, but they're kind of looking over their shoulder. A little group of 3, little mini chase, the second group on the road, trying to bridge on up as the Land Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive, There goes the race leaders, those 5. Now, I'm interested here in this second group of 3, as that is going to be the Drew Christopher, and then it's going to be Omnia. That is going to be, that's probably Chad Cagle. I think it's 358. So that group of 2 is now just, group of 3 now down to 2. Drew Christopher, the Drucifer, trying to bridge up to that group of 5 to make it 6. And if he looks over his shoulder, if that is Omnia's Chad Cagle behind him, maybe wait a half step. The 2 of them could work together and make that 5-man group a 7-man group up front. They'll make that right-hand turn and head up Main Street. Looking back, the main part of the peloton, the back tail of it, just now making turn number 2 on the backside of the Guthrie Green. A reminder that the Bearden Family Festival is over here at the Guthrie Green. You can head on over. Plenty of family-friendly activities here, courtesy of Brainerd Chemical. Apologies to the Burnmans or the Brainards. Podium getting ready for juniors coming up. Will be our junior 15 to 16. So a couple things on this. Not only is it the Tulsa Tough podium, we'll have the Tulsa Tough race leader jersey, but also we'll recognize them for the American Criterium Cup. First year that the juniors are part of it. So this is the first race of the ACC. So they're at the top of the standings. Speaking of top of the standings, top 5 rolling on through here. Again, I thought maybe Drew Christopher and Chad Cagle were going to be able to work together to catch that front 5. But this is a long gap here from 5 all the way back to 6. And it is a solo effort still going on by the Drucifer. Drew Christopher. And actually, that is Matt Ankney. So Matt Ankney with Omni, he was the second racer trying to bridge on up. Also rolling through, that's 428. That is going to be one of our BMC Walmart racers. That's Brent Grist, another familiar name in these Masters races here, coming over from Northwest Arkansas, and the BMC Walmart team. So we hadn't really talked about the chase clock, but tell you what, it seems like the lead's getting more and more here. Not a lot of impetus in that peloton. And you got some heavy hitters up there in that top 5. You got Monster Cadence represented. You have the Tennessee team represented. You got Texas Roadhouse. Come on, it's kind of interesting here. Some strong names, some guys that have been on podiums here at Tulsa Tough, but maybe not the 5 selection point or the 5 in the selection group that we thought we would have. Owen Schott still up there in that front group with Velo Brew Cycling. Again, making sure I get our recognition for the Tennessee racer. Brian Funston, 424. Mark Spensdorf, BPC Cycling out of Tennessee. And we have some racers down, a big coming together. Only good news on that, you may say, is it's an uphill section. The only uphill section here on the course. They were heading up Main Street towards Sound Pony, but a good 10 to 15 racers that look like maybe on the ground. Slow-mo instant replay on the Jumbotron. Looking to see if right there in the middle, touching the wheels about a third way in. Some racers going down hard though. Even though it was uphill, they really hadn't started to climb. So it was still a high rate of speed on that section of Main Street. So we have 2 more preems to go. It's probably, may wait just a little bit, maybe another lap to kind of let things settle out. We kind of figure out what's going on with the crash. But our chasers, and the chasers being the peloton, they have caught up to our main group. Looks like maybe Rashan Bahati caught up in that crash. We still have plenty of laps left, so if anybody in the crash having a mechanical, saw one of the racers with a flat tire, they're heading back down Main. There's still plenty of time for those racers involved in that crash to come back down to Main Street here and come to the State Wheel tent to be able to get feathered back in.
Halfway down the hill.
They appear to be riding really slow.
Without further ado, let's represent and recognize. Well, I'm not going to represent. They represented and recognize our junior 15 to 16 boys podium here on day 2 at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. In third place, racing with play try, it's Aditya Joshi. In second, in our 15 to 16 junior category, Miguel Davis. And making his way to the top step, your men's Cat 4 champion and your junior 15 to 16 champion, Jackson Clary, racing with Midwest Evo. So again, congratulations to our junior 15 to 16 podium. This is also, we'll have a chance to put on the jersey there, the St. Francis jersey. Don't go anywhere, gentlemen, because you also are going to be our podium for the ACC Junior Standings opening race of the American Criteria Cup here in 2024. And you are sitting 1, 2, and 3 in the points at the top of the ACC Junior Standings, Clary, Davis, and Josie. So all coming back together, as we mentioned, but again, a little bit of a gap. Tell you what, every time you think that they're just going to bring them back in, it opens back up. We looked at the Jumbotron and the fearsome fivesome, Coxworth, Schott, Hall, Funston, and I'm missing one as well in there. Those 5 racers, they've been towards the front or off the front for a lot of this race here. As we near the midway point, I think it's about time to throw out a preem. We need to see what the chase clock is, though. How big is this lead? Do we preem everyone or do we preem the field? As we take a look, we know that some of these competitors in the top 5, they have teammates back in the field. So really, there's no real effort to make the attack. So let's put an effort in for some of the free agents, some of the solo artists that are back there in that peloton. So we're going to do a preem, but it's going to be a field preem. So we're going to do a field preem as we're going to roll on through the Land Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. We'll roll through our fearsome fivesome as we near the midway point, showing them they got 17 laps to go. As we start navigating from the clock counting up to the laps counting down. But here we are, we're going to recognize the field. The field is going to be the $100 preem. $100 preem coming up for the field. It'll be a preem lap. You ask what's going on with the preem. It's a race within the race. Right now, it's kind of a big lead for the racers off the front. Throw in a preem for the field. The field's going to start sprinting. They're going to put some extra effort, increasing the speed. We see Team Meteor, the Meteor race team, come to the front. And we're going to go $100 preem, field preem, field preem, field preem, field preem. Field preem, field preem, field preem. Alan Abel got the Stars and Stripes jersey up there with the Meteor race team as well towards the front. The pink jerseys of the Meteor as it's a field preem, field preem, field preem. $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So again, glad we're recognizing a lot of our junior podiums. We've got a couple more to go. We'll wait to get the thumbs up to let us know who we have coming up next. But right now, it is a field preem. $35 seconds. 35 seconds is that lead for the 5 off the front. The Meteor, because they have a field preem, up out of the saddle, looking to press it as they head up Sound Pony Hill. But if you look off to the west, our fearsome fivesome making that left-hand turn. They're going to roll through and we'll show 16 to go. All righty, 16 to go, 16 to go, 16 to go. We'll start the chase clock and we got about 35 seconds. So which feet? Boys and girls? All righty, next up we'll do our junior 10 to 14 podium. In third place with the OK Flyers, Benny Croft. In second with Desert Fox Racing, that is Jorge Medina Hernandez. And in first with Stoic, it's Tozer Jones. Looking back, this is a field preem sprint. Jenna will be 14. That is Lee Bumgardner, Slow Twitch, Good Life Racing. That's another name that we've called year after year. And we're at about 40 seconds, maybe 38, just under 40. So the 5 racers at the front have extended the lead by a couple seconds on a preem lap. So the opposite happened. Our intent was we preemed the field to try to cut back and narrow down that gap, and instead the 5 off the front increased their lead by a couple seconds. Again, congratulations to our junior boys podium, 10 to 14. Tozer Jones, Jorge Medina Hernandez, and Benny Croft, 1, 2, and 3. Tozer aimed for the flat top. Jones with Stoic Race Team taking the win. So with our race leaders down towards the finish line, we should be taking another lap down, and we will. 15 laps to go. Hall, Schott, Funston, Coxworth, and our 5th one, I've been leaving out Mark Tucker. Can't forget Mark Tucker. He's been very active in this race. You're 5 at the front. Coxworth, Hall, Tucker, Funston, and Schott. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. In that 5-man group, they had gone up and increased the lead up to about 30 seconds or so. 25, 30, 35, 37, 30. You talk about just increasing it. We'll find out this time around, though. Did the effort on the preem, even though it didn't really bring any time back on that previous lap, has the peloton settled into a routine? And maybe are they able to cut some of that time down and see if the 5-man group, here's the thing, that 5-man group, they're working together. There's nobody tail gunning in that small group of 5, just missing poles so far. Now, we still have 14 and a half laps to go, so that's one of the reasons why. Alrighty, once again, thank you to all the great sponsors providing, along with the volunteers, Tulsa Tough here in the 18th edition. FC Tulsa, our main sponsor here on Saturday. The FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. As we clean up the backside of the race course. As here comes the fearsome 5-some again. Tucker, Schott, Funston, Hall, and Coxworth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not in that order, mind you. As they navigate turn number 1, 14 to go. I don't. Alrighty, without further ado, we do have 2 of the 3 podium finishes for our boys, 17-18 junior men. We'll get this underway. In 3rd place, racing with GP Velotech, it's Joseph Brindley. In 2nd place with Hub Youth Cycling, Graham Houskin. And your overall junior winner and winner of the 17-18 group, racing with Miami A1 Mobile Bike Shop, it is Miguel Hernandez. Hernandez, Houskin, and Brindley, 1, 2, and 3. So also with the Tulsa Tough podium here for Hernandez, Houskin, and Brindley. Sorry, Joseph. 1, 2, and 3. Not only there are our Tulsa Tough podium, there also are ACC points leaders here after the first race of the series at Tulsa Tough. Looking at our Masters leaders here, 5 at the front. It is a 1, 13 laps. 13 laps to go. We'll get reset here. A lot of stuff going on, trying to recognize all of the junior podiums. And now that we've gotten those taken care of and recognizing all of those junior racers, these future pros possibly out of this contingent, we're going to get our eyes back to the race here. The Fearsome Feisome off the front. Some former podium and former winners in that group. Randall Coxworth among those with Monster Cadence. But man, I got this chase clock here and we are well over 30 seconds again. I tell you what, looking back, our field has not even made the turn past the Tulsa Theater, and we have seen the race leaders already on the main street. 55 seconds. We have got that lead up to 55 seconds. So, of course, the question is, you got 13 laps to go. You've done 2 of your 3 preems. When are you going to toss out the final $100 preem? That is for us to know and for you to find out. But the question is, when do we roll it out? And who do we roll it out to? We've already done a field preem, but I tell you what, this 5-man group working so well together up front, is this one of those deals where you say, we got to give it to them and let it work out? We will find out. So 55 seconds as the peloton rolls through. Chris DeMarchi there, racing with Monster Cadence Cycling out of California. Again, another former champion. I believe he may have won the 1-2 race all the way back in 2006. He was definitely in the 1-2, the pro field, way back in the day. Racing here in the Masters. All right, I do stand corrected. We do have one more junior podium, our under 10 podium, coming up in just a second. It's the Brick Squad representing. So in our junior boys under 10, representing the Brick Squad, it's a family affair. In third place, Dylan Cifuentes. In second, Giancarlo Cifuentes. And in first, it's Joel Cifuentes. Cifuentes times 3. Your under 10 podium junior field with the time trial helmet to boot. Joel, Giancarlos, and Dylan Cifuentes, 1, 2, and 3. So Masters A down to under 12 laps to go. And one final preem. We're going to wait it out. A couple more laps. The deal is, it's over a minute now. 1:10. We've already done a field preem. We did an early preem when it was just a 2-man break. We'll talk about it more, but I got to think. You got to recognize these 5 racers that are together up the front, putting on this great effort, great show. I mean, they're all 5 different teams here, the 5 different racers, but they're working together to extend this lead to 1 minute and 10 seconds. And this is after 40 minutes of racing in this Oklahoma heat, as we get down to 12 laps to go in the Masters A. The wind has picked up out of the west. Last night we saw it definitely in some of the exposed areas in the Blue Dome. If you were sitting at the front, you were eating a couple more watts. Oh, we're calling for the money. That means I'm going to make you wait even longer. The final preem. Don't know if that was Owen's shot or not. That was maybe 458. No, that's a Murphy. Not Murphy, sorry, Mark Tucker. Velo Kings Racing. So there we are, well over 1 minute. 1:10 is the lead. And so, I mean, we already were kind of leaning towards doing the preem, towards the front 5 up. The front 5, who are, like I said, 70 seconds is that lead here. Not quite half a lap. No, actually, over a little half a lap. We're averaging well under 2 minutes, as we do see some of the Team Sound Pony, Who Are We racers coming to the front. Actually, one. That's the Berg, Kayleen Carlberg. He led out Austin Edgar's victory last year in 2023. I see you, Austin. I see you. Plenty of shout-outs for our 2023 Masters A champion. Working on his road to recovery for 2025. But whenever our race leaders roll through, we'll see 10 to go and we are going to give the preem to them, but we'll wait a lap or two. But once again, what's kind of left over of our field, we start off at 105. Still a decent amount. That's still a pretty large peloton altogether. Not fracturing there, but the thing is, they haven't fractured, but they've lost more and more time to the 5 racers up front. So possibly, and I tell you what, so Chad Cagle moved to the front for Omni. He's looking around. He's trying to find some of the other heavy hitters up there, saying, are we going to do anything? Are we going to move? The Meteor had some guys up. I think maybe JP, the Rocket up there. But they did not really want to engage. So Chad Cagle, maybe some frustration by some of those leaders up at the front saying, guys, you've continued to let them get away. There's 10 laps to go. Are we even going to do it? Speaking of doing it, we have under 10 laps to go as we're going to watch our race leaders go on the backside of the Guthrie Green. Next time they roll through, we will ring the bell for our final preem lap, and it will be for our 5 off the front. The fearsome fivesome that is. Monster Cadence, Randall Coxworth, Brad Hall, Brian Hill. Golly, apologies to the Hill family. Been calling him the wrong name all day. Brian Hill, Texas Roadhouse Cycling. We talked about Mark Tucker, Velo Kings Racing, and Owen Schott, racing with Velo Brew Cycling Club. Those are your 5 there at the front. It was 1 minute and 10 seconds last time through. And they've done enough work here that we are definitely going to be ringing the bell. Oh, come on, man. You're asking for it too much. Mr. Mark Tucker, are you actually going to sprint for this one? As we will be ringing a bell coming up for our third and final preem of our Masters A race. All this talk for 458 Mark Tucker, and we're going to we'll let him engage and see if his legs can back up his mouth, as we'll be doing a $100 cash preem next time our race leaders roll on through. And again, showing you how big a lead this is. Our peloton just now rolling through to show 10 to go, and our race leaders making their way already down the hill. Don't know, there's a chance they may catch them in the final 9 laps.
Yeah, they are hauling the bell, aren't they?
But we're gonna ring the bell. So it's important to get the preem lap here. Preem. Come on, Mark Tucker. Put your money where your mouth is. Oh, wait, we're going to put your mouth where the money. Oh, we're butchering that one bad there, Mark Tucker. But you got your wish. A $100 preem for our racers at the front. They've been off the front for so long, well over 70-second lead. They continue to grow it, and now they have the third and final preem lap of our Masters A race here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Top. It is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. And we are on a preem lap, the third and final lap, and next time we see the race leaders roll through, somebody will have a $100 cash preem, courtesy of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Volunteers, and those 5 racers will see 8 to go. So we talked about how much they've worked together. They've definitely slowed down a little bit. Mark Tucker egging it on to get the preem, and here it is. Owen Schott, Coxworth, Hill. And once again, it's important to get Brian Hill's name right and not call him Brad Hall or whoever else I called him. It's Brian Hill and his wife. They are the owner-operators of the Sunny King Criterium down in Alabama. One of our top races in the American crit scene. Brian up there in this 5-man group that will see 8 laps to go next time they roll on through, and one of them will be $100 richer. Randall Coxworth, he's been setting back the last little bit, last lap or so, sitting about third or fourth, I'll say fourth wheel. But now he's moved up to third, trying to save some of those legs to try to win his second preem of this race as he won the opening Bicycles of Tulsa $100 cash preem. Trying to make it 2 for 3 with our final one here in our Masters A race. So he'll make the left-hand turn. Waiting, Funston sitting there looking over his shoulder. We'll look at the Land Rover as they're going to come to the line. Waiting, Tucker looking over his shoulder. And they're going to let him have it. Hey, takes the cash. Mark Tucker, I don't know if you earned that or they gave it to you, buddy, but you are $100 richer, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Fool me once, shame on me. But I got to tell you, enough work they've done. Reward that 5-man breakaway here, as we are now down to under 8 laps to go as they make their way on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So looking at our peloton there, moving towards the front. Omnia, Chad Cagle up there in it, Monster Cadence, the Meteor. But again, they're moving towards the front. These are teams at the front of the peloton that are not in the breakaway, but not many numbers at the front to really put any type of attack into it. So again, the big lead, well over 60 seconds for our 5 off the front as we now go under 8 to go. So the pelotons rolled on the backside of the Guthrie Green, right in front of Griffin Communications on turn number 2. They've all kind of settled back in. There was a kind of a mid-pack crash about 5 or 6 laps ago. Everybody, it looks like, got feathered back in. We did not see any racers possibly DNF in there, but definitely been a clean race, fast race. But again, only really fast for the 5 off the front. Not really have seen anything when it comes to like trying to draw it back. And now with 7 laps to go, whenever those race leaders roll on through, really, you're kind of just competing for minor payout points. You're not even going to have any type of podium, obviously, with the 5 men off the front. And the thing is, they're definitely not working as hard, not doing some of the same rotations earlier. But that said, still 6 down to the on the of the course to make that right-hand turn. As you look on the Jumbotron, you'll see the William K. Warren Foundation, one of our great sponsors here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Of course, FC Tulsa, the local soccer club, football, playing their games over at One Oak, or Antioch, I think. Who said that? No, I know it's One Oak. Somebody, we've had a couple moments, like Glenn Fry and the Eagles came through and he called it the Antioch, and you're like, come on, man, if you're going to pander, at least get it right when you pander to the locals. So 7 laps to go as we'll look at the Shadow of 244. Again, probably playing this up way too much. In years past, we had tons of crashes at the top of Main Street, making that left-hand turn onto Cameron. There are hay bales there, especially when they did the OK Pop Museum remodel. Actually, not remodel, when they were building it, you had some construction barriers pushed out, so it was very narrow. And riders, once again, you're hitting the top of the hill, you're breathing out your eyeballs, and you make that left-hand turn, and momentum, especially if you're 4 or 5 wide, would carry you to the right side. You'd hit that curve and go into the hay bales. Have not seen a lot of that stuff in this year's race. In fact, even last year, I don't remember any crashes happening up there on that curb in what I call the Shadow of 244. So, 6 laps to go for our race leaders. We got bamboozled. We got some tomfoolery. We were fooled by the 5 guys off the front, just handing the preem to them. And now they're going to get down to the final 6 to compete for the top 3 steps in our Masters A field. Masters A racing for 60 minutes. We got started at 2:25, and we actually do kind of split up the payouts. We have 25 different places to get paid, 20 in the ones, 5 in the twos, $1,500, a large prize pool here. $1,500 pool they split up for our Masters A between those 25 top racers, 20 in the ones and the top 5 in the twos. Field limit's 100, but hey, it's Tulsa Tough. We allowed them to have a couple extra as we rolled out 105 on the registration start list. But again, down to the final, it'll be the final 5 laps coming on up. So looking back to the peloton as they make their way here onto the finishing stretch, they are a good half a lap back. So it probably isn't 110 anymore, as Meteor actually will go off the front. So we finally have an attack coming out of the peloton. maybe too little too late, but trying to get some podium spots, not podium spots, sorry, getting maybe top 10 money as 115 is that lead. So they've slowed down a little bit, but still maintaining a 75-second lead are our 5 racers at the front. Now a little bit of a move, that may be Owen's shot here with just over 5 to go. He's decided, hey, we played nice for long enough. We're gonna make the move. Again, I think that is number 454, Velo Brew Cycling's Owen Schott. And that's exactly what it is. So Owen Schott, the first salvo here, the first move, fires the first shot. Out of this 5-man group, the fearsome fivesome starting to break up, not working together anymore as they get to the final 5 laps. Here comes Schott, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Look back, nobody is on the front gas to attack. Your Preem winner, Mark Tucker, with Velo Kings Racing, he's at the front, but really not putting a big effort in. Randall Coxworth sitting there in second wheel. Hill in third wheel. And then Tucker. Funston, Bryant Funston with Mark Spinsdorf Racing sitting in that 5th wheel. So, a little bit of an opening here for Owen Schott as we're under 5 to go. He'll go on the backside of the Guthrie Green, make that right-hand turn. And I tell you what, they've played around and they've let this man go. So the 2nd through 5th place racers right now, they just made turn number 2 on the backside of the Guthrie Green when your first place racer, Owen Schott, made the right-hand turn on the main street. So we'd spent a lot of time with chase clocks when it comes to the front 5 back to the peloton. Now the question is, with the fracturing here at the front, the solo attack out of the 5-man attack by Schott, what is that lead as we're going to be closer, getting closer to 4 laps to go? So as we take a look there, Schott is already halfway down the hill, heading down towards the Tulsa Theater. And our 4 chasers just now making a turn in the shadow of the OK Pop Museum there at the top of Main Street, turning onto Cameron. So, down in the tuck is Owen Schott. Velo Brew Cycling, he'll make that left-hand turn. We'll look off to the west. We will see the Land Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. The sneak attack is working so far, as it is going to be 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 laps to go in the Masters A race. He goes under the finish line truss, and we start the clock. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. What type of gap has formed back to Funston, to Tucker, to Hill and Coxworth? We'll keep an eye on the Sound Pony Assassin Squad later on today. But right now we're paying attention to the Velo Brew Racer. Owen Schott out of Florida, Velo Brew Cycling Club. So that is 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So we spent a lot of time talking about the gap from the 5 back to the peloton, reaching 70, 75 seconds. It is 30 seconds with under 4 to go as we watch on the Jumbotron, courtesy of the live stream by Quick Trip, our official live stream sponsor. Owen Schott making his way up towards Sound Pony Hill for the 4th to last time, sending them your way. As the day goes on, we'll see more and more fans lining up on those barriers. Probably a little bit more on the west side, trying to stay out of the sun on that west side next to the Inner Circle Vodka Bar, right in front of the OK Pop Museum. But here's the thing, you get enough liquid courage and hydration fluid at Sound Pony Bar, you can stand in the sun all you want. But here we are, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, as Owen Schott making his way down the hill towards Tulsa Theater. That lead over the 2nd through 5th place racers was 30 seconds. So now when he rolls through, it's going to be 3 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. Get off your duff, get to the barriers, let's cheer them on here. These racers are working harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate the Berg, Kayleen Carlberg. Appreciate his effort there. So, Owen Schott, Velo Brew Cycling, about to make his way through. We will show 3 laps to go. Here comes the lead moto. Here comes Owen Schott. Start the clock. 30 seconds. That wasn't the lead between our front and the peloton. That 30 seconds was from first back to that group of 4 racers in 2nd through 5th. As we look back, Tucker, Funston, Hill, Coxworth just now making their way onto our finishing straight. They will also see 3 laps to go here in our Masters A race. 60 minutes is a slog. and we're getting down to the business end here. The final 3 laps. 30 seconds was the lead last time around. It is growing. Hill up to the front. Tucker as well, and that lead has gone up 6 seconds. 36 seconds. Owen Schott. Shh, we got to whisper. We can't let him know. He can hear the Jumbotron on the backside of the course. He doesn't need to know that he has a 36-second lead here with under 3 laps to go. Next time you see Owen Schott roll on through, it'll be the penultimate lap. 2 laps to go as we finish up the Gladiators rolling around the meat grinder of the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Gonna make their way towards that Sound Pony Hill, the Tulsa Theater, and our finish line truss here at the FC Tulsa Arts District. Again, thought maybe more team tactics would have been employed. The media had a big group. Monster had a group, but here's the thing. They had Coxworth up in that breakaway, so why send anybody on up? As we do see some of the other Monster Cadence racers there. That's Jason Meidoff out of Colorado leading that peloton. But right now, we're going to be looking off to the west. Keep your eyes off towards the Tulsa Theater. Keep your eyes off to the western horizon as Owen Schott gets ready to make his way onto our finish line, the runway here, as we will show him 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, the penultimate lap. There goes the Land Rover, courtesy of the Don Thornton Automotive Group. Here comes Owen Schott with a Velo Brew Cycling out of Florida. Owen, start your engine. What do you mean start your engine? Start the clock. His engine's been going. It got up to 36 seconds. It went from 30 to 36. Got a little bit of a bobble there. Here's the thing. You can bobble a little bit in turn 1. It's pretty narrow, but when you got a 36-second lead, you can kind of take it easy, which he did there. Keeping it rubber side down in the final 2 laps here as he navigates the backside of the Guthrie Green. Clock's still running. Last time through, the Chasers, the 4 racers sitting 2nd through 5th, were 36 seconds. As we look back, they're just now making their way past the State Wheel Cycling Tent, past Main Street, heading on down. 2 to go, 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 2 to go. That is 40 seconds. He's added another 4 seconds into the lead with 2 to go. Backside of the course for Owen Schott. That is Monster Cadence, Randall Coxworth, who won our first preem, and he's a contender in this race to try to take that second step. He won the first preem. He's been a winner before at Tulsa Tough, and right now he's decided the dead weight in that chase group. We waited long enough. We've lost time. We'll see if Randall Coxworth tries to strike out to get that second step on the podium. But right now, we'll keep our eyes on the Jumbotron. We'll look and see the Tulsa Bone and Joint and FC Tulsa banners flittering in the wind on the barriers on the backside of the course as Owen Schott makes his way downhill, the white knuckle descent down towards the Old Lady Brady Tulsa Theater. Owen Schott got a chance to go look, talk to some people, high five, kiss babies. Here's the thing, it's a 40-second lead as he navigates his way here. One final turn before we're gonna ring the bell for him, and then he will be on the final lap. Owen Schott is your champion, folks. He's got 1 lap to go. Let him know he has to work as hard on this final lap as he has in the first 60 minutes. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Owen Schott, shot out of the cannon. Decided the dead weight in that group of 5 was enough for him with about 5 to go and launched out on a solo effort, and it has grown 25, 30, 36, 40 seconds as we now get to the final lap, our bell lap. We'll keep an eye once again on the Jumbotron as just now we'll see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th making the way. Looks like maybe that's Brian Funston moving to the front as they are now going to see the bell as well, or hear the bell as well. We will hear the bell as well and see the fans cheering them on. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. That is Bryant Funston, Mark Spinsdorf racing out of Tennessee, trying to escape what had been a compadre, a 5-man group. Friends till the end? No, 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 says Owen Schott. He left. Funston leaves. Now who's going to finish out our podium? We'll watch it. That group between 2nd and 5. Of course, there's still plenty of other racing going on with our peloton as you see them drive on. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. But the seriousness is going to be our podium finishers, and it's going to be Owen Schott looking to seal up this one.
Lots of room between him and the chase as he's going to navigate his way down the hill at the Tulsa Theater. One more final left-hand turn, ladies and gentlemen. Get to the barriers, get on your feet, get full roar, and let him know how much you appreciate how hard he's working. Owen Schott making that left-hand turn. He'll get to the final runway to make his way towards the finish line. Owen Schott, racing out of Florida, Velo Brew Cycling Club, taking it to the line, and we still have one to go for that racer there. But once again, we have 0 to go for your winner, Owen Schott. So Owen will take the win in our Masters A 40 Plus Cat 1, Cat 2. Take a bow, sir. You are champion here on day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We'll look back, and I tell you what, looks like Funston was able to shake the rest of those racers. He's got quite the gap there as we're going to be rounding out our podium. Mark Spensdorf, Tennessee race team, as Bryant Funston will roll on through. And then in third place, Mark Tucker, Velo Kings Racing, your 1, 2, 3 podium and your Masters A. So again, that's the podium, but we still have racers finishing on up. As we said, they're battling harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate their effort. We only have 3 on the podium, but we paid 20 deep on the Cat 1 and 5 deep on the Cat 2. So you may be not part of the top 3, but guess what? It's worth the effort, burning some matches, and bearing yourself for the sprint to the finish as we roll them on in to finish up our Masters A race here on day number 2 at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we'll get our podium coming up in a little bit for our Masters A, as well as the Omnium change we made a couple years ago, adding the Masters A to Friday night, and also part of the Omnium for the overall weekend. You may not have a good trip on Friday, but hey, Saturday and Sunday may be good for you. Maybe making some money on the Omnium. So again, recognizing our Masters A as we roll on up, finishing up our Masters A. Well, like I said, we'll have 2 podiums, one for the actual race and one for the Omnium. Coming up shortly, as coming up next will be our Men's Cat 3. Men's Cat 3 coming up at, we're a minute or 2 behind. Coming up pretty soon here on day 2 of Tulsa Tough.
Category 3 getting ready to race for 60 minutes.
15
3 laps
seconds.
are over
We'll
and
go with the
5
whistle.
laps to go as we are 15 seconds out as we get ready for day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and the whistle is blown and we are underway. Yesterday in the Cat 3s, we saw a solo rider going away all by himself. Can we have a breakaway again be successful here as we get ready to celebrate our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium?
Well, these guys put on an awesome show last night, and we're expecting more of the same today as we get into our final few races of the day here. These guys, the mid-level amateurs out there right now in the Category 3s, all these riders start as a Category 5 rider. That's your beginning level license. As you get more experience and results, you move up the ranks to a 4, up to a 3 where these guys are. Then you go to a 2, a 1, and then there's also a professional license beyond that. So all these guys have a Category 3 license right in the middle of our amateur rankings.
Well, as a reminder, yesterday it was Austin Del Rosso who went away solo, riding almost 25 laps by himself. Cat 3 is getting ready to complete lap number 1 on the front, trying to be able to keep a steady pace, trying to be able to set it up for his team. That's going to be Skyway, presented by Domestic Coffee. That's Cade Pear. Cade, only 23 years old as he leads the field through. As a reminder, top 3 masters to the podium. Top 3 masters to the podium. So all morning long here at the FC Tulsa Arts District, our Criterium, L-shaped 6-corner course, 1.4 kilometers around, and riders continue to be able to challenge themselves, especially with the wind. As that wind is picking up, it makes the course a little bit more difficult on the backstretch. The Sound Pony Hill, a little bit of a gradual uphill. That makes the course difficult. Very, very different than what we had yesterday, that figure 8 dead flat course. Right now, riders getting into the final home stretch out of that final turn. It is approximately 250 meters long. You don't necessarily want to be first, but you definitely don't want to be last.
I see these guys all bunched up together. Riders using the opportunity to move up. That'll be the name of the game for a lot of the day today. Just make your way towards the front at all times. The battle never stops in the fight for position here at Tulsa Tough, and these guys going through it right now. Couple guys taking a look off the front, starting to string this field out. Tempo is picking up. DNA Racing setting tempo up there.
Top 3 Masters podium looking for Funston and Tucker. Funston and Tucker report to the podium immediately.
Cool deal. Go to the finish line, go to the finish line. Hey guys, go to the finish line.
Couple riders getting tied up in the corner there. If you're watching on the big screen, saw some guys lose the wheels out from underneath them. Another good reason to ride the front here at Tulsa Tough. You never know when you're going to get caught behind an incident. And now there's about 20 guys in very good position here. They're going to try and drive this one because they realize there's a split in the field. There's some riders in trouble, and they want to keep pushing that gap. So this is your front group, the guys that survived that split, and that's about the end of it on the line right there. These guys trying to weld it back.
That could have been it too. Patrick, does this belong to the camera?
A lot of riders in the pit from that little incident that was on the back stretches. They're waiting to be able to come out. We're going to be ringing the bell for a preem, but we're going to wait on that. Let all these riders re-enter the race. Normally when you come out of the pit, you're not eligible for a preem, so we're going to give them a lap to get themselves resituated and make their way a little bit more to the front of the bike race. Remember, no advantage taking a free lap. You always get thrown in near the back of the field. Brad had talked about that split in the main field right now. Re-entering the race as our group now swells from what it was to about 20 riders more as they come out of the pit area. Riders coming by just under 12 minutes of racing. Again, 60 minutes of total race time. We start off calculating time, figuring out how long it's taken them to do the first so many laps. Then a little bit later on, we will switch over to laps to go, and then they're going to know exactly how long it is until the finish line. There's that split we were talking about. Two big groups out on course, and that second group definitely is going to be under risk of being pulled unless they can catch back up and rejoin with the leaders.
All right, looks like we are ready to go with our Masters of Podium. Just wrapping up earlier, we're doing our Masters of 40 plus A Podium right now. Starting with third place on the day, riding for Velo Kings Racing, presented by ATP Coaching. First up to the podium is Mark Tucker, third place today. That'll take us to second, riding for the Marks Bedstorf BPC cycling team. Next up is Bryant Funston. And top step of the podium for your Masters winner, riding for Velo Brew Cycling Club, it's Owen Schott. Masters 40 plus A, top three with Schott, Funston, and Tucker on the podium.
Right now, it looks like about 8 riders just off the back of that split doing everything they can to reattach themselves to the back of that field. Pretty much it's now or never, because if they don't get in with that group, they're going to be a little bit more at risk of being withdrawn from the race. Gap sitting at about 15 seconds from them reattaching to the back. Right now on Sound Pony Hill as they make their way up, getting ready for that left-hand turn, the very, very fast downhill to the final turn, and then 250 meters to the finish line. A lot of racing still to go. Riders starting to be able to coast, spread out across the road. You're going to see them starting looking behind themselves, behind over their shoulders, as that washing machine effect starts to be able to take place. So a big thank you to Chris King Counseling Group as we're getting ready to ring that bell for $100.
Attention riders, got a $100 cash premium on the line. 100 cash, $100 cash, riders 100 cash to the winner of the next lap. $100 cash premium, gentlemen, 100 cash next time through.
$100 brought to you by Chris King Counseling Group as we ring the bell. That indicates there's a prize for whoever crosses the line first next lap. And so that's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to sprint. One thing to keep in mind, right, at the finish line, you got to be able to pick the right gear. You got to figure out what side of the wheel you want to be on. You got to know where the wind is. There's a lot of different elements you need to figure out. A preem that's taking place next lap is a perfect time to practice all of those sprinting elements to make sure you have things lined up for when it comes down for the finish of the race. Preem is definitely not going to help the riders that are trying to chase to get latch onto the back of the group, but one rider now trying to attack up Sound Pony Hill. Not able to go solo. He's pulling about 25 riders behind him. And once he turns to that downhill, it's going to be decision time. Does he keep trying to keep the pace high, or does he sit up, try to be able to slot in? $100 up for grabs.
These guys on the front realizing they may be in a tough position. You see this guy constantly looking over the shoulder, waiting to get jumped for this $100 preem, and this is where it's going to happen right here out of that final corner. Riders jump up the left side. $100 on the line. Oh, beautiful sprinting right here. That's how you win some money. $100 free and clear. It's going to be Isaiah Colbreth for the Oklahoma Flyers, picking it up at 16 years old in the category 3s. $100 goes a long way for a 16-year-old.
So that young 16-year-old that picked up that $100 preem now he's just cruising. He's going at about 75, 80%. He knows he doesn't want to be able to stay out there by himself, waiting to be able to see if anybody else is willing to jump across to him. One rider by themselves, that is a tall order, a tall task to be able to stay away. A little glance over the shoulder, a little bit of less pressure on the pedals, and then the main field gradually catching up to him, saving the energy, a game of patience. That's how you win here on day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Colbreth doing a good job of holding on to just the tiniest gaps that if he does get some help up there, he'll be able to get away. But this field not looking super motivated to let any groups go. We'll see if anyone tries to counter this move as Colbreth comes back. And yeah, he's going to have some company over the top of him. It'll be 468 DNA cycling with Ryan Hulsberg. Another Oklahoma rider for DNA Racing. This is Hulsberg right here.
Pretty incredible area right here, the Tulsa Arts District, home to retail, restaurants, bars, clubs, galleries, museums, parks, residences, and of course music venues. That includes the Tulsa Theater, the famous Cain's Ballroom, as we're in the northern section of Tulsa where the race is located today. It's one of the oldest sections of the city as we celebrate our St. Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by FC Tulsa. So right now, hitting that 20-minute mark, 40 minutes of racing left, a lot of time and a lot of laps to go. We have not switched over to laps yet. We're still calculating how long it's taken them to do the first 20 minutes. Soon enough, we'll be switching over to lap cards, and once that is shown, they will know how far it is to the distance, and then their total race time will equal out to be right at around 60 minutes. Two riders trying to be able to go up the road. A nice move here. Looks like the best chance of a breakaway we've seen all day so far.
Coolsburg going to have a little company here up there. I saw a little communication right there. These guys are definitely cooperating. We just saw them talking to each other if you're watching on the big screen or on the live stream. So that's what you're looking for in a breakaway. Two motivated guys on the same page. They're both strong riders, but now we see if the field is going to let them go. You also have to have the right response from the field. They've got to look at these guys and say, you know what, not a threat, let them go. If too many riders try to join this breakaway, they're all going to bring the field with them. And before you know it, that breakaway is going to be shut down. So these guys got the quick, clean break, and now it's up to this field to try to chase them back. We're rolling back through 23 minutes into the 60-minute race. Now we move off the front, looking for some help. Again, you're going to see a lot of breakaway attempts tonight, and throughout the day, we've seen a lot of these moves trying to go, but obviously only one can be successful in each race. In general, these guys know the odds are stacked against them in these breakaways, but they got to try. They got to try and get away, and so that's why you're seeing so many different breakaway attempts, because you never know until you try, and that's what these guys are trying to do up the road right now with one away, looking for some company here, because again, you are not going to do this alone for the last 35 minutes of racing here in an hour-long race. So this lead rider going to need a little bit of help. Ideally, you're looking somewhere between maybe 3 and 5 riders in a breakaway. Although Austin Del Rosso yesterday was able to pull off a very impressive solo win. He went a little bit later than this in the race. So we'll see if Del Rosso gets back up there today to try something.
Riders, lap cards are up, 17 laps to go, 17 laps to go. Lap cards are up as our riders all come through. So our solo breakaway riders have been reeled back in. Nothing has been able to stick for more than one lap, and that shows an indication of how fast the riders are going around here, but also the wind, and those flags are blowing. When you hit that headwind, it stops you dead in your doorsteps. So very difficult to be able to keep the power down, trying to be able to get aero. Rest of the field able to sit in, save a ton of energy. 17 laps to go, and Brad keeps talking about different riders trying to attack. Not everybody's comfortable fighting for a sprint. Not everybody has the fast twitch muscles to try to win in the final 200 meters. So certain riders are going to take their chance. They're going to roll the dice and see if they can win by themselves. One to go for this rider, just went by. One to go.
To see a breakaway, Frankie, not for a lack of trying today in this Category 3 field.
Miguel Hernandez just won the junior race, and so he mentioned he was going to hop into the Cat 3s, and so coming off a win, obviously he knows this course extremely well after just racing it less than a half hour ago. Actually, maybe an hour ago, I would better say, because we had our Masters riders. But Miguel Hernandez now off the front. He's out of Florida, picking up that junior win. More riders able to go into the pit. 3 laps are over once again with 5 laps to go. And Hernandez now going up the road.
Couple seconds, not a ton of panic on the front of the field. They got him right where they want him. Maximus McDonald setting tempo in the front of the main group for the Bike Factory team.
I don't think Hernandez looks like he's waiting around for anyone. Look at that, head down, rocking the shoulders a little bit, keeping the pressure on the pedals. The young 17-year-old trying to destroy and blow open the Category 3 race. Right now, a lot of racing still to go. They came through with 17 laps to go. When they come around, they are getting, actually they came through with 6. What are they going to see when they come through? So when our leaders come around, they are going to be seeing 15 laps to go. Hernandez, he's not even swinging off. The young 17-year-old is just keeping pushing the pace. That's sometimes what you need to do. If you go flat out for 2 laps, you can cause the split in order to be able to get into the breakaway. And sometimes that's all that's needed. Well, if the damage isn't done on the front of the bike race, the damage is certainly being done on the back of the bike race. Wait for our leaders to come by and watch at the rear end of this group. You're going to see gaps opening up all over. Hey, Masters riders, if you lost a Wahoo Bolt, a Wahoo Element Bolt, Masters riders from our last race, perhaps in a crash, if you lost your Wahoo, come on by and pick it up at the announcing stage. Riders took to the start line, and we've already had about 20 riders end up. Riders on the start line, 20 riders have withdrawn. We're down to probably about 60 riders left in the race. That's an indication of how fast this race has been. One rider now not feeling the effects, not feeling the fatigue, trying to be able to go away solo. When he comes by, it's going to be 14 laps to go.
Oh, this is going to be an all-in move, I think, for this rider. He is going to finish this race one of 2 places, either in the breakaway or somewhere in the field, maybe off the back. This is an all-in move, all the chips in the middle here, and this is what you have to do. If you're going to try and win a breakaway at Tulsa Tough, you cannot take a move like this lightly. You're either going or not, and this guy is going at 15 laps to go.
Riding for United Cycling, cheer him on, Grant Wilkie, trying to be able to go solo. Little glance over the shoulder, no one's behind him. The 19-year-old with the biggest gap we've seen in the bike race so far. 14 laps to go, the clock is ticking. It is a 10-second gap, 10-second gap, and guess what? His teammates are on the front, Brad.
Beautiful teamwork happening out there right now. What you're seeing is a team tactic called blocking. So this guy on the front has teammates back in that main field. Those teammates have gone to the front of that group, and they're trying to slow it down so that their guy up the road can get more and more time. These guys going to get the belt for 1 lap to go. They'll finish next time through as we're going to start cleaning this course up of riders that have been dropped off the back. But really great team tactic being shown out there right now. Look at the jersey of your race leader, and then when the field comes by, you're going to see the same jerseys riding on the front because they're slowing it down. It's one of the counterintuitive strategies in bike racing where you're actually trying to go slower in the race, but if you've got a teammate up the road, you're going to slow it down. 1 to go for these guys, 1 to go right here, guys. You'll sprint next time. 1 to go, riders, 1 to go.
So Wilkie, who's off coming out of Texas, 18 years old, last can say it's steady. Talked about United Cycling, the other riders on his team, they are just kind of floating right around the front of the main group, trying to be able to slow things down, coasting a little bit longer through the turns, not pulling through. Great teamwork as they're trying to be able to help their teammate have a chance to be able to win.
His closest teammate lined up third in the group right now. We'll see where he is when they make their way back around. But again, looking at the teammates of Grant Wilkie out there from United Cycling. There's Wilkie.
15-second gap, 15-second gap, Grant.
And now look at his teammate, third wheel right there, 4:06. See him shaking his head? The other riders are saying, hey, why don't you do some work? Get up there to the front. And he's letting them know, I'm not doing anything in this group. That's my teammate up the road. I'm not going to help you guys chase him. So there are some really good race dynamics happening back in the main field right now.
Guess who just flew through on the front there, trying to be able to lead the chase on that red Specialized bike? That was Austin Del Rosso, your winner from yesterday, leading the charge right now. He doesn't want to let this young rider stay away. So Del Rosso, who won yesterday, now taking it into his own hands to try to bring back our one sole leader.
Gap starting to shrink a little bit. Looks like they are starting to work back in the field to reel this one back in. They're starting to get organized back there. His team can only do so much to control the field. They're not going to be able to completely box these guys in. All you're doing is just running a little bit of interference here and there. That's all the teammates can do. But eventually the other teams will figure out what that team is doing, and they'll come over the top of them. So I think they may have already figured out what the other guys on this squad are doing for their breakaway rider. And now we'll see if the gap starts coming down. Group coming back together. We're going to ring $100 preem, 100 cash riders, $100 cash preem on the line, 100 cash to the winner of the next lap. 100 cash on the line, 100 cash, $100 cash preem riders next time through. Bicycles of Tulsa helping us out, presenting a $100 cash preem. Bicycle Tulsa have been a big contributor to the preems here at Tulsa Town from the very beginning. For the last several years of their cash preems in the race over the weekend, it's guaranteed one of them will be from Bicycles of Tulsa. Their little preems start at $100, so that gives you an idea of their dedication to this race. Todd Swain started at Bicycles of Tulsa back in 1996, 28 years as mechanic. And now a co-owner. He's out there racing for Cura Racing. His first time in the Friday night Cat 3s last night. He's also going to be racing the Masters. We saw him today. He'll be back out there on Sunday, along with several other guys from the shop racing for Curas in the 1-2s. We also get to X, started by Tulsa 98, 20 years old. Co-owner. Scott's going to be pulling one of the Ainsley's Angels on Sunday. These guys truly committed to the local bike community, so show them some love. Go visit our friends at Bicycles of Tulsa as they have put up a $100 cash prize. Thank you, Bicycles of Tulsa.
Coming in hot, Jacob Evans. Jason Evans. Is your brother still in there? I'm assuming it's your brother. No? I got a Jacob Evans and a Jason Evans. How was it? Pretty hard out there? Bad legs. Never makes for a good day when you have bad legs. Hey, thanks for coming out here. Day number 2 at Tulsa. Look at that sprint right there. Number 429 is going to be able to pick that up. That's a great one. The young riders continue to dominate. Nolan Cox, who's not young at all, 36 years old.
Hey, watch it. So now we'll see if Nolan going to try and roll this breakaway, if he just pulls the plug. A lot of times we'll see riders sprint for a preem and then realize that they have a gap after the preem and say, I'm going to try and roll this one. I'm going to stay on it. So watching Nolan Cox up there in the white jersey to see if he's going to try and keep this breakaway going.
Our preem winner coming from Louisiana as he makes his way around. He's going to get caught up on that Sound Pony Hill, just coming up to the top. Field head down, going straight past him in a single file line. We've talked about it many times, especially yesterday. We're going to talk about it a lot more today. Watch the shape of the field. If they are in a single file line, that's an indication they are going hard and the race is going fast. If they start to swell up, if it's 4 across, 5 across, that means they're trying to be able to take a breather. And perhaps a breather is what they need. Coming up with 9 laps to go, trying to be able to get ready for the finish of this bike race here on day number 2, Notorious Tulsa.
Group's starting to slow up a little bit out there, hitting the reset button here as they see 9 laps to go on the counter. These guys are starting to realize that a breakaway is becoming less and less likely as we get closer and closer towards the finish. So you're going to see the last-ditch efforts of guys trying to get away now, but pretty soon, if a breakaway doesn't go, they're going to resign to the fact that this will be a field sprint, and then it's just kind of a waiting game, waiting until that last lap, trying to be as efficient as possible, trying to save as much energy as possible so that you can try and win that sprint. So right here at 9, 8, 7 laps to go, somewhere in there, these are the last opportunities that you're going to have to get a breakaway going. So these guys making a last-ditch effort to try to avoid a sprint in Tulsa today.
Yeah, just as Brad was talking about, some riders are sprinters. They have the fast twitch muscles. They love the final 200 meters. Other riders, they like going from a long ways out. They're the strong men, and they know they don't have the speed to compete against some of these fast riders, so they're going to try to be able to get into the breakaway. A lot of racing still to go as they just came through. 8 laps to go for the riders.
It's like dropping log.
It's a POS. It ain't no Honda, man.
Is that one of those?
I don't think it's a proper plate.
Couple of tacks rolling off the front here. Some guys trying to take a look. Got a nice little gap at 8 to go here. Away. We're going to start ringing this bell because we got a $100 cash preem on the line next time through. $100 cash to the winner of the next lap. $100 cash preem next time through. Callan, if you can stay away, you're $100 richer. $100 preem riders, 100 cash, 100 cash, 100 cash to the winner of the next lap. Going to get caught here and back past on the backside here. That's to Richards, Mustangs jersey. Richards going to put a whole lap effort into this $100. Trying to chase now. A lot of guys getting out of the saddle. This might be too little too late for the cream at least. We'll see if Richards can at least hold on to the cash. He's got a nice gap into the penultimate turn here. Richards going to see 6 as he makes his way down the line. Doesn't look like the field's going to get him out of the last corner. So Matthew Richards going to roll across the line. $100 richer for the Mustangs. Payday. But look at this, field stringing out to chase Richards. Gaps opening up, guys having to move off to the side here. This is a tough decision, Frankie. 6 laps to go is kind of right on the edge of being doable for a solo rider here. Remember, he already got the $100 premium from Smith Farm and Garden, but now I think Richards could have a chance at winning this bike race if he's got 6 laps left in those legs.
Richards has a couple good results this year, but you know what he's missing? A win. This would be a massive victory for him if he can be able to stay away. Anybody that's been sitting in, they are waiting. A lot of fresh legs. Look at that. That's a great sign. He looks over his shoulder, and guess what he saw? Nothing. That gap is increasing. This is a huge opportunity when he comes around with 5 laps to go. And look at the field, how they're spread out across the road. No one is attacking right now, Brad.
Yeah, nobody in charge back there in the main group. Now some riders starting to come forward, but it's 1s and 2s. There is no concerted effort in the field. That is great news for Richards, that these guys aren't cooperating as a unit in the main group. His worst case scenario is that 8 or 10 riders cooperate to bring him back. But right now it's just 2 or 3 guys kind of doing their own thing at the front of the field.
If you're wondering, the rider in the red jersey coming down the home stretch, his first name is Matt. Tulsa, you need to cheer him on and make some noise. Let's cheer on Matt as he's coming through with 5 laps to go.
Richards can do this if he's got the legs. The field is really struggling to get organized here. That's good news for Matt Richards.
Remember, coming through this is a tailwind. You're able to hit that stretch, and through our home stretch, a little bit of a tailwind until they get onto the back stretch. So overall, the back stretch is the headwind section. The home stretch is the tailwind section.
Well, that's why no one wants to pull on this home stretch. They're all looking around at each other, trying to get someone else to do the work on the front of the main field, because no one wants to use their energy this late in the race. They're all trying to save their energy and basically trying to be the laziest guys out there, because they know that in 5 laps they're going to have to sprint for the end of this bike race. And so what's happening is they're all passing the buck back in the main field. When you try and talk about who's going to lead this group and go catch Matt Richards, they're all saying, you do it. No, you do it. I'm not doing it. You do it. And the job's not getting done. And so while these guys are all pointing fingers left and right, Matt Richards is just steady as a rock up there on the front. And he is gaining time out there every single lap. The field just cannot get their act together today.
So right now, if you're sitting in that main field, you're thinking about that final sprint. You're thinking about not doing any work, trying to be able to save your energy, and that's why nobody's on the front chasing. Anybody who ends up doing the work right now is not going to have any energy for that final sprint. And so with 4 laps to go, it's playing into Richards' hands. His gap continues to increase. 4 to go. Clock going by right now at 49:50 as we're going to continue to be able to count. Look at it, they're not even around the turn yet. Now they come around that final turn. We're at 20 seconds, coming up on 25 seconds. I'm going to call it a 30-second gap. 1 rider up the road, 30 seconds is the gap. 30-second gap to 1 rider up the road, 4 laps to go. No more free laps as well, riders. No more free laps.
I think Richards might have this one. These guys really underestimated how strong Matt Richards is out there. And while they were trying to figure out what the heck is going on, Matt Richards has just been slowly but surely putting time into this group. And I think it's going to pay off today at 4 laps to go here. Richards still looking good. I'm not seeing a ton of signs of fatigue. He's definitely feeling it, Frankie. But I think he's got 4 laps left in the tank here.
Definitely been glancing over his shoulder a pretty good amount, checking on where that field is, seeing if he's going to get caught. Richards out of Wisconsin, finding the Midwest form very early on here in Tulsa. A huge victory opportunity for him. All he has to be able to do is stay aero, keep it going, recover, try to be able to keep it steady. Remember, the main field is going to surge and then they're going to slow down. They're going to surge and then they're going to slow down. And when that happens, that plays into the field of the one lone rider as he gets ready to come around and see 3 laps to go. Richards, Mr. Consistent. 25 seconds is the gap. 25 seconds, 3 laps to go. Well, you know what? He looks pretty good, but the face is showing otherwise. He's starting to, that smile is starting to turn into a frown, a little bit of a grimace, the heat taking its toll.
Yeah, he will not win this bike race by 25 seconds. This guy will give up time before the end of the day today, but at this point, he can afford to give up, what, 8 seconds per lap and still win by at least a couple seconds. It doesn't matter how much you win by, he's just got to hold on. So we'll see if the field can get organized. Yeah, now they're splitting in the field. This one is not coming back.
You know, it's pretty remarkable. Yesterday on day number 1, a solo breakaway in our Category 3 race. It was Del Rosso. He went away for 25 laps to be able to win the Cat 3 race. Now today, pretty much unthinkable. Another solo victory possible. And this time it's going to be Richards going away for about 8 laps. So an incredible ride on day 1, and it continues here on day number 2. Tulsa Tough, with the courses that we have here, are not known for the breakaway riders. It is not known for solo victories, but that's exactly what we're seeing.
Richards is dying 1,000 deaths out there. If you're watching on the live stream or the big screens throughout the venue, you can see him gritting his teeth, gasping for air here. This guy is going to need some help when he gets back through here. He is fading and fading fast for Richards on the front. He will lose time this lap, but remember, he's got a nice chunk of time in the bank to play with. Let's help Matt Richards out a little bit. Keep this guy going at 2 laps to go. Can he solo in Tulsa? 2 to go.
I don't know who he's waving at, because I would be getting down low and trying to be able to gain as much time as possible. This is going to come down to tooth and nail if he's going to be able to pull this off.
Now, Tulsa, you saw it. He is begging for your help as he came through the start-finish line here. They really can hear it and feel it. When you create this tunnel of noise for these guys on the start-finish line, it means something. Let these guys hear it in 2 laps to go for your Category 3s. All right, getting ready to dial our Frank Daniel Holloway in for our 1-2 race coming up here. Meanwhile, Frank Andreu out on course, has got his bell ready because we are getting ready to ring this guy up for 1 lap to go. He has made the gap, and now he needs your help, Tulsa. He's got 1 more time around this course. Make some noise at 1 lap to go. Oh, he can smell victory here from Matthew Richards. And now, where is this field? Richards has got time to grab a bottle here. Field now going to be racing for 2nd and 3rd. Let them hear you now. Tulsa down to 1 to go for your field. 1 to go.
of ride we've seen from Matt Richards right now on that downhill. Perhaps he could become an honorary Tulsa citizen. Well deserved with this ride as he's getting ready to celebrate. You know what? For the last 2 laps, he's been celebrating on his own. In his mind, he has already won this bike race. Tulsa, you need to cheer him on when he comes around that final turn and make some noise.
There are few races that live up to the legend that is Tulsa Tough, and a solo win on a day like today is one that you will replay for a long time coming. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Matt Richards!
Here comes our main group right now. Podium up for grabs. Remember, it's second and third. Here they come in that final sprint. Mad dash to the line. The sprinters now coming to the front. That's going to be taken by Christian Hofstra. 19 years old out of Alabama with Hofstra picking up a second place.
Unofficially, Isaiah Colbreth going to pick up third place on the day for the Oklahoma Flyers as Christian Hofstra picks up a silver, but the day belongs to Matthew Richards, your solo winner off the front today on day 2 of the notorious Tulsa Tough.
Pretty incredible race. Our men's category 3 with a rider going solo, and that was Matthew Richards out of Wisconsin. Now coming up, our next event, men's category 1-2, as they get ready for 70 minutes of racing.
We're going to ask our Sound Pony riders, go ahead and make your way up to the front. We'll be introducing some riders in this field before we get started, but let's roll those guys just to the front of the group, and we'll give you introductions here shortly.
It's a really good slice of pizza.
Is it good? It's amazing.
We come a quick trip to get the coffee and the hot chocolate.
I love their pretzels, and they got bomb taquitos.
That too.
She likes your taquitos.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese, like my favorite thing.
I'm from New York, so this is like a big bodega here.
I mean, y'all hot dog is the best.
It's just something about it.
Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
Welcome to the front row, the legend, Daniel Hollywood Holloway.
Our next rider first in is Tulsa Tough in 2015. He doesn't do many races, but Tulsa is one that's always on his list. He's a former Tulsa resident, Chris Drummond.
Now, these guys will continue to add to their firepower with another former Criterium national champion. He raced his first Tulsa Tough way back in 2013. Welcome, Brad Huffy Huff.
This next rider also a Tulsa Tough veteran. A former Tulsa resident from right here. This is Scott Gibson.
Your next rider to the front row, a former collegiate national champion who has raced every single edition of Tulsa Tough since its inception. Starting his 18th year here in Tulsa Tough, welcome Stefan Roth.
Coming off of 4th place at the Under 23 Criterium Nationals. He's bringing the average age down of the old man team at only 19 years old. He's over half the age of his fellow teammates. This is Liam Bartman. Like to also be able to bring up our series leader, your overall Omnium #1, the winner yesterday, Hogan Sills. Rest of the riders to the line. Hey riders, a quick few instructions. Free laps are over with 5 laps to go. No more free laps with 5 laps to go. Your pit is behind you. The state neutral service pit. You'll be able to get your free laps over there if you're mechanical or a crash. It's behind you on the black tent on the left-hand side as you're coming down the straightaway. You're racing for 70 minutes. 70 minutes of racing. It's a very large field. If you are out of contention, you will be pulled. Keep that in mind. Where's my chief rep? Oh, there you are. Timers are ready. Officials are ready. Riders, if you're ready, I'm giving you a 10-second countdown as we get ready to launch day number 2 here in Tulsa. Here we go in 3, 2, 1.
All right, guys, rolling through. First lap down. Guess who's on the front? The legend, Daniel Hollywood Holloway, setting tempo first time through. 2 minutes in. Make a little noise for him.
Looking good, Matt, looking good.
Category 3, we're going to be 5 minutes out. 5 minutes out to your podium. Matthew Richards, awesome ride. Unbelievable. The Mustangs coming through. Yesterday's winner in our category 1-2, it came down to a big sprint and showing a ton of speed. That was Hogan Sills, former professional, finding himself on the front of this category 1-2 race. So he's in that leader's jersey, very distinctive kind of red and white jersey. The rest of the riders coming up very early on in this 70-minute race, leading up through right there. That is going to be Stefan Roth. He's ridden every single Tulsa Tough that has been 18 years of racing here in Tulsa.
Well, trying something new here in our 1-2 race. We've got Daniel Holloway out there on course, mic'd up. We're going to see if we can chat with him a little bit later in this race and get some insights from within the race. We're going to let things calm down a little bit. Holloway's an old man now. He doesn't have the spryness that he did when he was winning national championships here. So if we get a chance, we'll see if we can grab a word with Daniel out on the bike and see how things are going in the field for him. Meanwhile, getting ready for our category 3 podium coming up here in just a few minutes. Front of your group rolling through. Couple of guys getting a little bit of space here. 5.5 minutes in. And already 2 away as Team 6 sets tempo up there on the front. These 2 guys away, Robert Oehler having some good communication up on the front with Stefan Roth. Now a couple more guys going to try and join them. This is a good looking breakaway early on here, Frankie.
Yeah, pretty strong rider. Stefan Roth, 43 years old, out of Oklahoma. Well, as you want to compare that to Robert Oehler out of Indiana, 26 years old. But more importantly, they're working together. They need to cooperate right now. It's like going on a first date. Everything needs to go perfectly if they want to be able to have a chance to be able to stay away. This 2 riders starting to be able to bridge up. This would be a good thing, not a bad thing. The group of 2 turning into a group of 4 would be fantastic for all of these riders.
And Oehler going to bring a teammate up with them. That would be 2 Apex riders into this move. See that kind of pink and blue jersey in second position, and now rest of the field, including more Apex riders playing defense, second and third in the field now. Great teamwork from these guys. Hey, look, you see Oehler getting on the radio back to his guys saying, good job, I'm going to try and roll this one.
One of the chasers going up the road, that's Dylan Hubbard in that black jersey, and you talk about Apex in the pink jersey. He's in the second group. I'm not sure if he's pulling through, if he's cooperating, or is he forcing Dylan Hubbard to do all the work to be able to get up to the lead 2 riders. If that's the case, I don't think they're going to be able to make it. Stefan Roth, a very, very good time trialist, and you can see he is committed. Head down, pushing the pace right now. They're trying to extend their lead as big as they can very early on in this bike race.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to go with our men's category 3 podium. This will be a 30-second warning to your category 3 men's podium. 30 seconds to cat 3 men's podium. All right, we'll let these guys roll through and then go directly to our Category 3 men's podium as this break continues to try to roll it here. They've got everything they need, and now we just got to see if they can do it for 60 more minutes. A 70-minute race out there for your men's Category 1-2 race. All right, field is through, so let's get to it with our Category 3 men's podium. We begin with 3rd place on the day, riding for Oklahoma Flyers. Welcome to the podium, Isaiah Culbreth. We'll go to 2nd place. Up next, riding for Skyway, presented by Domestic Coffee in your men's Category 3. Next up is Christian Hofstra. And your Category 3 men's winner, and what a win it was. Riding for the Mustangs, give it up for Matthew Richards. Matthew going to slip on his Tulsa Tough Winners jersey. Two leaders roll back through the line here, still holding on to the gap. All right, here we go. Robert Oler and Stefan Roth rolling back through, 3 behind them, trying to join. But these guys working well together. They are cooperating. They're taking turns. You may see the elbow flick of the right front. Up and then these 3 guys trying to cooperate as well. Brad Huff trying to remember how long these things are. 70 minutes out there today for the 1-2s. They just went past 13 minutes elapsed. So a little under an hour left out there. Brad, hang in there. All right, guys, listen up. In the breakaway, we're going to preem you, but you got to sprint, okay? Give me a sprint next time. $100 cash for the breakaway. Give us a show. Gentlemen, 100 cash next time through.
Now, technically, the preem is for whoever crosses the finish line first, but I'm not going to bother ringing the bell for these guys because they're not going to catch the leaders in one lap. So they're actually eligible. If miraculously they were able to teleport up to the break, they would be eligible for that $100. And a big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa.
Big thank you to Bicycle Tulsa, big contributor to the preems at Tulsa Tough from the very beginning. These $100 preems that we're ringing up, they consider their little preems. Our friends Todd Swain and Scott X started at Bicycles at Tulsa back in 1996 for Todd and 98 for Scott. These guys are truly committed to the local bike community, so show them some love and go visit Bicycles of Tulsa, our $100 preem sponsor out there right now. So the question is, does this breakaway sprint? We're going to give these guys one try for this preem, all right? If they sprint, we'll keep ringing because we like a good show. If they don't sprint and they decide they're just going to split this money, that'll be the last preem that we give to this breakaway. There's nothing more boring than watch two guys split $100 evenly. So this is the test for this lap through. $100 on the line to the first guy across. It'll be Roth in the neon versus Oler in the pink. All right, here we go, up and around the final turn. Oler gonna lead it out with $100 on the line. Let's see if Roth tries to come around. Oler gonna get out of the saddle. That's what we're looking for. Robin Oler gonna roll through here and pick up $100 cash preem. Uh-oh, Roth might be in trouble here. Daniel Holloway riding up onto the front. He's going to set some tempo here.
Looking good, Marcus. Stay there. Looking good.
Henry Dunkelberger taking a little look off the front of the field. A Groove Subaru rider in that red jersey. That's our two breakaway riders getting back together, Oler and Roth. Tulsa, make a little noise for these guys in your breakaway. This is a serious effort on a day like today. our style points competition across the line. James Grady. Maybe not the fastest guy out there, but one of the best looking.
Pretty impressive effort, these two riders. Stefan Roth, he's been a professional for over 10 years, has ridden every single Tulsa Tough. Leading them through right there, Texas State Criterium champion. And you know what? He's in good company. The young 26-year-old in the pink jersey, Oler. He is your state time trial champion. In other words, he's very good against the clock. He's good at a very steady pace, and that's exactly what the two of them are doing. Stefan Roth, also a very good time trialist. So, two specialists against the clock. The time trial men are up the road right now with a 30-second lead.
Looking good.
Remember, these riders are racing for 60 minutes. We're just past our 20-minute mark. 40 more minutes of racing. Temperature continues to climb. It's a hot and windy day out here in Tulsa. Day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, as we are here at the FC Tulsa, the Arts District. Gonna do one final call. If you're a Masters rider, you were in a crash in a previous race, you lost your Wahoo element or Wahoo bolt, element bolt. If you lost your Wahoo Masters rider, come on over here and pick it up. It's your final call and last call. Here's your time trial specialist, both of them. They're masters against the clock, and right now, they are working together. So they're on two separate teams, right? They are not on the same team, but yet they need to cooperate with each other. They need to be in a relationship because each of them needs to share the workload in order to be able to hold off the charging field. So one rider will come to the front, he'll pull for about 30 seconds, then the next rider will come to the front, and he'll pull for 30 seconds. Taking turns, battling through the wind, that is how they're going to have a chance to be able to stay away. Right now, look at the field spread out across the road. No indication of any kind of chase to be able to bring back our two leaders. We saw our Category 3 race. One rider going solo, picking up victory. Are we going to see a breakaway here in our Category 1-2 race? They went from, honestly, they went from lap number 1, which is relatively impressive considering how long this bike race is.
I'm pretty sure these guys in the breakaway are waving at the cameras around the course as they come by. Oler's been giving us a wave every time through. We've also been watching Stefan Roth trying to get the crowd behind this breakaway. So they're having fun up the road, that's for sure. We'll check back in with them in about 30 minutes from now and see if that's still the case.
Yeah, right now for these riders, it's all fun and games until you get to the final 10 minutes or the final 5 laps. Then things are going to get a little bit trickier. Guys, you have a 30-second gap, 30 seconds on the chasing field, and honestly, they're not chasing. They're riding across the road. Gap is 30 seconds.
Field rolling through. We're going to ring $100 cash preem, 100 cash, riders, 100 cash for the field. Field preem, 100 cash to the winner of the next lap. $100 cash preem for the field, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Throwing out $100. Now, your 2 breakaway riders will not be eligible for this preem. This is for the field only. We're going to give those guys a chance to get some cash back in the main group now. So $100 on the line for the field next time through.
Category 1-2 is a pretty large starting group. 130 riders on the start line, and you can see how strung out it is. It goes in waves. Sometimes they're chasing relatively hard. It gets to be a single file line. Other times, not as much. So sometimes getting a little bit stretched out, looking a little bit like a snake. Other times it's slowing down, looking a little bit more like a giant beanbag, and that's the shape of the field. These 2 riders, though, committed. So they're coming through pretty much at 25-30. That's what I'm going to be able to call it right now as we get ready to time to see how big a gap it is to the field. Remember, this is a preem lap as well. $100 on the line, so a little bit of risk coming through that final turn from many of these riders as they test their speed.
One rider out of the saddle, taking a look over the shoulder. Apex going to try and jump him. It's DCC Alpecin leading it out. Apex about to be on his rear door. That won't go to the line, and I think Apex got it. I think that was Amir Donnell for the Apex Cycling Team, presented by Old Ford. Getting the sprint $100 richer. You can see Amir in the replay here. The white helmet, big effort from behind. It got there right when it mattered. I love a good sprint. All right, leaders rolling back through. These guys going to be looking at 22 to go, guys. 22 laps to go. We're counting the laps at 22 laps to go. 22 to go, gentlemen.
You think that's good news to them or bad news to them?
You know,
it seems like a high number to me.
It's a pretty daunting number, I think.
It seems like a high number to me. If I was out there and already away for about 20 laps and all of a sudden I heard 22 laps to go, I'd be like, all right, we got a lot longer to go to be able to pull this off.
No, they're still having fun out there. I think they'll be just fine. Field rolling through. Now you guys are getting 22 to go. Check the counter. We are showing 22 laps to go. 22 to go now, riders. Count the laps at 22 laps to go.
Miami Blazers, that's Oscar Quiroz coming through. He's out of South Carolina. He was very aggressive yesterday, getting into the breakaway more than once. So Quiroz in that red jersey now leading the chase. Brad, 22 laps to go. Is there enough time to be able to bring back the 2 leaders?
Absolutely. If this field gets together and they all cooperate in that main group, this should be easy for this field to bring it back, especially now that it looks like this breakaway might be falling apart a little bit. Stephen Roth a little late on the pickup there to close the gap, so starting to see some weakness maybe in that front group of 2, but all that needs to happen here is that the field needs to cooperate and they need to stay cooperative for the next, let's say, 20 laps. They should be able to catch these guys on paper, but it doesn't always work out like that on paper. Real life is different than the textbooks.
Yeah, and I would say that if Robert Oehler is feeling good and is getting ready to drop Stephen Roth, I don't think that would be the right decision. He needs the help of Stephen Roth as long as possible. Both of these guys very against incredible machines. This has been this for years.
Get to Amir.
finds himself on the front of the race with Oler as they come through 21 laps to go. Talk about that rider in that pink jersey. He's your Indiana State time trial champion. But again, they need to work with each other. They need to continue to cooperate. I think they've gained time. Where the heck is the field?
Well, Roth getting back to work here. You just saw him flicking the elbow off to the side, telling Oler that it's his time to come through. Now the field rolling to the line right here. At 21 laps to go. David Irwin, Pegasus Premier out of Texas. Riding tempo up on the front. He's going to turn it over to Kyle Cooper. Up next, Team 6 Project out of California.
One thing I noticed coming through here is a lot of coasting, not a lot of pedaling, a lot of coasting going on in the middle of the group, and that's an indication that they're not chasing very hard. They came through at 31:30. Our two leaders right now at the top of the hill getting ready to come on that downhill section. Hey, if you're walking around and you're checking out our start-finish line area, that is great. But if you get a chance, head on down towards turn number 1, or maybe you want to head on down to the back stretch and see them go up the hill. Very different viewing perspective, watching the riders come around on different portions of the course. So if you get a chance, you'll be surprised at how crazy it is when they come flying around a turn at about 30 miles an hour. So check it out. Head on down to turn number 1, the last turn, or even somewhere on the backstretch. Lots of different areas around this course to be able to watch our bike races. The Cat 1-2s continue. Gentlemen, 19 to go, 19 to go. Time gap 37 seconds. I think they can hear us on the backstretch. Remember, it was 30, so they in the last 2 laps have gained 10 seconds as that time gap continues to grow. Nobody willing to be able to do the work. Not enough team members to be able to sacrifice themselves. Very different than what we're going to see in the pro men and the pro women's race. The Cat 1-2s, a lot of these riders out here fighting for victory themselves. Gap is 40 seconds, riders. 40 seconds to the 2 riders up the road. 18 laps to go, 18 laps to go. Gap's holding steady. You're not gaining, you're not losing. 40 seconds is the gap, 40 seconds. Unbelievable. Stefan Roth doing a fantastic job along with Robert Oehler. Oehler, 26 years old, out of Indiana. The complete opposite, Stefan Roth, 43 years old. Longtime legend, has raced pretty much has raced every single race around the United States. Has been a professional for a long time and now finds himself on the front trying to be able to figure out how can he win St. Francis Tulsa Tough on day number 2. Gap 40 seconds is the gap. 40 seconds for our riders. 40 seconds, more importantly, 18 laps to go. 18 laps to go. Day number 1 had finished up in a field sprint. Our riders were able to sit in. I mean, it was a relatively fast race, a semi-hard race, I would say, because if you sat in the group, it wasn't extremely hard. That was day number 1. Day number 2, for these 2 riders that are off the front, this is a big effort. This is a massive ask. And what you're gonna see is on day number 3 tomorrow, they could easily pay the price for the effort they're doing right now. But that's not what they're worried about. They're figuring out how to be able to win here tonight. That's the most important thing on their agenda. But tomorrow, Crybaby Hill, they are not gonna be feeling good. The legs are gonna be worn out.
Yeah, the check they're riding now will be cashed tomorrow afternoon as they have to battle Crybaby Hill. But Frankie, when you get into a breakaway like this, you are tunnel vision out there. I mean, there is nothing in the world that is going to stop these guys from trying to win a bike race today. Certainly not a bike race tomorrow. When you can see that finish line, the horse can smell the barn, there's no stopping them in this scenario.
This is this is an opportunity. And when you have those opportunities presented in front of you, you have to take advantage of it. Rider 17 to go, 17 to go. Pretty comfortable sitting on the back. I don't know how much longer he's going to last back there, but I highly recommend you move up, Alexander Konya.
Go, Max! Go, Max! Go, go, go!
That's that neon green jersey sitting on the back. Alexander Konya, Groove Subaru XL Sports out of Colorado. He's just tail gunning back there. Brad has talked about it many times. Sometimes you're in the back because you have no choice. You don't have the legs and you can't move up. In this instance, those last couple riders sitting in the group look pretty comfortable. They're just kind of riding and waiting, letting some laps go by, seeing if anybody else is willing to do the work to catch the leaders, as we see a replay right now on our TV. Well, that looked like it was Ben Colby from Piedmont University, I think, going down. Come on, Tulsa, cheer them on. They've been out there for lap number 1. It's 16 laps to go. They need all the encouragement they can get. It has been a long day. It's a hot day. Temperatures over 90 degrees, and that wind slowing them down at every single turn.
Well, these guys pretty soon are going to be past the point of no return in this breakaway if the field doesn't start to get their act together, but they are starting to lift the tempo. The problem is Apex and Sound Pony are both doing a really good job of shutting down any moves that try to get off the front of the field. So now the other team's trying to give it a go. Let's help them out here at 16 laps to go. Make a little noise for 3rd place in the group. 16 to go. Gap down to 35 seconds. They brought 5 seconds back in 1 lap.
Come on, Max, you can do it!
So the math still adds up here for these guys back in the main field. If they know they can bring 5 seconds back per lap, they only need 7 laps to do it, and they're at 16 laps to go right now. So the important thing here will be that the field stays on that bringing back 5 seconds every lap tempo. If they start looking around like they were before, or they let teams like Sound Pony and Apex, the 2 teams that are in the breakaway, set tempo, well, they're not going to gain 5 seconds every lap. And I think Apex is going to be a main factor here in kind of throwing off the rhythm of that main group back in the field. There's just so many of them up there, and they are stacking it up near the front. Rolf might be in a little trouble here trying to get back on the wheel. Oler will be happy to know that his team is crushing it back in the main group for him. They are locking that one down back there in the main field. What's going on here? More riders down.
Good job!
Right at the top of the hill, coming around, a big crash. Riders going down. They can't see what's around the corner, and so riders went down right after the turn. The rest of the riders are following into the turn, and when they come out, there were riders on the ground, so they started piling into each other. Hopefully everybody's going to be okay and be able to get off the course, but definitely about 10 riders going down. The good thing, if you could call it a good thing, is that free laps are still open. They can go into the pit area, take a free lap, and then be able to come back out. You're allowed 1 to 2 laps out of the bike race for any kind of mechanical or crash. Then you can re-enter the race and be on the same lap as everybody else, racing for victory.
Oler and Roth through. If you're watching on the live stream or the big screens out there, you can also see the riders getting ready to go back in from the pit. These would be all the guys that were caught up in that crash earlier. All right, so a successful reinsertion there. You see that pit located just about 100 meters before the start-finish line on the rider's left-hand side. That's a great place to go watch the race if you're looking for some action. Meanwhile, efforts still going on the front of the main field. This will bring some time back to Oler and Roth up the road as the field goes single file. The chase is on at 14 laps to go.
Yeah, look at the difference in the field right now. Starting to string out. Somebody's on the front putting down the pressure. Remember, your overall leader is Hogan Sills. He won in the sprint yesterday. He wants to be able to keep that. 2 riders going up the road might not be a threat to his Omnium lead, so Sills is going to sit in, try to be able to stay as rested as possible, and then place as high as he can in the sprint. But other riders in the race have other ideas, as right now, Miami Blazers, and I think that's going to be Quinoa on the front once again. Oscar Quiroz on the front. He was in the breakaway multiple times yesterday. He was on the front a couple times today, trying to be able to break the field apart to no success. Now we have an attack coming through. 13 laps to go.
Oler and Roth getting downright spicy out here now. Oler leaving Roth behind.
Now, I wish I could whisper this because I think they can hear me on the backside, is Oler has gone away. That's good for him. For Stephen Roth, though, a little bit of a problem because I don't even know if he's going to be able to stay away to get second. That's what's under threat right now. This rider has been away for the entire race, and right now, his second place is in jeopardy.
Well, Oler still looking back to see if Stephen Roth can be rejoining him anytime soon. Does not look like it. So now Robert Oler just has to go into full-on time trial mode. Can this guy solo for 13 more laps on the front?
Brad, why now? Right? These two have been riding together. They've been cooperating. They've been together the entire time. Why now? Why are you dropping your partner and going solo by yourself now?
Well, I think Oler's been trying for a while. He's launched a few of these attacks against Stephen Roth. They just haven't stuck until he finally got the kill shot on this one. So I think Oler may have been trying to get rid of Roth for a while now, and finally he was able to succumb to one of Robert Oler's attacks here.
Yeah, the fatigue seems like to be setting in on Stephen Roth. He's not giving up, though. Look at the difference, though. Oler, arrowed, tuck, trying to be able to go as fast as he can. Stephen Roth more sitting up, trying to recover, and that's the difference between these two riders, the way they're tackling the downhill. Oh, my goodness, the field coming around that turn. I talked about it. Stephen Roth trying to be able to hold on for second, definitely in the hunt.
Well, this is going to be a problem not only for Roth, but for Oler out here as well, because this means that the field is starting to lift the tempo. There's Oler through it, 12 laps to go on the line. Help Stephen Roth out here a little bit. Let's see if we can keep him out there. Little love for your Sound Pony team. Come on, Stephen. Riders coming in for the pit. Here's the front of your field. Once again, Team 6 project going to set some tempo up there. They've been working. Tommy Fang doing the job this time in the black and white jerseys of Team 6.
Come on, man. You stay there. Come on, Milo.
Indiana time trial state champion. He knows how to ride against the clock. He knows how to be able to push himself. Time trialists are a different breed as he gets ready to come around that turn. Stephen Roth still in no man's land as the field has not been able to catch him, but they are tracking him down. They have him in their sights, and right now, trying to be able to get up to second place. The question is, can this young 26-year-old hold on? Cheer him on. Oler, 11 laps to go. Hey, broadcast truck, what about our music? Little quiet out here. Who wants some music playing? That's what I thought. Come on, Stephen, nice job. Got to hang on there. Oh, never mind.
It worked.
Voila.
Way to go, Frankie.
You know, it's a hot day out. They're sleeping a little bit, you know, little...
These guys starting to give up on the chase back in the main field here as Oler going to bring us through. Make a little noise for your solo rider. Cannot stress enough how painful this is for Robert Oler out there right now. This one hurts. All right, we're going to bring up a field premium starting right here. 200 cash riders for the field starting right here. 200 cash for the field. Those two are eligible. 200 for the field. Riders, $200 cash for the field. Cash premium, 200 cash for the field. Leaders not eligible. Field premium for 200 cash. Group of three riders up in front of the field with a $200 premium on the line. I think these three guys might be setting up for a little dash for cash here when they make their way up and around the final turn. A lot of looking around up here. There's Oler on the way through. 9 laps to go for Robert. Now remember, $200 premium live. 3 guys away out of the final turn. One of these 3 walking away with $200. They're going to open it up from 150 meters out. It'll be a 3-rider drag race to the line with 200 cash. And I think Tommy Fang going to get there for Team 6 project, confirming Fang. $200 richer, number 248. These guys wrapping up for the day. You're all done. Thank you very much. You'll see a lot of riders come off the back getting withdrawn here at the line. Once you lose contact with this main field, it is pretty much impossible to maintain these speeds because you need the draft of the other riders in the race. And so once you're out of the draft, it's pretty much impossible to get back into the race. And so we pull those riders off the course because they know their day is done. We know their day is done. There's no point in letting those guys roast out there any longer than they need to. Here's the guy who's not done yet, Robert Oler, rolling through the line. Seeing 8 on the counter. And now at this point, Oler going to be out of sight. It is so much more difficult to chase something that you can't see. You're chasing a ghost, right? Kind of like when the Greyhounds chase the flag, right? When they can see it, they're happy to chase it. But once you lose sight of that guy in front of you, you don't know if you're gaining time, if you're losing time. It's really hard to gauge how much effort you need to do against Robert Oler to start to bring back time. And so if you don't have that physical reference of seeing him up the road and knowing that you're chasing him, it is really hard to stay motivated and chase a ghost, which is what they're doing right now for Robert Oler.
Look at the main field. Guess who's on the front right there in that yellow jersey? That's Stefan Roth. He was away for the entire race. Now he's drilling it, sacrificing himself completely for the good of the team. trying to be able to set it up. They have a couple good sprinters. They know first place has a good chance at staying away. It's second and third. These guys definitely want to be able to get onto the podium, and I'm talking about the Sound Pony team.
So pretty cool that these guys can get some team tactics together after all these years. I guess the knowledge is institutional, and it's staying with these guys, running an excellent race for Team Sound Pony. Stephen Roth not able to hang with the breakaway, but he's making the best of it back in the field, riding the front of the group, or at least trying to. Meanwhile, Oler's teammates taking a little look off the front here. Apex looks like going to try and send another one.
Here comes Robert right now with 7 laps to go. Put your hands together. Unbelievable ride. They attacked on lap number 1, and he has been staying away. Built up a lead of almost 40 seconds. That's been the maximum gap that he's had so far, and it's been maintaining, holding steady, and now he's just got to do it for 7 more laps, and he can become a Tulsa Tough champion. Keep an eye on that field. I think that gap has actually increased. I think 40 seconds is an underestimate of what he has done so far. Pretty remarkable ride right now. He's going up Sound Pony Hill on the backstretch. In the meantime, our leaders coming through. That's going to be Daniel Holloway, the Hollywood Holloway. He is a multi-time Criterium national champion. He's also been amateur national road race champion as well. Holloway coming back to racing this year. He's been retired. How long has he been retired for? About 5 years, I think. He was one of the most dominant sprinters in America for many, many years. As that gap getting reported from our officials, 42 seconds to our one sole leader.
Robert Oler back through, 6 to go on the counter now. Gap up to 50 seconds that time through for Robert Oler. And 6 laps to go. Math is in Oler's favor here. He's got everything he needs. At this point, Oler in the breakaway can start to baby that bike underneath him, because his biggest opponent right now is going to be mechanical. He's got to watch out for flat tires, broken chain, maybe drop the chain, something like that. So lines that Oler maybe would have taken earlier will become off limits. If there's a manhole cover that you would have ridden over when you were riding more aggressively, he'll start to avoid those. You're just taking a little softer line if you can, because again, the only thing that's going to stop Robert Oler right now is going to be a mechanical. So all he can do is just take care of that bike underneath him, make sure that he's not asking too much of it, and he's going to be just fine to try to win this bike race in Tulsa. Make a little noise for Robert Oler. Down to 5 to go.
Here comes your leader on the road, Tulsa. Let's make some noise. 52nd is the lead. That's what he's trying to be able to hold on. 4 laps to go. 4 to go. 26 years old, again, coming out of Indiana. Right now finds himself in Tulsa, not only in one of the most famous bike races in the United States, but in the lead, a chance for victory here at our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. That field, they're going to be thinking about the podium. There's no way I think they're going to be able to bring back the leader. He is gone absolutely. Robert Oler, an incredible ride. So right now, waiting to be able to see what our field is going to be able to do. Is podium up for grabs, also Omnium. Every position at the sprint is going to count towards points. Yesterday was our first race. Hogan Sills is our overall Omnium leader. But remember, the guys that got 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on, they scored points. So in this group, the order that they finish, they're going to get points, and then they're going to move up in that Omnium standings or move down. And of course, tomorrow is our final day for the overall of the Omnium of Tulsa Top. I think the heat's taken its toll. It's been a consistent pace. It's been steady, but yet riders are coming off the back. Riders are getting dropped. Riders are getting pulled out of the race. I don't think it's so much because this race has been like faster than usual. It's not faster than yesterday. It's the taking its guy.
Yeah, the about in the is that when it goes bad, it goes very bad very quickly. Just like your car. Once that thing overheats, there's nothing you can do but pull over to the side of the road and wait for it to cool down. Oler doesn't even seem to have a problem with that. At 3 laps to go on the counter, still looking good on the front. But you're right, Frankie, this race is making havoc at the back as now guys starting to drop from the heat, the fatigue. Remember, we still got one more day of racing to go. Arguably the hardest day of the notorious Tulsa Tough weekend as we head to Crybaby Hill tomorrow. One of the most legendary days of American bike racing. Starting to see the Sound Pony guys making their way up to the front. Looks like they're going to have a run at this for at least a podium finish for our Sound Ponies Legends team. Holloway up on the front. Liam Bartman right behind him. Looks like Holloway may try and shepherd Bartman around here for the last 3 laps of racing. These guys can do it, Frankie. I would not be surprised to see Liam Bartman end up on this podium today.
Yeah, Bartman, the young rider on that team, only 19 years old and coming off of 4th place at under 23 Criterium National Championship. So if you can pick up a 4th place at Nationals, you know you're going to have some speed and some strength. So Sound Pony right now relying on Liam Bartman to be their man to get themselves on the podium. They had a rider in the break, Sound Pony, with Stefan Roth. Now they're trying to put a rider on the podium by the end of the race. But right now, the entire story, the script is all about Robert Oler. Let's go, Robert! Let's go, Robert! So we talked about the time gap being 50 seconds, but you know what? It doesn't really matter what the time gap is to the leader because he's going to stay away. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and so on. It's all going to come from this group. They're figuring out and trying to be able to set up for the sprint as they're going to see 2 laps to go, riders. 2 to go, 2 to go. Oh, Blazers now in the front right there. They got one of their good sprinters sitting in there. That's Dante Young. Dante Young sitting 3rd wheel there with the red jersey. Very fast sprinter. They're going to try to be able to set him up to try to be able to get onto that podium as our leader getting ready to come around with 1 to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to send this guy off for one final lap of racing. Join me as we cheer on Robert Oler. 1 to go. Oler looking super comfortable out there right now. The big question today is going to be this field sprint for 2nd and 3rd place on the line here. We watch the Sound Pony Triad Bank team trying to line it up. Daniel Holloway shepherding Liam Bartman up towards the front. But now Apex getting into the mix. Holloway still there. Bartman a little farther back. And we'll see those guys up and around the final turn here shortly. Send our field out for 1 lap to go. Oler about halfway around the course, now on his way to a solo victory in the 1-2s. Here's your field. Help me out, Tulsa. Send these guys off for 1 lap to go. 1 to go, riders. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Uh-oh. A few riders going down in the field. That shouldn't affect much. Guys up in the front still going to be safe. And now Robert Oler getting ready to make his triumphant return to the line. Again, cannot stress enough how much a win on a day like this means here at Tulsa Tough. And to win it solo in this fashion just makes it all the more special. Ladies and gentlemen, he can hear you now. Welcome back to the line, Mr. Robert Oler.
From lap number 1 to the final lap, Apex bringing it home as Robert Oler picks up 1st place. So now remember, Omnium points up for grabs, podium up for grabs. We're going to see a great sprint right now as our riders, if we go back to seeing the field, as they get ready to attack. They're going up Sound Pony Hill. Look at Miami Blazers on the right-hand side in the red jerseys trying to be able to come around to everybody. It's a mad dash to the final turn. Diving on the inside, going all the way to the curb. Here they come.
Sills fighting his way to the front. Couple riders going down behind him in the sprint. Sills going to find a clean line here. He'll go to the line in a drag race. And Sills going to get beat by Dante Young. Good for 2nd on the day. I think Hogan Sills will hold on for 3rd unofficially. Dante Young, your silver medalist out of the field.
You did it, man. Good job.
Nice job out there, guys. Give it up for your Sound Pony team. What an honor to have them back in racing here at Tulsa Tough.
It's a really good slice of pizza.
Is it good? It's amazing.
We come a quick trip to get the coffee and the hot chocolate.
I love their pretzels. And they got bomb taquitos
that too.
She likes your taquitos.
I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese, like my favorite thing.
I'm from New York, so this is like a big bodega here.
I mean, y'all hot dog is the best.
It's just something about it.
Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
Good evening and welcome to St. Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd and I'm thrilled to be here tonight in the Arts District presented by FC Tulsa. We're about to have our professional women get on course for our second night of racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. As we saw last night, we had an amazing race down in the Blue Dome District. That night is always full gas and last night was absolutely no exception. We had Legion of Los Angeles on the front commanding this race for a large portion, but DNA Pro Cycling, LA Sweat, and Miami Blazers, each challenging them at the front. Here we're watching the final lead out into the final few turns. We can see Laura Rathbun on the front and then Yareli Salazar coming over the top and beginning to take over. That would allow the rest of the Legion train there. And you can see just how single file this whole race became at the end. Coming into the final two turns, Alexis Magner takes over the pace setting for her sister, Kendall Ryan. Ryan makes the jump out of turn number 8. Skylar Schneider on the outside with the gold helmet tries to make the pass, but she could not. And Kendall Ryan claiming another victory in Tulsa for Friday night Blue Dome. Here we see our women on the podium and Alexis Magner able to hold on for third place overall after that amazing lead out. Skylar Schneider, of course, finishing out in second. That'll leave us with our Omnium for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Kendall Ryan now leading with 31 points. Skylar Schneider with 27. Alexis Magner with 24. Paula Munoz with 22. And Riley McMullen with 21. Tonight is the second night of racing, though, here in the Arts District, and we have our famous L-shaped course. We have a start-finish down here next to the Bob Dylan Music Center. We make a left-hand turn onto MLK Jr., another left onto Cameron, then that right onto Main Street to pass Sound Pony before we come back down onto our Main Street. Weather here today in Tulsa, Oklahoma, oh, it's a hot one. We're looking at 95 degrees right now, but it feels like 105. We're going to throw it on over to Frankie Andreu and Brad Soner on the stage for our women's call-ups.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough call-ups. Like to be able to start off riding for Legion of Los Angeles. She was your winner last night in Blue Dome. She was also your winner right here in 2021. This is Kendall Ryan.
Up next, we'll welcome a former Omnium winner here. Your Omnium winner in 21 and 22. She won this stage the same year back in 2022. And now riding for the Miami Blazers, welcome to the front row, Skylar Schneider.
She won your overall here at Tulsa Tough last year, your 2023 champion. She was also your winner at this race here at the Arts District. Riding for the Miami Blazers, Sam Schneider.
Up next, we'll go to third place. Last night, your winner at Athens this year. She is on fire here in 2024. Riding for Legion of Los Angeles. Next to the front row is Alexis Magner.
Riding for Team DNA, coming all the way from New Zealand. Last night she won your sprint race mid-race, so she is your current ACC sprint leader. Please welcome Riley McMullen.
All right, we'll roll the rest of our riders up to the line, give them final instructions, and then we are off and racing for day number 2 of the notorious Tulsa Tough.
Riders, one thing to keep in mind, free laps are over, 5 laps to go. No more free laps, 5 laps to go. The pit is right behind you on the left-hand side. It's the black tent, state neutral service pit. That is where if you have a mechanical or crash, you'll be able to go into. You are racing for 60 minutes. 60 minutes, and immediately after your podium, after our men's race, we will have our women's podium and our overall omnium for Tulsa Tough. Riders, it's a big field. Riders that are out of contention, you will be pulled, so keep that in mind. And right now, we are moments away from kicking off day number 2, getting final confirmation that our officials are ready, our timers are ready.
And now, Tulsa, we got to make sure you guys are ready. Can I get a little noise for your pro women's field? We are off in 10 seconds, riders. Tulsa, let's count them down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Riders, once again, as a reminder, free laps are over.
Great to have Frankie Andreu and Brad Stoner welcoming all of our professional women to the starting line. Samantha Schneider wearing the number 1 on her back this season. Remember, she also took the win here last year, but the win came courtesy of a lead out from Kendall Ryan this season. They are actually competitors against each other in the off-season. The Williams Racing Sports Management shuffled the deck a little bit between their programs, and the Schneider sisters being traded over to the Miami Blazers. Last night showed just how impactful those trades have become in our season in 2024, where the Ryan sisters were able to execute their tactics after the dominable force and lead out of Laura Rathbun. Rathbun there on the front right now. Schneider going to just sort of look at things. We also see in the middle Riley McMullen. McMullen finishing in 5th last night. Actually, well, she finished in 5th in the standings, courtesy of some of her earlier work in the race. So she's in this race. She's on the left side of our screen in that white DNA Pro Cycling kit. Number 55 up in the front there. That's Stephanie Hollomack. She's from Brooklyn, New York, now racing for Goldman Sachs ETFs. And so Goldman Sachs looking to sort of find a little bit of a resorting of themselves this evening. They suffered a major loss in that crash late in the race last night when we had Andrea Sear go down in a crash. She suffered a major laceration over her eye. She now has 6 stitches above her left eyebrow, and she also suffered a number of other contusions. Her back is all torn up, and her equipment was worse for wear. So Dr. Andrea Sear, unable to start today or continue the Tulsa Tough Omnium. That's going to put a lot more pressure on Goldman Sachs ETFs. Now, the reason they have pressure is because they have Paula Munoz, an Olympian from Chile, and she is definitely one to watch. She placed 4th last night in that sprint to the line. Munoz has certainly found success here before, but she needs to find that top step tonight. She's going to be looking for it. On the front right now, we had CCB coming out and around. CCB Levine Law is a great program. Originally based in Vermont, but now they're from all over the country, carrying a number of riders from the Colorado area. CCB Levine doing a nice job. Now, if you're just joining us, again, my name is Gabe Lloyd. Very shortly, I'll be joined here by my friend Daniel Holloway. Holloway actually racing in the Category 1-2 event this evening, part of what they're calling the Assassins Squad for Sound Pony. Sound Pony is actually on the course here today, and this right-hand turn that the women just made, they're going to go by Sound Pony World Headquarters here on course, and Sound Pony, a big part of our Tulsa culture through and through. You can see that group of spectators there on the left side of the screen, all part of the Sound Pony contingency. So big thanks to Sound Pony for putting on a party, bringing back alumni who have found success in Tulsa before. Daniel Holloway, the original winner of this series here, getting really his career start in Tulsa when he was just 19 years old. We'll get a few words from him later on as we get into the broadcast. Here we have Goldman Sachs still on the front there with those blue shoulders. Now tonight is going to be a lot different than last night. Last night it was hot, but the sun was setting, and it definitely got cooler throughout. And technically that'll happen here this evening in Tulsa. But right now the real feel is 105 degrees. Last I checked before we started broadcast. It is hot, and we think that attrition is going to play a major factor in tonight. Where I'm set up in turn number 1, I'm sort of in the thick of the team tents, right next to the Siniska tent where national champion Chloe Patrick is located, and then I'm also next to Schramm, and then the Williams Racing contingency. The constant theme throughout all of these team tents was ice. Every single woman in this field that was part of this team tent area, they were packing their pockets and packing their pantyhose full of ice to create ice socks, and that ice is on their backs. And you can see, actually, you don't see a lot of bumps on backs right now because that ice is already melted, being as hot and as bright as it is. Very little cloud cover here today. A little bit of wind, though, and the wind could play another factor in this event as we get deeper into it. Looking on camera right now, we have Stephanie Holomack still on the front. Stephanie has won a number of races herself over the years. She won the Easton Twilight Criterium last year in Easton, Pennsylvania, when she was unattached. That ride in Easton actually got her onto LA Sweat for the remainder of the 2023 season. In the 23 to 24 transfer season, she was picked up by the Goldman Sachs ETFs program, and she's had a great run of success with that program. We also have, looks like, Samantha Schneider there from Miami Blazers, and her sister Skylar right behind her with that gold helmet is coming up. It looks like Amber Joseph from Austin Outlaws also putting herself into the front. CCB coming up to the front on our right side of our screen, as well, as I was talking about before, and then right behind them are some of our LA Sweat riders. Legion of Los Angeles this evening seemingly content to allow other riders to do the pace setting, possibly thinking that the weather is going to have a contribution to that fatigue. Before the show, we actually got a few words with Chloe Patrick, our U23 national champion. Chloe Patrick has brought, even though she is so young, she brings a lot of success and pedigree into this race. She is a two-time U23 national champion. She is sitting at just about fifth wheel right now in that Stars and Stripes jersey, as you can see her go through the frame right now. Let's take a moment to hear what Chloe Patrick had to say about today's upcoming race here in Tulsa.
Hey everybody, I'm Gabe Lloyd, and I'm here with Chloe Patrick, our U23 national champion racing for Siniska Cycling. Chloe, welcome to Tulsa. How many times have you raced Tulsa Tough before?
This is actually my first time here.
This is your first time racing St. Francis?
I've never been, yeah.
Wow, amazing. So, what's your first impressions after night one at Blue Dome for St. Francis Tulsa Tough?
Yeah, I think I have to mention the crowds. It was incredible. They were so loud all around the course. The course was amazing. The competition was amazing. I think the whole atmosphere was just incredible.
Talk to us a little bit about your team last night. You were very present. Yourself, Catherine Sarkisov, name some of your other teammates that you felt like really made an impact on last night's race.
Yeah, so we've been racing some crits together for a few months now, and we're really starting to get cohesive. I think the whole team did a really good job. Unfortunately, most of them, I think all but one, was caught up in that big crash in the last lap, but everyone was chasing moves down. We saw Cara O'Neill up there, we saw Tess Edwards up there chasing some stuff down. Yeah, they were all super valuable.
What's the strategy for Siniska in today's race? There's a little bit more elevation change and a little bit more heat, so perhaps a little bit more attrition. Any strategies in that regard?
I think the whole team strategy, firstly, is just to stay cool throughout the race. It's so hot today. And I think we're going to see how it plays out. We have a lot of cards to play, but it just depends on how the course is. I've never raced it before, so I don't know what to expect. And I think we'll just kind of figure it out on the fly.
Catherine Sarkisov did very well here last year, right? Talk to us a little bit about that and whether or not she will be a factor in today.
Yeah, I think Kat is always a factor. You can't count her out. She did crash yesterday, though, so she's not really up there for the overall, which she did get a podium in last year. So that's unfortunate. That was going to be a really good card to play, but I think she's going to crush it today. I think it's a good race for her, a good course.
All right, Chloe Patrick, thank you very much for joining me up here. Chloe Patrick, U23 national champion, racing St. Francis Tulsa Tough. All
right, great to hear from Chloe Patrick there. Before the show began, we have our Category 1-2 podium now. Category 1-2 race just before this one. I do not actually have the results, so congratulations to these young men. I know Dante Young there in second place, so congratulations to Dante for winning the field sprint. And the rest of these young men having a great race here today. I do know that the first place gentleman rode solo from lap number 1 and essentially time trialed his way to victory here today at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Day number 2 presented by FC Tulsa. Now, I'm joined again here by Daniel Holloway in the booth. Even we're looking at our pro women's field. We're going to have Daniel. How are you doing, my man? Feeling pretty good?
Holy smokes, it is blistering hot out there.
I just, like, on the scale of 1 to nuclear.
Is there anything more than sun?
No.
Surface of the sun?
Surface of the sun, hot, yeah. Does your strategy shift at all for the race in any way when you're racing in the heat like this?
Yeah, you just have to be very, very mindful of, like, just going too hard. You know, you can't do these explosive efforts, these sprint efforts. They just empty your tank fast. You just got to, like, flatten your power curve as much as you can and just kind of, you know, just learn to just bring everything back at a steady pace. As soon as you kind of do the explosive efforts, those sprints, and you get your engine overheated, there's no way to cool down. You know, like, I'm going to be sweating through the rest of the evening instead of taking a nice cold shower and getting that core temperature.
I can hardly tell. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. No one's, yeah. We're on TV about it. It's okay, apparently.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Daniel Holloway just racing in the Category 1-2 event this evening. How'd it go for you guys, team-wise, Team Sound Pony Assassin Squad?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was super successful. Stefan Roth was, represented the program off the front with that Team Apex rider. So yeah, flew the pony flag for us for quite some time. Out there, and then Huff was out there.
If you look at you, you're on TV.
Look at me. Hey, Mom.
You got your camera on. You got some mics on. Were you able to talk to Brad Soner at all?
A little bit, just as we're experimenting with some technology to kind of give the best, a new experience to, the spectators here. Hearing from somebody in the race would be, pretty cool. So we tried it. It worked for a little bit, and then I don't know if it's moisture or just, it's so hot here. Batteries might die. So learning exercise.
All right. Well, Daniel Holloway was mic'd up today, and he had communications to Brad Soner on the stage, and they had brief opportunities to actually communicate with each other throughout the event. We've got our pro women on course right now, and speaking of that heat, the effects of that heat definitely showing their effects right now, because this race is a lot less dynamic than what we saw last night in Friday Blue Dome. Friday Blue Dome, we saw attacks. We saw a lot of aggressive pace setting at the front, a lot of different riders coming up to the front and repeatedly hitting the front of this race really hard. Tonight, we are seeing riders setting tempo more so than vicious attacks, and positioning is still very crucial. We've seen Chloe Patrick just floating at the front, notably easy to see where she is in that Stars and Stripes for the U23 kit for Zaniska, but I've also seen a lot of white jerseys for DNA Pro Cycling putting themselves up into the front. How crucial, look, Ariel Coy now on the front for LA Sweat. How crucial is it right now for these women to just keep things in check? Because they have they've got a good while out there in the sun.
Yeah, they're racing 60 minutes, 70 minutes. So it is plenty of time to overheat, that's for sure. So it's going to be a race, just attrition. The pace, we may not see like a lot of attacks, but just a solid tempo is just going to have consistent wear and tear lap after lap. And the wind out there is quite brutal. Tailwind up the hill, which makes it just super fast. And then, but as soon as you come off of corner 5 on the backstretch, block headwind. And then that top corner that it's, you can't control the weather, and if there's a gust as you're turning into that downhill, it just was moving guys around. And then same thing at the bottom corner. You lean into that thing and a gust of wind hits, and You know, it's moving. The wind is moving you around. So it's very windy on the backside. Really, really impressive in the Cat 1 race for that guy to just basically ride that solo.
Yeah, just time trial it the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So, but I mean, it was again so hot that he broke the field. It was kind of only so fast we could go without needing to go slower.
Okay. So we'll see. We haven't seen anybody in this field yet attempt a solo move at this time. LA Sweat on the front right now. And these women looking very nice and organized. LA Sweat really bringing their A game into Tulsa. Ariel Coy leading us through turn number 1 here as they came through on the front. They also have Daphne Karaganis on their program now. Daphne, a great rider. Although I don't see, oh, there she is. Number 39 is Karaganis this evening. So we've had a lot of shuffling in our 24 lead into the season with the NCL unable to continue. That left a lot of riders out and looking for a new home. Riley McMullen also victim of that. We'll hear from her a little bit later in the show. Looks like Ariel Coy trying to drive this pace right now. She is a very aggressive rider through and through. This is one of the first moments of this race where we've seen the lifting of the speed getting us into a full single file pace setting. And this is the moment where perhaps you thought you were safe in the middle and you could just sort of hang out, and turns out that you need to be in the right spot, because what happens in these races when the gaps really start to open? Even though you're going downhill, you have this block headwind situation.
Yeah, so it makes you just end up pedaling on the downhill, right? Doing an effort. It's very hard to carry speed or gain anything in there. So you got to be like really smooth in the corners, carry momentum. Through this last corner onto the stretch, it's this kind of weird cross tail with how everything is funneling in there. So yeah, it's having a gap on the downhill is you just have to really get aero and just kind of be patient with the effort and kind of let the front come to you rather than you go to the front.
Got it. We're looking in the pit right now for Kelly Samuelson, giving them a little bit of advice. She's trying to find the shade as well. Samuelson, the director of the LA Sweat program for the past 10 years. Nice to have that program continuing on. Looking through, we see Saniska right behind them in those orange shoulders. That is the team of Chloe Patrick. Also Catherine Sarkisov on that program. Catherine had a great 2023 campaign here in Tulsa Tough. She eventually finished 3rd overall in the Omnium, thanks to 4th place finishes at Blue Dome and here in the Arts District. And then I think Crybaby Hill, she finished 5th. And that allowed her enough points to jump onto the podium at a very young age. Sarkisov, definitely an up-and-comer when we were talking to Chloe Patrick off camera even before. And you may have actually heard that in the interlude with Chloe Patrick, that she is definitely a rider to watch, and should things necessitate Sarkisov putting herself into the wind or perhaps putting herself into the position of needing to sprint for a win, she could absolutely pull that off. Looks like LA Sweat has some
Emily Flynn on the front setting the tempo.
Yeah, what do you think LA Sweat's goals are right now?
Yeah, I mean, just use their numbers to just, death by 1,000 cuts maybe, with the wet, just with the heat, just keep the tempo up. And make sure everybody's doing an effort. Like I said, the wind really is just, there's a couple spots where it's consistent, but everywhere else it's like swirling around. So you can't just get on the wheel and have known draft. It's moving around so much. So if you just set that hard tempo, everybody's having to work and change position and do these efforts rather than just, big attacks.
Coming through, we're about 18 minutes into this race. They're about to come by us here in turn number 1. Here we are. And that's Karaganis now on the front. Looking through the middle of the field, I saw Kate Seiler looking very comfortable for CCB Levine. Again, Seiler having a big impact on last night's race at Blue Dome, where Seiler was repeatedly at the front in the middle of the field. Seiler this evening, number 16. She is definitely a rider to watch. She's found a lot of success through and through, helping her teammate Cassie Hickey, number 11, in this race this evening. Hickey, the collegiate national road race champion, found a lot of opportunity in our Blue Dome race last day. Acceleration here. This looks like the distinctive riding style of Jessie Bonilla of Mexico, racing for LA Sweat. Bonilla on the velodrome. She has represented her country at Nations Cup events and raced at the highest level on behalf of Mexico. And she's a great teammate to Mariana Valadez. Valadez, a great finisher for LA Sweat. We may not talk about her very much during the race itself because Valadez is very good at hiding out and allowing her LA Sweat teammates to keep things moving. So I think the card that has been revealed for our race here today, and that LA Sweat is looking very motivated to keep things moving, but I think they're going to need somebody else to come help them out at this point in time, because you can't really just have one team do all of the heavy lifting, because though we're seeing this interesting sort of shape at the field where we're fence to fence as we come through, there's a tail now. We do have a tail at the back of this race, and so fatigue is starting to be revealed, but Samantha Schneider now coming up and around on the front, Sarkisov on the outside that last time through. Fatigue, though, showing from the faces at the back of these trains.
Yeah, like you kind of in that our pre-race show on the call-up, we were talking about how long it is between the last corner and the first corner. So it just allows, you get just past the finish line, and those riders in the front end up being a little tired, not really wanting to push the pace anymore, and it allows that bubble to happen right into the first corner. And so that's just one thing to be mindful of, getting caught out and just having to do these efforts to either hold position or get shuffled too far back to then, around 2 into 3 up the hill, needing to, make a position up there.
It looks like we actually found Andrea Sear in the pit, it looks like. Sear unable to continue her 2024 Tulsa Tough campaign after a significant crash in the race last night. It looks like they're watching our live stream even, so look at that. That's meta right there.
Yeah, she got 6 sutures in her eyebrow, and then I think she's missing 70% of her whole back. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of skin loss last night. There's a touch of wheels in turn 8 with about 6 laps to go, so it was outside the free lap rule, but she actually was on the ground for the duration of the race, actually. In her own.
But she's clearly not listening to audio. She's too smart for that. She just wants the visuals.
She doesn't need us. Yeah, she's got this. So Sear going to be helping out her team on radio here and giving them advice. Maybe she is listening to this after all. We're looking at 20 laps to go. It looks like our lap counter is now popped up. We're looking at 20 laps remaining. And we are going to be now 19 laps to go. And Jessie Bonilla on the front. Kingdom Elite Racing in second wheel right there. Kingdom Elite Racing. Shannon Koch. Very aggressive ride last night. She ended up finishing in the top 10 overall, even after attacking the race repeatedly at the front. This is a program out of Florida. Koch with teammates Valentina. Looking at is a sweat counter in this move on the left side of the screen here. Nice counter and a little bit of daylight here at Aerial Coy. Now this is tailwind section, right?
Yes.
Okay, so tailwind right now. That's going to make everybody feel fast. Aerial Coy trying to get the gap that she can. Butcher Box right behind. Going to try and shut this down. They definitely need a little bit of redemption. Butcher Box getting completely taken out of the race last night with that crash that occurred with 6 laps to go. So step one, they have so Aerial Coy and Butcher Box aligning forces, and looks like
lots of gaps are opening. I mean, it just 1, 1, 1, 3, 3. Peloton.
Yeah. That's
Sam, yes, Ureli Salazar from the region, making up that group, and I mean, that's pretty much everybody.
Siniska getting some orange shoulders in there, so we'll try to get those numbers as they come by us here in turn number 1.
So a little bit of a separation. We'll see, though. I mean, this gap is...
points.
No, we do have sprint points here, apparently. So we had a preem of some sort in the race. Nice little preem for our riders, and here we go. So we're looking at
72.
We're on.
So all teams are seemingly represented. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You know, CCB has missed it.
CCB definitely missed it. Siniska, though, is represented in that move. So we could have potentially the dynamic of allowing this to stick, although we would assume that Legion would actually prefer to see Kendall or Alexis be up in the points in the finale. Still plenty of bike racing to go, though. So we are going to be keeping an eye on this, and so is the field. And the cooperation is now the name of the game, right? So cooperation between all of these women, an absolute necessity. But look at this, Daniel. What I'm seeing right now is a separation that's not really that big, but not a lot of motivation to chase behind. Does that give benefit to the break?
Yeah, it allows them to, you know, kind of get organized, catch a tempo. And like we said, only one, maybe two teams missed the move. So it's time for those teams to find some organization out of the field and multiple riders together rather than just one person at a time trying to bring it back. But it looks like the break is, you know, starting to do some rotation, and we're just going to see what Urena Salazar does if she, you know, rotates through to Simpo, because again, that just helps her teammates in the back out a little bit, and then she can kind of, at that 10 laps to go, maybe go, all right, we've established the gap. I'm gonna sit on the safety legs and make sure that she's, you know, protecting the team, make sure she's fresh to the finish.
Salazar, absolutely capable of taking wins. I've watched her race on the velodrome for a little bit, and I mean, she knows how to win races. She raced with us at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center in T-Town a few times last year in 2023, and I think she won every race she was in. Here we go. So we are looking at a situation with 18 laps to go. Coy still on the front, and Samantha Schneider is the one following that the most, and we're going to see Stephanie Hollemack now for Goldman Sachs ETFs really respond to it. That's going to force a little bit of a chase there from Butcherbox in the mix, and that's going to be Alexandrine Obrand. So Alexandrine Obrand from California, racing for UTC Butcherbox Cycling, presented by Look, I believe. Just got cut off on the start sheet. Ariel Coy there, number 41 on the front. So Ariel's been really driving this thing, right? A few weeks ago, Eastern Twilight Crit, Coy ended up in a breakaway with national champion Corinne Lebecki and Skylar Schneider, and also I think Caitlin Ruerta of DNA Pro Cycling. And Coy was definitely contributing to pace setting. She loves these aggressive style of riding at the front, and it seems like to me that she's done quite a bit of work right now. Now she's back on the radio trying to talk it out, because really she can't burn herself up right now. I mean, quite literally could burn herself in this heat, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is where a lot of finesse comes in. If you end up kind of being one of the stronger riders in the move or the most motivated, is you have to not overdo it. You know, you can't show that everybody you want to ride this hard, because then they just don't want to work with you. You have to find that line where it's hard enough to keep the pace going, you know, and not so hard where other riders are saying, you know, it's too much. You know, if I do this for too long, I'm, you know, not going to make it. So she's got to find that middle ground of setting the tempo, being a contributor, but not so hard that the other riders are, you know, threatened or uncomfortable with that pace in these heat conditions.
And here come our ladies as they come by us in turn number one. One more time. Lucci there for DNA Pro Cycling. And now we're coming back together. Williams coming by us here in turn number one of the broadcast booth. A sling, so he will not be racing this evening. Talk about him during our men's broadcast in a little bit. We'll get guys back on our race for our women here. Give you the updates and show you what's going on. 16 laps to go. There they are. Now coming onto Main Street for
going to go by Sound Pony, and just as we see that, they are going to get caught by the field, and looks like Coy wants to keep this thing going for some reason. Coy going to drive our pace one more time. Is Coy going to counter this? I really would expect LA Sweat, a different LA Sweat rider, to try and bring this back. All right, so Coy still on the front, and Siniska in the mix here, bringing it all together. Ureli Salazar not really contributing too much to that. Looks like we're going to see a little bit of a counter move here on the left side of the screen. Kelly Samuelson here on the lower third, showing us in the pit cam. She is there trying to give us a little bit of insight one more time. She's seeing her team on the front, and perhaps that's what she wants, but here's a nice counter move by our, was that Breck? Yeah, Holly Breck.
Holly Breck with Laurel Rathbun on the wheel. I mean, those two take a couple hard turns together, can really pull out another group. It's interesting to kind of see Siniska chasing one another, or bring that move back. So typically, if you don't really like the makeup of the move that's up the road, you got to entrust the rider in the front to bring it backwards rather than spending, a rider to just chase it back. Then you have two riders spending energy instead of just one, so to speak.
Break that down for me. I don't know if I'm following what you're saying there. Are you saying that Siniska was inappropriately contributing to the breakaway, or that they were doing something strange in the peloton?
Yeah, like if the Siniska rider that was up the road in the breakaway wasn't their ideal rider, they didn't like the matchup, the one-on-one, so to speak. You can't just send a rider to the front and chase it down to reset the race. You got to trust the rider in the breakaway to disrupt the pace of the breakaway, slow that down, and so it will naturally come back. And let that person spend the energy to kind of bring the break backwards, rather than send somebody to the front to chase it down.
All right, well, learning curves here all around. Siniska is a great program for developing our next generation of women in the professional peloton. They're technically a UCI program, although on our start sheets we're seeing 3 of them are part of the UCI team, and then the other 2 are not. So Kara O'Neill, actually a lot. Big thanks to Quick Trip, more than a gas station. They're the official sponsor of St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream. So big thanks to Quick Trip. If you've got a favorite Quick Trip store, be sure to let Quick Trip know so that they can boost the profile of your favorite store. So tag us when you do so. Big thanks to everybody here, and tag us at Tulsa Tough. Look at this. It's going to be Daphne Karaganis with a nice counter attack, and Kate Seiler on the front, going to set tempo here, going to try to lift if she can, but Karaganis here, I believe, is going to be your rider for LA Sweat. Karaganis coming actually in the off season. She left DNA Pro Cycling, was put onto an NCL program, and then that team folded in like February, and so she was just put under the LA Sweat program, I think like 3-4 weeks ago.
Yeah, pretty recent, but this is great tactics from the Sweat. Ariel Coy really setting a really strong tempo, big attack in that breakaway, Bonilla counterattack, and then now Daphne with that big counterattack, and look what it's got him a really good gap. And so Daphne now, just as much as you want to push out the brake in this heat, you kind of have to settle in sooner than you would typically want to, just so you don't overdo it. But 14 laps is about 20-ish, 22-ish minutes. Love the elbows in, head in the hole, and get arrowed. You just got to ride, this strong tempo and find that rhythm. And it's going to probably sit around 8-10 seconds, and just find that consistent pace. And that way, when the peloton slows down, you get that couple of seconds. And in these heat conditions, the riders have to go, when they go hard, to bring back 5 seconds. It's such a massive effort. So just entrust in your tempo, strong tempo, good time trial pace, with about 20, 25 minutes to go. and put that out there. But just be patient with it and trust that there's only so much the field can do one at a time.
All right, so Alexi Ramirez out of this race this evening. Alexi did crash last night, and perhaps the conditions are affecting her a little bit more than normally would. She's from Trinidad and Tobago, so she's no stranger to heat and humidity, but as it stands right now, she is suffering. It looks like Kendall Ryan on the front of the actual field. She's wearing the pink top of the Omnium leadership role here for St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So Ryan is, you know, on the front of our race right now, trying to contribute. This Legion of Los Angeles wants to keep this thing together, right? Like Legion wants to. They're here for the win. They want to make sure that they are getting themselves into a position of opportunity, and so they're not going to just let Caraganis get away with this race all by herself. As we saw in the Category 1-2 event, that rider did ride solo all the way to the line. Looks like Ureli Salazar actually is now going to take over, and
I just wanted to joke with you.
Going to come up, and Siniska, it's hard to see, is going to bring that back. But this is Daphne Caraganis right now with 14 laps to go, riding solo away. Now she's on a headwind section, but she is going downhill. Nevertheless, there's no coasting on this downhill today.
No, definitely just turns into a flat road, and we have Salazar chasing, which is, you know, really, really good. You know, it's disrupting Legion's lead out, right? It's tiring those really crucial legs for Alexis and Kendall in the finale. So they're drawing these big riders out early, way before the lead out, to create some fatigue, to give, you know, Ariel Coy that opportunity in the finale. So you know you're doing really good things when you're drawing out riders like Ureli Salazar and you know, and other riders. So we'll see. Daphne has to be like not concerned who's coming. Like, let them get to you, and then figure out how to share the workload. Don't really wait for them. The gap's not really that big enough, but it's continuing to kind of go out. So we're going to see whose job it's going to be, who wants to take up the pace. So we have Legion, Sinska. You know, we're missing the Blazers, CCB, DNA. You know, all need to find a way to either work together or jump across, you know, to that island that is Ureli Salazar, to bring back Daphne.
So it's Kara O'Neill for Siniska, trying to create that contact there with Ureli Salazar, knowing that Salazar being so strong, and definitely one to work with. Caraganis, though, here off the front with 12 laps remaining, really, really driving this pace as she comes by Sound Pony through and through, and we're going to be seeing whether or not she can hold this. We're going to also start to do a little time clock here for ourselves to see if we can get some understanding of just how long her gap is for everybody. And so Daphne Caraganis now taking this left-hand turn to head downhill, now facing this block headwind, heading on downhill. No riders in sight in this view of the camera. Let's see if we can see any other riders behind at any point in time, just to get a better understanding of what this gap is. All right, so that gap is pretty good, but still not nearly big enough for it to be a surefire deal. However, the chase has now really just become the peloton, and this is Rathman on the front, it looks like, for Legion of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I mean, if we just kind of reflect just on the Cat 1-2 race, those guys sat at this similar distance for quite a bit, and then all of a sudden the field kind of cracked, you know, and then all of a sudden it was like, bang, another 5 seconds, another 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden you're out of sight. And once you're out of sight, it's really demotivating in the field to want to pull it back. It seems unsurmountable. So she's just doing a really good job finding her tempo. What she's really got to, at this point, stay focused on is, you know, just staying aero and efficient. You know, that's going to be the biggest game for her, is just, you know, eliminate wind resistance at all costs, and also not forget to drink. You know, when you get out there like that, you can kind of get lost in the moment and forget to take care of yourself. So she's just got to keep her head down. You can't control the peloton, so don't look back. And it becomes very much one-on-one back there, and just drink water, cool off, and find your rhythm. But getting out of the saddle like this is, you know, a sign of taking on water, and just trying to find some comfort.
Her gap is 13 seconds by my clock here. That's, of course, unofficial. I'm technically just somebody watching a bike race. So Caraganis with 13-second unofficial gap between herself and the rest of the field. Then Rathbun leading that charge. Remember, Rathbun, an instrumental portion of the Legion of Los Angeles program, where she really brought the diesel into the Legion program. It's sort of a dynamic that Legion was missing up until this point this year with the new composition of their program by trading the Snyder sisters over to Blazers. We're looking at Kelly Samuelson one more time in the team pit on the radio talking to Karaganis, and looks like that gap is...
it's hard to tell at this angle.
Yeah. The foreshortening of the lens here is really challenging to understand just what that gap actually is. Maybe we'll get a drone shot or something to see what the gap could be.
This is telling Kendall on the front doing some work.
All right, so we're going to make that turn, and we'll reset our clocks here in turn number 1 to see if that gap has sustained or not. Here comes our pace vehicle. You see a Don Thornton Automotive Group. Big thanks to those guys for presenting a bunch of cool cars. And we're going to start our clock here with Karaganis coming out of the saddle, lifting, trying to get out of sight, but here comes that field, and they look, well, that's Lexus Magner. That's only 8 seconds.
that's danger. That's not chasing. You know, that's not setting our strong team to bring it back. That is full-blown attack out of the field.
Yeah.
Not sitting around, really wanting to create a situation where it draws just only the very best out of the field.
Magner absolutely could win this. She has won the Athens Orthopedic Twilight Criterium twice from different scenarios. So nice to see that she is here racing. Remember, she is here to protect her sister Kendall Ryan's lead in the overall. But don't forget that Alexis also finished 3rd last night. That puts her in 3rd overall for our Omnium after 1 night of racing. Magner doing a little bit of work right now, but perhaps if she gets a nice result here this evening, that can give her the opportunity. Look who's joined her, though. It looks like that's Skylar Schneider has joined us. So Alexis Magner and Skylar Schneider are about to make contact here with Daphne Karaganis. We now have a pretty powerful breakaway, and that's Chloe Patrick behind, trying to bring that in as well. So Chloe Patrick, your U23 national champion, is about to join forces here, and Ariel Coy of LA Sweat also about to make contact with this separation.
This is telling her, you know, Alexis just did that big effort, Skylar Bridge, but just doesn't want to work. You know, what's the poker going on, right? Who's got double aces, who's got the full house, but for that group to not really want to work, is telling us, you know, does Skylar really trust that she's got the better lead out with Sam going into the finale versus kind of going one-on-one, punch for punch with Alexis in a small group?
Right. And in this point in time, DNA Pro Cycling is the one that's missed out. Speaking of DNA Pro Cycling, we actually did get a chance to talk to Riley McMullen before tonight's show, and I know that things are starting to wind up here a little bit with just 9 laps to go, but I think it'd be nice to get a little bit of our insight with Riley McMullen. She's from New Zealand. She is a national champion on the track this year for that program. Riley McMullen giving us a little bit of insight into what the DNA Pro Cycling program was up to for this year, and also what their insights are for coming into this race here today at the Saturday edition, or stage of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough, presented by FC Tulsa. That's their local soccer team here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. FC Tulsa presenting today's Saturday event here in Arts District with St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So see what we can do here about hearing from Riley McMullen if we can. Otherwise, we're in our pit cam, and just another casual scenario here for our pit cam, where Ruth Ryder very calm and collected in the inside the pit, just keeping herself prepared and ready for being pushed back in by our USA Cycling officials, or maybe perhaps somebody in this. Looks like this is a Niska staff member for our in the pit here. Another counterattack, though. It looks like that breakaway has been brought back, and I'm seeing a counterattack for ourselves here, trying to see that number on the screen as they come by, and perhaps looks like it's definitely an LA Sweat rider. We'll get some ID on that rider as they come by. You'll see
rider getting pushed back into this race. Pit is still open for neutral support. Jesse Bonilla coming by us here in turn number 1, and here comes Kim Lucci with Michaela McPherson on the wheel right behind. Michaela McPherson was definitely one of the riders that we got to talk to, or that was mentioned throughout the evening last night as one to watch. McPherson absolutely defending her territory in the lead-out trains, and when I was talking to Riley McMullen before, she was mentioning specifically just how well Michaela McPherson performed in last night's race, to the point that she said McPherson was perfect. It was me who needed to really help set her up a little bit better. So McPherson definitely one to watch if this catch is made and brought forward. We are looking at Jesse Bonilla for LA Sweat right now, off the front of this race. So LA Sweat clearly trying to be very proactive in this event tonight. They have sent a number of riders off the front of the race repeatedly. And we just got wrapped up talking about Daphne Karaganis off the front. At one point in time, she had 13 seconds over the field. Bonilla right now, she only has a handful, but this is an interesting tactic in that it has made Legion of Los Angeles chase. Now, I will say, though, it's a little confusing because Mariana Velada came through off the back like a lap ago. So Velada is out of this race for contention. So who would LA Sweat be working for to try and off the field with this tactic?
Yeah, it still seems to be, Ariel Coy to be their strongest rider with how she's going, and needing to go off the front and put pressure on everybody and say, hey, I'm not just going to sit around. It really has. I mean, it's drawn out Yoreli Salazar in a major way. It's really burned some matches for Laurel Rathbun. Two integral parts of keeping Alexis and Kendall, energy free going into the finale. So, again, DNA is seemed to playing their cards close to their chest. Only early did we see them, and now they've just really entrusted that the heat in this course is going to cause some just natural wear and tear.
All right, sounds like we've got our Riley McMullen reel ready. Let's throw to Riley McMullen in our pre-race interview.
Yeah, me and Michaela are both the sprinters within the team. I think she's definitely the fastest sprinter, but we talk to each other throughout the race and see who's feeling the best.
And who do you think are going to be the riders that are going to give you the hardest challenge in today?
Legion and Blazers for sure. Kendall and Skylar are masterclasses at all of these races, so for sure those two.
All right, very cool. I'm here with Riley McMullen of DNA Pro Cycling. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you at the next one. All right, we're back in, and we are looking at our field coming together here, and we're starting to get ourselves ready for the finale here. So we're looking at 7 laps to go as we're coming down into the downhill. Remember, this is a little bit of a blockade situation, and we're looking at our field all back together right now, which means that our lead-out trains are going to have a lot more opportunity. It seems as if we have one of our riders here, 43, that is going to be Velada's confirmed out of this race tonight. So LA Sweat losing one of their best finishers to the heat of Tulsa, Oklahoma this evening due to the conditions. I told you guys before, it's 105 degrees real feel on the ground here right now. Daniel, having raced in the Cat 1-2 event just before this women's race, telling us just how hot it was. Emily Flynn with Patrick on the wheel, and we're seeing this full gas. Flynn is really, really good at punching through and really driving pace. She has ripped Chloe Patrick off the front of the field. We're now also looking at Sam Fortunato of Ride or Die Racing out of Colorado. Haven't talked about Sam before, so nice to see her being responsive to this acceleration. Now, looks like Magner and Sam Schneider bringing that all back together, and the rest of the field all right there. So even though Emily Flynn showing us good turn of legs, it was all for naught. We also have seen a nice counter attack.
Sorry, but it's not all for naught. It's throwing out big hitters to do big efforts, right? Like it's Floyd Patrick had to match that effort, right? We saw Schneider respond, we saw Alexis Magno respond, and it sets up her teammates to continue to counterattack. You know, it's playing chess. They've got the numbers to kind of attack and get the odds in their favor, make big riders miss it, or big riders spend big energy. So when you're going into the finish, they have fatigue in their legs rather than kind of races we're used to watching. The big sprinters don't have that much fatigue. So they're giving the whole peloton on this course in today's condition, they're making everybody accumulate fatigue.
All right, Rathbun on the front right now. So that accumulation of fatigue will be really important for the final, I believe, because to combine that with this heat that we're facing here in Tulsa, the snap in the legs could be brought down. But Kendall Ryan's done a great job tonight staying hidden, and her team, Regional Los Angeles, have done a great job keeping this race all together. No matter what LA Sweat has tried to do, they've been unable to really create a breakaway situation that would favor them if it were to succeed. Here we go, coming through with 5 laps to go now, and Lori Sharp for Legion of Los Angeles now putting herself onto the front. Kara O'Neill of Siniska Cycling right there behind her with Laura Rathbun of Legion of Los Angeles as well. Daphne Karaganis also patrolling the front for LA Sweat Racing, and right behind you do have Riley McMullen that we got to hear from with our pre-show interviews that we got to listen to just a few moments time ago. McMullen definitely a good finisher, but I think that she could also perhaps be one to watch for leading out Michaela McPherson, who has proven to have come to Tulsa with a lot of nerves of steel. Last night, very, very solid in the lead out. Here we have DNA Pro Cycling again, coming into the shadow as they come by sound coding. And now making this left-hand turn. A lot of the heavy hitters also continuing to ride up near the front of this race through and through. Making this left-hand turn again, so DNA now sharing the workload with LA Sweat. A little bit of breeze that we feel here on turn 1. That feels nice for me. Does that feel bad for the riders?
Yeah, I mean, they're just, again, it's adding to the headwind. It's adding to the, a little bit of random chaos throughout the event. Because it's not just a steady 20-mile-an-hour wind. It's these gusts that are, unpredictable. So, again, you're kind of going through a corner and you're like, oh, it's been a headwind and it might come off, and then all of a sudden you lean the bike over and a big gust of wind comes, and it just makes the bike react a little bit funny when you're leaned over and wind's hitting those deep wheels.
All right, we're looking at now 4 to go, I believe, and we have a preem on the lap apparently. $200 preem for the winner of the next lap. $200 preem. That's good to see. A nice little bit of cash incentive for our riders here. Let's see who's gonna go after this preem. And I don't know if last night we had a $1,000 gambler's preem from an anonymous donor. I'm not sure we're gonna get that again, but this $200 preem this late in the race perhaps will shake a few things up. LA Sweat has certainly put in the work. I'm sure they'd love to come out of this with $200, but I do think that Blazers and Legion and DNA have been laying quiet, relatively speaking. They've covered everything, but they've yet to really accelerate to their full maximum capability, and perhaps they'll jump out for this $200. Siniska, although, also putting themselves in a nice sprinting position here. LA Sweat on the front, though, get themselves there if they can. Butcher Box, we haven't talked about them quite as much as normal this evening. We'll see if maybe they will come to the front for this $200 preem as well. Making this left-hand turn, that means they're on the top of the course of our L-shaped course, and Siniska now at the front of the field with O'Neill. They're going to make this left-hand turn one more time, so it looks like Siniska looking to set up themselves for $200 cash at the end of this lap. Kingdom Elite also now putting themselves into the mix. I see Ureli Salazar on the left side of the screen also putting herself in a little bit of preparation mode. 4 laps to go, Daniel, after we have this preem. Is there going to be a little bit of a shift? Will the counterattack have an opportunity for a late race flyer that could perhaps find themselves in success?
it would definitely make things interesting, basically what we've seen so far with, you know, Daphne getting such a big gap relatively quickly, Coy drawing out some riders, and then it just leaves it again if everybody's up there, who's left to chase. And so if it's kind of the right combo, you can never say never with what we've seen so far. And, you know, again, you know, Legion has spent quite a bit of effort to keep things in check with Yareli and Laurel, who's been so crucial in these final few laps.
Jesse Bonilla of LA Sweat does collect the $200. Nice job, Jesse, with that good effort. As I said before in the broadcast, Bonilla, no stranger to accelerations. She's also raced with us in T-Town on the velodrome a number of times, whether it's UCI or just a good old Friday night of racing under the lights on the concrete crater. Bonilla from Mexico has done a lot of bike racing in her day and represented Mexico at Nations Cup events a few number of times, so she is definitely capable of getting herself an opportunity for success. She just got herself $200. Now we're looking at 3 laps to go. All right, so 3 laps to go. This is the business end of this race. Very much the moment in this race where things are going to really start to matter. Every effort will have a consequence at this point in time. They'll be very hard to recover from. Looks to me like Yareli, Salazar, and Laura Rathbun are starting to wind things up. Interesting to see Yareli as the sort of the leader here at the front of the field, and we have Kendall Ryan in our lower third there. Kendall sitting the pink jersey at the back of this train, and seems as if Legion thinks they've got the control and power to try and take control of this event overall with 2.5 laps to go. Though, Daniel, do you think it's too early for Legion, or do you think that this is a well-timed, orchestrated lead out?
No, it's just getting together and finding their position at the front of the race. And again, right now with 3 to go, they're going to ride as hard as they need to ride to maintain position. They don't need to go and do too much at this point, especially with kind of how much fatigue they've probably accumulated.
2 laps to go. Rathbun on the front, but you have O'Neill on the back there. O'Neill right on the back wheel of the Legion of Los Angeles lead out train as we're coming into just a few final moments here, under 2 minutes of racing at this point in time, as we're going to start to wind this up. Legion of Los Angeles with Rathbun. She was absolutely instrumental, but last night they used Rathbun very late into the 1 to go lap. And we'll have to see whether or not that will be the same case here. You see them making this right-hand turn to come onto Main Street, which will put them next to Sound Pony as they start to lift up the tempo. It looks like there's a little bit of swelling of the field, though, behind them as this pace starts to not quite keep the speed. It doesn't ease necessarily from the effort, but the speed has dropped just enough that it's allowed some other riders to put themselves into position, namely DNA Pro Cycling here on the outside of our screen. As they come around, they're going to make another left-hand turn. They're going to hit some block headwind as they make this left-hand turn onto the downhill, but it is DNA Pro Cycling on the front right now. I believe that's Breck. I can't quite.
Yep, that's Holly Breck.
All right, so Breck on the front, and it looks like Coy is going to follow her for a little bit. Is this a good move, or should DNA be working more in a standard lead-out formation?
I mean, they're trying to get together, but again, it's, you know, Holly just putting the pace on, and if it's just people get shook out and out of position, it's going to be a big energy for somebody to get back in position. So although maybe not ideal and you want to keep the whole team together, it's just keeping injection and pace so her riders can hold position.
All right, we're going to be looking at 1 to go here as we come through. 1 lap to go as our pace car comes by us. Here comes our lead moto, and here comes the field. Full gas racing. Jesse Bonilla on the front. Sam Schneider is second wheel right now. Right behind them is going to be from Goldman Sachs in the front of the field as well. So you're going to see a lot of teams trying to put themselves in good position. Everybody has laid weight. Schneider now hitting out on the front, checking over the shoulder. She finished 14th last night. That puts her out of Omnium contention, so she's clearly just trying to get this fast because that benefits Skylar Schneider. Skylar really does benefit from a faster finishing kick. Samantha Schneider going to do this lead out at this point in time to try and keep her sister safe if she can, but that's it. So Samantha Schneider now done
end with her lead out opportunity. That's going to leave her sister Skylar with that gold helmet in the middle, freelancing off of the Legion program. That's Alexis Magner right on the front. Skylar up too far too soon for this final kick.
Yeah, and I would imagine that Alexis kind of knows that Skylar's right on the drop off lane, that she doesn't need to take her all the way to the corner. Or she does need to know that. She needs to swing sooner than later and leave Skylar out in the wind early so Kendall has the best chance. But we have DNA on the left making a move with Riley and Michaela.
All right, we got our drone back in the air, so now we can see what's going on. And here comes a big final rush. It's Kendall Ryan on the outside in that pink jersey, but here comes Riley McMullen on the outside as well. We got 3 wide as we come into the final kick to the line, and we come into focus here. You got in that pink jersey Kendall Ryan, but there is Skylar Schneider on the outside. Can Schneider take it to the line in the drag race against Kendall Ryan? And they're coming up to the front. It looks like Kendall Ryan will go 2 for 2 here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and she will extend her advantage in our Omnia. Paula Munoz getting herself into that mix as well. We'll have to see where Paula finished out, because Paula came through first wheel in turn number 1. Perhaps Paula Munoz getting herself into good position, but the celebration by Kendall Ryan confirming that she did in fact win today's stage. This is day number 2 at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough here down in the Arts District, presented by FC Tulsa. Big thanks to FC Tulsa for helping us out and making all these bike racing possible here today. Kendall Ryan flipping around here, gonna go find her teammates and thank them for everything. Skylar Schneider giving her a nice little high five. Congratulations for her efforts. Remember last year, Samantha Schneider won this stage thanks to the lead out by Kendall Ryan. Let's have a look at our last lap. Here we go. So last lap, looking at 1 to go from the beginning. LA Sweat tried to continue their dominance at the front, but after that effort, it was Samantha Schneider who started to wind it up for her sister. Remember, the Schneider sisters prefer a faster sprint. They did what they could to try to keep this in control. Goldman Sachs ETFs trying to also contribute to that pace setting on behalf of Paula Munoz if they could. Schneider making this right-hand turn onto Main Street, onto Sound Pony World Headquarters, but she was done with that effort, and that put Munoz in sort of an awkward spot, or up too far too soon in the front of this race. Then Alexis Magner taking over with Skylar Schneider on the wheel. To make this left, that put Kendall Ryan into perfect position, because Magner could not take this all the way to the line. That's going to expose Skylar Schneider just a little too early for the final kick after they come through this headwind section. Ryan here on the in the pink jersey, right behind Skylar Schneider. Magner doing her final push to the line, keeping the pace as high as she possibly can. You can see Kendall popping out to protect her line as she comes through this final turn. Riley McMullen on the outside tried her best to put herself in good position, but she took the long way around, which allowed Skylar Schneider and Kendall Ryan to get themselves back in. Looks like we're going to look at this downhill section one more time before going to the finishing line. We see our Legion of Los Angeles team coming by us here in turn number 1 as they make their way on back to the start-finish line. They're going to have a few words here with Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu to congratulate them. It's a great finishing kick that we can see, but it is in fact Kendall Ryan taking the win. Paula Munoz and Skylar Schneider in the mix as well, but I believe that Kendall Ryan and Skylar Schneider going 1-2 this evening again. Here comes Kendall Ryan towards the start-finishing line, and we're going to have a few words from her, courtesy of Brad Soner.
Kendall Ryan! Kendall, incredible out there tonight. 2 in a row. Does it ever get easier here at Tulsa Tough, or was this one a little tougher than last night?
They definitely made us work for this one today. Yeah, I don't even have words. That was a hard race. My team did great. We just had to share the work to stay up at the front. Our lead out kind of blew up because of all the attacks we were covering, and Alexis did the whole lead out by herself. So she's a weapon. So that was crazy. But yeah, I just had to let a few bodies in front of me so that I could get the maximum draft into the last turn, and then I just took the inside line and just gave it everything I had.
A lot of breakaways out there tonight. Were you guys ever worried about any of those moves off the front? Did you ever panic at all tonight?
Oh yeah. I was panicking the whole time because it was just full gas pretty much from the gun. About 15 minutes in, it just got real spicy. So it was a lot of heart attacks, and I'm really proud of my team again. And tomorrow's going to be brutal.
Kendall, for those not familiar, describe what Tulsa Tough means for you as a Criterium racer in the United States. Where does this stack up in your season, in your career?
Yeah, this is definitely a holy grail of crits, and look forward to it every year, and really love Tulsa Tough. So thanks to everybody for coming out, and appreciate all the support.
They don't call it the greatest weekend on earth for nothing. Tulsa, let her know why we love Tulsa Tough so much. Kendall Ryan, your 2-stage winner at the notorious 2024 Tulsa Tough.
Riders to the line, please.
Take no prisoners. This time we come to end it all. Won't stop, can't stop. It's the end of the road, time to see y'all fall. Pulling out stops, gotta shut them down. We run the town, going out top. The baddest around, we take the crown. The war is won. 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 The war is won.
All right, you guys, thank you and welcome to St. Francis Tulsa.
125 riders on
District presented by FC Tulsa. I am Gabe Lloyd. I'm joined alongside Daniel Holloway here for another amazing night of racing. We just saw our professional women's race conclude, and we're about to get to our professional men's event here right now. Last night we had an amazing night of racing, and Friday night at Blue Dome with a fantastic night for all of us here tonight. We have ourselves an amazing night with everybody racing under the lights for a Friday night of racing, which is absolutely spectacular for all of us. Luke Lamperti taking the win last night, Brian Gomez in second, Noah Granigan in third, Dushan Kalaba in fourth, and Alfredo Rodriguez in fifth. And so we have tonight, we're going to continue our second night of racing here in St. Francis Tulsa Tough, but we'll look at this. Luke Lamperti taking the win here last night with an expert class of how to get it done. We're going to Rainstorm Racing having a little bit of issue there at the final turn out to the lights as we have ourselves the final lead out to the line but it was Brian Gomez trying to lift himself with high speed as possible to the line as we come ourselves round and through, and there we have Lamperti trying to get himself into perfect position, and out of the final turn, Alfredo Rodriguez dropping his chain that created a gap, and Lamperti able to capitalize upon that to the point that he gets to look around and make sure that he's got himself a victory. We're here tonight for Saturday night at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Our call-ups are underway. We're going to go on over to Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu for our presentation.
At the Arts District, Rainstorm's Danny Summerhill.
Up next, we go to a former overall winner here. He won the whole enchilada back in 2021. Now riding with the Miami Blazers. A winner here in 2021 as well. Hailing from California, welcome to the front row, Corey Williams.
Rest of the riders to the line. Yeah, the Williams brothers are not here, and that is bad news for them. Hopefully we're all wishing them a speedy recovery, but if you're going to take out two of the fastest riders in the world, these riders are going to have a better chance at victory. Gentlemen, you're going to be racing for 80 minutes. 80 minutes of racing tonight. 3 laps are over with 5 laps to go. Gentlemen, No more free laps, 5 laps to go. Behind you on the left-hand side is the black state wheel pit. That is where your neutral service is. No riding backwards on the course. This is a large field. If you are out of contention, you will be pulled from the race. Our officials are ready. Our timers are ready. Hey, Tulsa, are you ready for the Pro Men?
We are inside of 30 seconds to race start. Tulsa, let's keep that energy going. Come on! 15 seconds to race start. And now we will begin our countdown. Tulsa, join me as we send these guys off in 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, go ahead. 1, let's go! They just cannot wait to get this one started on day 2 of Tulsa. I get it, guys. It's like Christmas morning.
Saturday night in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're here in the Arts District, presented by FC Tulsa. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm alongside Daniel Holloway here in turn number 1 in our broadcast booth. This is the second night of racing with us here today. Last night, Friday Blue Dome, we saw those recaps before. One of the things we didn't get to talk about is the absence of Justin Williams in today's race. Fortunately, Justin Williams involved in a terrible crash last night. A spectator putting their arm out into the course and bumping the fence out. That took down a big portion of our field, and unfortunately, Mr. Justin Williams, just in his second race weekend back for 2024, unable to race today after a severe injury. You can see him, the professional that he is, scrambling out of the fence area to get himself clear of the course. He has a deep laceration almost to the bone on his forearm after getting the fence all dug into his skin. He is a big piece of our racing culture here in Tulsa, as he has won Friday night 4 times. He had a good night last night, tucking in safely into the mix through and through. We definitely expected him to have a great night before that very unfortunate incident, and we certainly wish him the very best recovery. His Legion of Los Angeles riders will be racing tonight, and they are going to do their best to honor Mr. Justin Williams in this night. On front right now, you got Luke Lamperti from Quick Step Soudal leading us through this turn right now. And right behind him, Michael Hernandez with Mr. Mendez there for Rockland Cycling Devo. Luke Lamperti taking the win last night, as we saw in our Friday night replay before the show opened. Lamperti having a fantastic night last night. Daniel, tell us a little bit about just some of the things that you observed Luke Lamperti doing, like just sort of proving his sort of elevation of fitness, skill set, etc. after in his Neo-Pro year on the World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, as he comes back to Tulsa, just the way he's riding is just, at the end of the day, patient. You know, just not doing more than he has to. You know, we did see him go on the tack, try something out, you know, kind of just stretch his legs out, see if anybody else wanted to play. But after that, just kind of moving around as needed and not overdoing it for the situation. He just kind of has learned. I mean, even when he was before Quick Step, he was a very patient and just was, you know, racing way above his age.
When you race in that World Tour level, you actually, I mean, I've heard things. I've heard that you get just absolutely lifted in your ability through and through, so he really proved that last night. He was off the front a number of times, and then he actually took the $1,000 Gambler's Cream before going ahead and taking the win himself. Tonight brought to us by QT, more than a gas station. They're the official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream. Big thanks to QT for their continued support of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Now, this is going to be one of our riders, number 44, is Marcos Mendez. Mendez, in the 3 weeks of racing leading into this weekend of racing in Tulsa, he has been very aggressive. He had an amazing 9-lap bridge attempt
at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic last week in Washington, D.C. area, where he bridged across from the field to a very dangerous breakaway solo. Nobody thought he could do it, including Brad Soner, who was telling us at the hotel earlier that he was chiding Mendez until he realized that Mendez was actually going to make it. So Mendez definitely one to watch through the end of this race here today, as Mendez off the front right now. Pretty early though in this competition, as we see Mendez right now off the front. He's going to need more, and look, he's bringing him back. Luke Lamperti right behind him. Looks like we see Ribble Rebellion in the mix right now with those colorful kits right behind Luke Lamperti. We also see Eddie Huntsman of Butcher Box Pro Cycling is hanging out. Mendez off the front right now, continuing to ride. And here's a little bit of an acceleration from the rest of the field. This Kingdom Elite. We'll see who's going to jump across to it, and it looks like Lamperti is going to be the one to try and shut this down. Mendez now off the front for a full lap, but it's a long way around here. 54. That's going to be Juan Galoza of Kingdom Elite Racing out of Florida. So Galoza responds to it, but looks like he's really just bringing Luke Lamperti up to the wheel. Eddie Huntsman going to just sort of stay cool and relaxed on the wheel of Lamperti. Daniel, in this race, you know, similar to your Category 1-2 experience, I would expect that the heat would have a major impact upon the ability of these riders to sort of go full gas, so to speak.
It's not that you can't go full gas; it just has a bigger penalty. You know, again, as we think of our body as an engine, right? With the car system, if it overheats, you know, a car, you got to turn it off, put new fluid in it, you know, cool everything. So same thing in our body. If it overheats, the only way to cool it off is, you know, basically stopping, getting into a cold bath, cold shower, getting that core temperature down. So when you're out there, I mean, it's inevitable. You're working, you're riding, you're producing heat just by riding the bike. So every time it's a sharp effort, right, you're just adding more heat to the system that you can't disperse, right? Like that's the whole, you know, evaporative cooling, ice, cold water in the guts, all those kind of things. You're looking for all these little things to keep the system cool. So when you go out and you do these hard sprint efforts, you know, over threshold VO2, you're just creating more heat. You just got to be mindful. Can you tolerate it, right? Can your system, are you efficient enough to disperse that as you bring the power down?
Robin Carpenter coming through on that last time around. Carpenter certainly one to watch in our call-up podcast pre-show that we did this afternoon. We noted that Carpenter perhaps would have a very good opportunity at being one to watch this evening, because this course is actually really very hard, and Carpenter seems to be one that enjoys a hard course. It's not as hard as Crybaby, right? But it's a level up from Friday night. Right?
Yeah. I mean, at Tulsa, right? That's kind of the special sauce. Each course gets a little bit harder than the one before it. And as we get to see, Mendez is, you've seen him at Easton, right? The effort that he put in there. Next week in Air Force, that he's just got a big engine that can just go. And so they kind of like get close and then ease up, and the gap goes back out. And so he's just playing this game, and you know, he's got one guy coming across to him, which would be very thankful for.
I'm not sure why Mendez is continuing to force this point, honestly. I mean, at this point, like, we got so much bike racing left to do that you would think that he could get there. But he is joined now by Tyler Williams of Miami Blazers.
And Robin Carpenter. I mean, but the reason he wants this is like the display at Air Force is that he can go across and then still win the kick out of that small group.
Yeah.
You know, so he's not afraid to put himself out there and go toe-to-toe, turn for turn, and have confidence to win a small group sprint after a hard day of racing.
Right, okay. Well, I love being proved wrong in my observations here, so we'll see what happens. Williams usually making that come across.
But it's drawing out the tough guys. It's drawing out Tyler Williams. It's drawing out Robin Carpenter's, bringing out rain, storm, you know, energy, you know, for all these guys to really put some work in.
This field is very stretched out right now as these guys are really starting to turn the screws. coming on up. That's Caleb Landgrebe for Work Hard, Be Humble. Also up near the front, getting himself into the mix. Robin Carpenter, though, again, turning around and turning the screws. And we're starting to see the Rainstorm Racing program putting themselves up into the front parts of the field. But I do believe that this is going to be, that is Landgrebe, Caleb Landgrebe for Work Hard, Be Humble out of Georgia.
Imagine flicking your elbow and seeing Luke Lombardi behind you as the guy coming through on you.
What do you got? All right, so here we go. So we got Lamperti on the wheel right now. Lamperti on the wheel. I mean, that's quite the honor, honestly, to get Lamperti to try to follow you around in this move. Landgrebe and Lamperti looking at it, and Landgrebe's like, okay, let's do this, my man. So Caleb Landgrebe been one of the best little opportunities he's had this weekend so far. Right behind him, we're going to see a few riders try to bring that back from DCC Alpecin, our German riders coming across. A lot of pedigree and experience. Alec Cowan, our Canadian national champion, coming across to that as well. I think this field's still pretty comfortable with it. It's a weird experience, I think, where you can be like at the back third of this race and have absolutely no idea what's occurring at the front of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's super long. I mean, we still see guys coming out of that final corner not really understanding what's happening. So you could be, start too far back, and by the time you get up there, be like, oh, we're all hanging out doing fine. And then only to maybe hear some chatter to find out that there's 1, 5, 7 guys up the road, and you need to be there, and it's too late. Missed it.
All right, so we're seeing riders out of the saddle here in Team 6, which is actually the sub-team of the DCC Alpecin program, putting themselves into opportunities here. So this is different than what we've seen in our last race, where we're seeing a lot of very opportunistic rides. In last race, we saw LA Sweat really driving the pace, right? LA Sweat were the ones countering themselves repeatedly, trying to force a new breakaway as they came out across. Zapata, though, is now off the front. Pablo Zapata for Team Casa 13. And he is now joined by Eli Husted of Matador Racing.
Yeah, we talked to Tolly earlier in the week about his team that he's got here, Matador Racing, and Eli was the name that he mentioned of as a guy that can go.
Is that the time trial guy that he was talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, really good at time trialing. Today's a good day for a time trial.
Yeah, you just find some like-minded people on a good course like this. It's for that just high constant power. If you can just get in a space where that's applicable, I mean, in a group, then you could be quite successful, like we saw in the P1 or the 1-2 race. That guy just did a big time trial.
The rest of the field looking very comfortable as we're coming through, looking around, and this field, chins are up, heads are up, and riders just following those wheels as they come through and out of that final turn. This field is very long. You got riders making this right-hand turn to come up past Sound Pony, and then you still got riders exiting turn number 2. So a lot of opportunities here for something to happen at the front of the field. But Zapata, he placed 3rd at the Tour of Somerville a few weeks ago. So Zapata definitely could be one to watch here if he can get good cooperation from Husted from Matador Racing.
Want to put the effort into chase.
All right, I'm hearing over the PA system that we've got a $100 cash premium here. Brad Soner and Frankie Andrea working the stage here for St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and they're going to be announcing a $100 cash premium when they come around the next time.
Attention riders, $100 cash free, 100 cash.
$100 cash premium now coming up to the line. We got Zapata and Husted off the front right down.
This is always so annoying as a riding. You know, you make the move, you get a gap, you know, and then the race throws out a preem to reinvigorate the field as you're trying to, you know, they've lulled, you're trying to, your gaps kind of go out, and then all of a sudden the race is like, throw some money at the field, and you're like,
That was quite an impassioned response. The gap, I think, isn't quite big enough for this to really survive quite yet, so we'll see what these boys want to do. Husted there in the Matador kit. That's a program out of Austin, Texas. Chris Tolley organizing that for us, among other things, including the Driveway Race Series down in Austin, Texas for us. Big thanks to Chris for being one of the most prolific bike race promoters in our sport, helping to keep the Texas racing scene alive and well down there. He's joined by Zapata. Zapata, again, a very good sprinter, not quite making the A squad for DCC Alpecin, but he is this green program for St. Francis Tulsa Tough is sort of the B squad for DCC Alpecin, and he's looking to prove himself here today. These boys may actually pick up this $100 premium, though, Daniel. What do you say?
yeah, it just really looks like the field is not too interested. But now I think that's Alec Cowan. Want to get in the mix with Hernandez on the wheel. But I really like what Eli's doing in the braking, where he's taking his turns, you know, up the hill with the tailwind. Zapata's doing equal work, and being able to sit on the wheel in the downhill headwind to save some legs. So, you know, hopefully these guys, yeah, don't let the $100 ruin the moment. And Eli's keeping a cool head to just be like, hey, you know, let's think about the bigger picture rather than a little bit. But
well, those scrappy New York racers are always going to go for a premium.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're not guaranteed the end of the race, so you might as well take money when you can.
Yep. All right, so Zapata collecting that $100 premium as we come around. Field dynamic looks like we're starting to see an acceleration. The DCC Alpecin A team looking to increase this tempo for us as we're lifting. And you can see the field though in that bottom third really still trying to keep things in check. You got riders coasting at the back of the field, but as soon as they make this right-hand turn, they're definitely going to have to start pedaling their way up this hill. Zapata 104, Husted number 64. Two riders now been off the front for around 3 laps, maybe 4. Only 16 minutes into this 70-some minute competition. So we're going to see 80-minute competition, excuse me.
And Ben Oliver shaking his head saying, I'm not really interested in spending too much energy in the headwind here.
Rainstorm with Danny Summerhill coming to the front. He's seemingly marking Luke Van Perdy back there. I can see that Tulsa Tough Leaders jersey right behind, trying to keep this thing a little bit closer. This gap is definitely coming down. I mean, Cowan now on the front. He has Andreas Meyer right behind him. He has Eder Frere also right there helping to set tempo behind. So I'd predict this break to get caught within the next probably lap or so. And then we'll see a reshuffling though, correct? We'll see a few riders taking advantage of this acceleration and trying to do what they can to get the best result possible here tonight. Like that is, who's that, Robin?
Tanner Ward.
Oh, it's Tanner Ward for Legion of Los Angeles.
Both wearing long sleeves.
Wow.
Well, Kyle Murphy's wearing long sleeves. Tanner Ward's wearing long sleeves. Robin Carpenter, I believe, is wearing long sleeves.
I think there's something about like this new fabric these days can like make you cooler because it pulls air past your body and helps you evaporate sweat, yada yada.
Yeah, so you skin sweats, it gets the skin suit, the fabric wet, and then the air goes over it and it ideally evaporates. winter in Tulsa where it's how humid, so
80%.
Yeah, you need a little more dry air for that to fully pull. So, I mean, the concept's for sure there. Definitely long sleeves can be an aero game. Most always, good fabric is faster than skin. So you're looking at these marginals. I will tell you that I'm not in any kind of shape wearing long sleeves to disperse heat, manage that. So
fair enough. All right, so looks like our breakaway has been caught in that lapse time that I thought, and here we are. Ward now going to be leading us through after making that catch. Robin Carpenter behind, I believe. Carpenter, yeah, number 56 in this one. And now these boys are just going to reset, I would assume. It's hard to see exactly what our field dynamic is here right now, but it appears as if we're fence to fence as we're seeing these guys looking at each other. I think that's Alec Cowan making that right-hand turn onto Main Street over there. And going to start to lift it up. There is Alec on the right side of the screen. Luke Lamperti right next to him. All the way across the screen, though, you got riders. How wide are we? 12, 13, 14 wide. So definitely a reset moment for some riders. This is a moment in the race where riders who have been at the back and been unable to move up are sort of thanking this opportunity for rising, and you see them sprinting up on the left-hand side of the screen trying to improve their position if they can, because this is the only time when they're really going to be able to do it, if at all. See Butcherbox there on the right-hand side trying to take advantage before Cowan and Mr. Johnny Clark start to lift the tempo one more time.
Yeah, and one other note that after riding the P1 race and looking at this shot, is up there on the top left of the screen is construction happening, and they've actually kept the fence line all the way straight instead of it taking the back into the curve and giving a wide road in the final corner. So a small tweak from previous generations, having that wide of a road and letting some gap, and kind of my preferred line would kind of be taken away from that as the road gets narrowed up by that fence.
Okay. Taking a look at these pits here, Legion of Los Angeles and Tram Mechanics, keeping an eye on everything. These guys here in full support of the Williams Racing development programs for Legion of Los Angeles, Miami Blazers, and Austin Outlaws. ECC Alpha St. with Andreas Meyer, or excuse me, Marcus Bloom. Number 103 at the front right now, and just trying to keep the tempo moving, right? Meanwhile, at the back of the field, riders just trying to make the best of the day out here.
Ben Oliver on the move.
How's that Ben again? Ben had a number of laps off the front of the field last night. Funny enough, we have some friends from New Zealand also named Ben Oliver. Craig Oliver in the States this year as well. Part of the Mido QNZ cycling project, but this is a different Ben Oliver. Brad Stoner just made the same mistake, because we all know the Ben Oliver of New Zealand, but this in fact is the Ben Oliver of Texas, I believe. So Ben Oliver off the front here right now. So Ben Oliver going to show us what he's got one more time. He's racing for Above and Beyond Cancer Cycling. He's out of Colorado. Ben Oliver off the front at this moment. Big thanks to QT, More Than a Gas Station. They're the official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream here tonight. And if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm alongside Daniel Holloway here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough, night number 2. This is the Arts District presented by the FC Tulsa soccer team. Big thanks to all of our sponsors that have allowed us to make this night possible. We have thousands of spectators here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, braving the heat. In fact, this is just a nice, cool summer day for Tulsa, Oklahoma, as it were. Real feel is 105 degrees, real temperature 96 degrees. Right now, that's nothing for these guys. I saw a guy walking around with a jacket earlier.
What?
Yeah, full jacket, dude. Riding a bike, like on the sidewalk with a backpack. He had a full, like, flannel jacket. I was like, all right, welcome to Tulsa.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Ben Oliver doing exactly what he did last night. Did he get a preem last night for his effort?
Potentially, but what he's not doing right is getting aero. He's a big fella to begin with. He's got a really take all that power that he's hot has and get his head down, elbows bent, and get aero. If not, you're bleeding speed. You're giving it, you're wasting energy and giving it away to the field. So here we go. Does he have a radio? Is he listening to the live stream?
I guess so.
Made the adaptation.
Somebody just said, Holloway said you need to get aero, and he's like, okay. All right, so he's bending those elbows finally. That little lower third graphic there confirming my real feel of 100 degrees. So yes, here we are. A lot of ice being used up here today. As I was saying during the women's broadcast, we are situated here in the team tents right now, and every team tent here had coolers full just simply of ice to create ice socks and to pack ice into the pockets. Because it is so super hot right now, they're using ice to just keep those core temperatures down as best they can. Oliver coming by us in turn number 1, checking his left shoulder here, waiting for it, and here we go. Our guys that are now on the front. Danny Summerhill also right there, right behind him. Robin Carpenter, and I think Noah Brannigan may have been in the mix as well. So Oliver's time out front on a limited lifespan as you're starting to see full gas racing here. Now, Daniel, it's similar to velodrome racing. If they make this catch, will they just ride up over the top of this rider and just keep on going, or will there be a sort of a relief at the back? Oh yeah, I'm pointing out at number 44 at the back. That's our man Mendez. He was a hero at the beginning, but now, right now, he is a passenger on this train.
Yeah, no, so unlike, they just go over the top of Ben Oliver, and it's up to him to get back on. You don't give him any kind of grace. Unfortunately for Ben, he doesn't have the depth of team that you want to keep him as a passenger. If he goes back to the field, above and beyond, doesn't have the HP to bring it back and say we missed the move. So we've got Legion, we've got Blazers, Butcher Box. So, but Garrison missed it, right? He's unhappy. He's getting there. And then we have Outlaws.
Garrison's doing what Garrison does, man. He just drags the field around like it's his whole team.
Yeah.
Like, well, there he is. So this is a nice move. It's a nice dynamic, but Michael Garrison's strong enough that he's just going to drag the whole field right back up to them. And
it just leaves him open to get counterattacked, right? Instead of just like, hey, I'm strong, I can do this. Just like, let that gap give to 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Let the, all the field go, oh yeah, like we're okay. And then just do one big effort to get across. Now you're in the move, the field missed it. Instead, you just do this big toe, you reset the race, and you expose yourself to missing the next one, because Ribble we've not seen. Lamparty has been in the wheels. Wagner can get to be there to counter his teammates. So he's just leaving himself open to have to do more work than really necessary.
It's something he's been doing all season, though. So,
yeah.
I mean, we've been saying this since Sunny camp at this point.
Which is good. I mean, I like the style. I was similar, right?
You would bring the whole field back up to the break?
Not always, but being at the front, being a bit of a show guy. But I mean, there's a point where you gotta start putting results on there to, or make the decision. Like, I'm gonna be a showman the whole time and not care about results, or start getting the results to build that fan base.
Looks like we got a little bit of a reshuffle though here, and Garrison is now part of it. So Husted also now part of this again. And we're going to get some eyes on this downhill here to see what our actual breakaway is. Garrison is now on the front driving a move, and Legion of Los Angeles going to repay the favor of welding it all back together for him to just keep this race all intact. Although gaps are starting to open courtesy of DCC Alveston and Ribble, and Luke Lamparty actually missing that move. Lamparty trying to get across to it, seeing the danger. Perhaps we're seeing a big elastic extension of this, and we are just all the way strung out here as we're about to actually see the riders come by us here in turn number 1. We still got riders exiting turn number 5.
Yeah, I mean, guys are just popping off the back now. Look how long this field is. So, are we going to see 25, 30 guys get together? The field have no interest in a chase in a big group lap. Could make for an interesting last second, because that's too big of a group to lap and then figure out the reshuffle.
So Garrison, we're
critical of his tactic of bringing the field ball back together, but he almost
Somebody's
just
having
kind
a
of
medical
rode through
incident over
the
there. He
effort
just fainted.
on the other side, and now
He's
he's
walking
now
and
been on the
talking
front
right
for a
now,
full lap,
and he
and
just
he's
fainted
drawing
out of
out
nowhere.
a pretty large
If
group.
there's EMTs in
I
the
think
area,
Robin Carpenter on the front of this chase. Carpenter's not really looking panicked, but Luke Lamperti is. Lamperti out of the saddle right now, trying to get himself across to this, and he's got Brian Gomez right on the wheel. Now you're going to see a big contingency here with Michael Garrison in that red jersey on the front. You've got Danny Summerhill there. Lamperti's there, and Lamperti counters. Lamperti now on the front. He's going to keep on going because he knows just how hard this is. Brian Gomez is the one to respond to it. And Lamperti now going to keep this train full gas. Right behind you see Eder Frere trying to keep it together if he can, but he is gritting his teeth, and you know when Frere is gritting his teeth, this effort is absolutely full gas. Cowan, your Canadian national champion, also getting into the mix there. Big group here. They may get themselves together, but they're going to have to cooperate because here comes a $200 preem, $200 cash preem now on the line. Garrison on the front with Alec Cowan responding to it, and Garrison's going to show us just how strong he is right now, despite holding off this whole field, hungry for a $200 preem. You got Garrison, number 65, and number 55, Alec Cowan. Right behind them, you have Moritz Augustine for DCC. Augustine was one of my picks for last night at Blue Dome, actually. He has a current national championship in Germany on the Velodrome, and I thought that he might have been one to watch. Augustine now going to drive this pace. This is a good companion for Garrison. In fact, look at this. Garrison almost dropping the wheel on this effort. He looks behind at Cowan like, uh-oh, we just lost this dude. And Augustine for DCC Alpecin, and with his little double cape there. Is that arrow? Is that a little benefit there?
That's an unknown tested thing. Maybe he knows something we don't, because look how tiny those handlebars are. Definitely disciplined. Here goes Cowan. Yeah. Garrison sitting up. Does he have a flat, or is he just waiting for the bigger group?
Garrison? Yeah, he might just, he looks like he's having an issue. Maybe his issue is his legs after all those big efforts, because here comes Augustine, and he is going to be joined here by Cowan. I think Augustine's going to get this $200 preem, maybe. Here comes Cowan into the draft. Is he going to challenge?
But this is how hard it is in the heat, right? This massive effort, 4 laps, just bang, 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 and all of a sudden, even that group, it's like, that's the group if you just rotate, but you have to just come off the pedals and cool off. You have to just give yourself a moment, and if you don't, you can just really express just like a massive explosion, you know?
Yeah, oh wow, this gap just opened.
Yep.
Like Augustine and Cowan have absolutely throttled this. Right behind them, you're seeing Eder Frere for Miami Blazers trying to bring it back, and even further back in this, gaps are absolutely opening, and surprising to see some of the riders that have missed out on this gap. Now,
and it's kind of the elite of elite. If we really kind of had the ability to look through all the names on the list that's not in that front group, there's less than 5 that we would consider top-tier riders that have missed it. Right. You know, they were all there. I mean, you know, Clever Martinez has missed it. You know, is one of note, but that goes to show these are all the guys on the same level, right, and experience the same thing that they need to recover. And these guys have kind of separated themselves by that little bit.
I would assume that the Legion of Los Angeles tactics are just kind of shifted to be a little bit more opportunistic now that Justin Williams is unable to participate.
Yep.
Ty Magner definitely capable of winning today with his current form and experience, but I think that Legion's going to say, you know what, if we see the opportunity, we're going to take it. We certainly don't want to miss anything.
Totally.
Right? So they're sort of playing the cards that they have been dealt here pretty well at this point in time, and if anything, that takes a lot of stress off of the rest of the team behind. You see Carpenter just sort of patrolling, but DCC Alpes is going to ride negatively. They're known for riding negatively at the front of the field if they have one rider away. So
yep. And it was very, very interesting that Rain Energy, they had Gomez, Summerhill, and Rodriguez in that move. You know, it seemed to not be interested in keeping it small and controllable, and you know, tagging a guy into this with the DCC rider and Alec Cowan. So it's allowed it to kind of reset, and it just puts themselves in a, I mean, they're clearly confident, but you'd think that having 3 out of that group of 20 would be quite good odds.
Dempsey Cifuentes, number 82, on the front right now, trying to lift this pace. Cifuentes going to, he's not part of a program we're familiar with. It's the Parks Law Firm, presented by Omnia Racing. I believe that's a local program. Omnia Racing. That's a local team here in the Oklahoma area. So a local boy. He's on the front of our main peloton right now. Last we saw him come by in turn number 1. So they have these like sort of pink and black kits. We'll see what happens when our field is coming up by us. Big gaps though right now. We are waiting for the field to come up, and there they are. It looks like Oliver, maybe the Garrison on the front of the field. And with that, Cifuentes' time to shine has come to an end at the front of our field.
Yeah, we can just see Garrison was the one who really made this big split happen. And even a guy at the tip top of the whole peloton needs time to recover in the heat. Just can't keep going in these conditions. But how many guys did that whole thing, 15, did we lose 15, 20 out of the peloton with 5 laps?
Yeah, I don't even know, like so many.
I mean, it's considerably smaller than it was in just that short period of time.
I think Luke Lamperti's getting a little impatient. I've seen him sort of patrolling the front nearby. Do you think Lamperti is going to show us a 4-minute World Tour effort here at some point? But I would assume that his engine department has the same limitations as everybody else's engine department, which is that if it overheats, it's going to melt down.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, like we were talking about in the women's race with Ariel Coy being, you know, overzealous and really showing that she's the strongest rider in that group and super motivated. You know, it tells the other riders, like, hey, this guy really wants to go all out and I can't match that, or I don't want to match that. Then you lose a lot of motivation from those that are around you. So Luke's got to find that balance, you know, get across, draw it out, draw some guys out, but not overdo it where it demotivates the guys around him.
Look up Augustine Moritz here real quick and just see what else he's got under his belt on the road. Well, looks like I'll find a few more results with him. But this field now coming around. Augustine Moritz again, one of my picks for last night in the Call Up Podcast pre-show for this weekend. That's a podcast that Daniel and I started here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough last year.
30 seconds!
4th at the Tour of Somerville. 2 weeks ago with us over in Somerville, New Jersey, right behind Pablo Zapata, who was actually demoted to the B team for St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, Moritz Augustine from Germany coming into the U.S. He won a race in Germany a few weeks ago, at the end of April, before coming over for the Tour of Somerville and Tour of Plainfield. So certainly one to watch. He also placed 2nd in a race in Switzerland at the beginning of March. So, and I believe on the track, he is carrying a current national championship for Germany. Clever Martinez on the front of this field. Clever has one teammate in here. The last we saw was riding Caboose. Perhaps that Caboose has been detached, but let's see what happens with Clever Martinez at the front of this field. Going to conclude Clever Martinez in the blue and white. Here he has been racing on the velodrome this winter on behalf of his home country, Venezuela, trying to qualify for the 2024 Paris Olympics if he could. It's a very tall ask, but there he is, Clever Martinez on the front, trying to lift. He has a tremendous amount of fitness, but he needs cooperation, right? Like Clever Martinez himself and any of these guys aren't going to really bring this back.
No, I mean, a guy like Clever is either he's just at the mercy of the greater field, right, as one guy, or he's got to find Luke, you know, kind of give the nod and say, hey, let's try to go across together and find an ally in other individual riders that don't have teams.
comes your field. This is going to be your, there's Clever Martinez tucked into the field right now. So Martinez tucked into this race right now as he is looking to find some victory here today and look at the rest of this field as they go look around and try and get themselves. Ty Magner also tucked in there. Martinez near Clever Martinez. Connor White also near the front. But they are often outlaws with Luke Fetzer now opportunistically trying to get themselves into a situation of opportunity here. But here's Alec Cowan and Maurice Augustine. They've been off the front now for how many laps do you think, Daniel? 5?
5, I would say, yeah, right around. I mean, the effort surely is longer than 5, but just them two together has been 5. But there was 3, 4, maybe even 5 laps, depending on where they were placed when the gauntlet got thrown. That, you know, they're 10 laps into this effort. You know, really kind of, you know, if we look at it in space.
Yeah, we had a lot of aggressive moments. Michael Garrison initially sort of spurring that. We were critical of his tactics initially to really push, but he then rode through that field. But the counter to Garrison just about 5 laps ago, which sort of became the springboard here for Maurice Augustine and Alec Cowan, your Canadian national champion on the Criterium, to jump away from the field. They built up a tremendous advantage. We're going to pull out our old stopwatches here and see just how many seconds these boys have as they come by us here in turn number 1 in our very unofficial way of measuring the gaps as they come by us. Let's see if Luke Fetzer can bridge himself across, but I'm already looking at 10 seconds and I don't see anybody coming through the start-finish yet here in turn 1. These are your 2 leaders on the screen, your double cape man, they're number 29, Maurice Augustine and Alec Cowan there in the Canadian National Champions kit. We're now approaching 30 seconds.
It's still nothing.
Yeah, and I'm also counting 35 seconds. Brad Soner calling 35 seconds from the stage, and I agree over here at broadcast booth in turn 1 that 35 seconds is the gap for your breakaway. 35, do you think that'll stick?
I mean, it's there. I mean, if we do 35 divided by 23 is...
Oh gosh, is that the math you do while you're racing your bike with 180 heart rate?
Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at 1.5 seconds per lap to be at the finish line at the exact same time.
Okay.
It's not unrealistic. You know, if a team or 2 teams that have missed this move decide to go to the front and start putting in a hard tempo, is, you know, you're feeding that information. Hey guys, it's, you know, 1 second a lap. Let's just do, so that's only, you know, whatever it is, might be 2K an hour faster per lap than the breakaway. It might be 1K an hour faster. You know, I don't go that far into the mathematics, but yeah, it's reasonable that it could come back if there's some organization. But the more laps that happen and the gap stays the same, right? That means it's more seconds per lap that need to come back. It's a bigger effort. It becomes a bigger and bigger mountain to climb with fatigue.
Because your divider changes, right? So now we're at 22 divided by 35, and so the advantage swings further and further. Okay.
Yep.
Now I'm getting it. I wish I'd known that a long time ago.
Yeah. So just whenever's off the front, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, it's 8 seconds for 3 laps to go. It's 3 seconds a lap in this type of course. That's a big ask.
Yeah.
You know, where are they going to do that? They can't do that in 1 lap, right? So if I can just monitor it on the hardest part, then I should be okay. So it's just those things that I'm thinking about, those things I'm looking at when you say, what's the success rate of this breakaway? I'm just like, pretty good based on field dynamics, but the field still has the chance based on math. But a collective does have to kind of commit together to bringing it back.
All right, so our gap now looking at, wow, 35 seconds still, so swinging back, continuing to stay with our breakaway. Augustine Maurice on the notice nearly covering everything. It was a life or death, but tonight we got the flywheel. Presents the big ride. That's over here in the Arts District, featuring Girl Talk, Groucho, DJ K-Rock 3.0, 2.0 version of DJ K-Rock was. Here we
we are, 2024. It's 3.0 version of DJ K-Rock. We're gonna be doing the big ride here tonight, Saturday night, June 8th in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We hope you can join us. Book your plane tickets now. You can join us for the after party tonight here. And if, but yeah, we'll certainly be there. It's right across the street from the Sound Pony. Can't wait to see you guys all there. That's going right. 5. So we got 35 seconds still.
And that was 10 seconds in just 2 laps, right? That's a big effort. What is?
I think I'm not sure that was correct because we did the time 2 laps ago and it was at 35. So I think it's stabilized at 35. I do think, so here's my thing. I think that at a certain point the engine room for these guys is going to blow out and the engines back behind in the field are going to be okay. It sounds like actually we have a little bit of an opportunity for a replay to see when this breakaway started a number of laps ago. Here we go. So we got Michael Garrison here on the front of the field looking around. That's actually Alec Cowan covering that move. And Garrison proving himself very strong here throughout our night of racing as he brought back a big move, taking on a little hydration. Cowan paying attention though to Garrison, who's no stranger to being at the pointy end of these races. And look at that, Augustine Moritz right there onto the wheel. So this is 3 in our build-up to it. But then Garrison's engine room sort of dies out right here. This is when Moritz Augustine accelerates out of this turn.
Yeah, he flicks his hand.
Yeah, and Garrison flicking the hand of like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble, my man. And Moritz Augustine successfully establishing his move. Alec Count responding, and now here we are. We've got 2 guys. We're back live with our current race, and we have Moritz Augustine, number 29, racing for PCC Opposite, and Alec Cowan, number 55, for the Legion of Los Angeles, your Canadian National Criterium champion. Still at 35.
Yeah, so it's stabilized. We got Williams at the front, Luke, Clever Martinez, Legion, Garrison, kind of the first 8 guys. So, like you mentioned, these 2 guys, you're thinking that they're going to burn out. You know, it's going to do both. It's going to overheat, engines die out, and the speed picks up from the back. That's the part of why we're watching.
Yeah.
How does it play out? And, you know, do these guys, hopefully they stay very committed to each other until kind of the bitter end. Because if they start, you know, looking for these 3 extra seconds of rest here, 3 seconds of extra rest there, you know, it can demotivate the other guy and say, hey, we're already playing games at 8 laps to go, 10 laps to go, you know, and then it can just really kill the motivation as you're like, you know, we're already on the cusp of just blowing up and you want to look for help. You want to, like, you know, already take the steam out of this.
Yeah. Here's a question. Has Alec Cowan been contributing to this breakaway evenly? I don't know if he has. I think Moritz Augustine's really been driving this thing.
It's hard to say. I mean, with Moritz's size and how this course is laid out, is it may seem like seconds on the front might be more, but just the total workload in those moments may be equal. If that makes sense.
That makes sense to me. I'm just wondering if, like, where. So Alec looks like he's taking over here on this flat stretch, and then he
before the climb.
Before the climb. So then Alec is doing the climb past Sound Pony.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think it's for Alec, it's smart because again with the tailwind climb, you know, he's getting some help even though he's out the front. Moritz is still having to work because he's climbing, and he's like honestly a little bit bigger.
Right.
And then so Alec just pulls up over and then into the downhill, and then flicks Moritz through. So Moritz now still has to pedal the downhill because of the headwind. You know, so instead of getting like an easy kind of turn through the downhill, you know, he's having to work. So the home stretch is, you know, relatively fast. What's that word?
I don't know.
Fast, flat and fast. But yeah, I'd say Moritz is spending more seconds on the front. We don't know what the communication has to say, hey, you know, like this is what I can contribute.
Right.
You know, I can leave and you can be by yourself, or you can take the work that I'm able to give you, right? And Moritz, smart guy, heads up. He's like, if I have a Legion rider with me, that means Legion's not chasing. that, you know, that helps our chances of succeeding. So at bare minimum, he gets second.
And I'm seeing Blazers being the one chasing with Luke Lamperti in the back. I saw Tyler Williams of Miami Blazers out in the front as they came by us last time around with Luke Lamperti on the wheel. Lamperti seems very eager to try and do something about this. With 18 laps to go, what do you think Lamperti's choices are?
I mean, look, if we just look at just how this transpired, right? Those big 5 laps effort, right? And the engine's getting hot. And look how long it needed to cool off before people could get to the front and start working again to try to take time. So he's got to think about that if he wants to go across. How much time does he need to, A, get there, B, to cool off before the sprint happens? And he's probably starting to get into that go window of time.
I agree. I think he can't just catch them at 2 to go.
And expect, I mean, he's world record.
Yeah, I know.
he could still do it, but it's a massive effort versus potentially conceding in a way, winning the field sprint, still getting third the easy way, thinking ahead to tomorrow.
Do you think that Rainstorm has any concern around this?
They should. I mean, they were there. They had 3 guys. They had somebody should have tried to cover this out of that program, and they just let it slip away.
What is Legion doing right now? Why is Legion doing this? Is this just for the $100 premium that they just rang the bell for?
Maybe Robin's getting word. Maybe Alex sent word back saying, hey, you know, somebody please help.
Right.
You know, I'm doing what I can to keep us up here, and, you know, I'll do my part to start putting water in this other guy's boat.
Yeah.
You guys need to get here before I get done getting the rides away with him.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
So if Robin is getting that information, then he's, you know, trying to put something in their favor, or just testing the legs. Who's really chasing? Who has the ability to chase? That we see something come out in the last 10 laps.
Yeah, here's our man from Eli Husted from Matador. Looks like he's going to try to collect $100 if he can. But look at this, DCC Alpecin Ruthless tonight. That's going to be Jonas Schmeiser and Jonas Schmeiser is going to get themselves $100. So Schmeiser off the front now, collecting himself $100. And Husted going to see if he can draw him out, but Husted probably going to be unsuccessful in this. They got any sort of collaboration. Meanwhile, Miami Blazers now putting 4 on the front of the field to try to bring that back, including Johnny Clark, Tyler Williams, and Richard Pollock probably, if I had to guess, because they're probably working for Noah Brannigan this evening. Although Eder Frere's been doing a lot of contribution into the race so far. And we're looking at 17 laps to go. We're going to have to start doing some math here, aren't we?
That's 2 seconds a lap.
Okay.
Right, but now we can see some facial expression, a little more body language from Moritz here as we get. They've spent this much time off the front now, so. Yeah, we're going to see what kind of transpires of, you know, how much time do they need to tick, and, you know, what's also the window. Like, maybe Blazers only has to bring back 10 seconds, and then it's a 10-second window. Now Garrison's looking at it going, I can go across 10. Luke can go, I can go across 10. Summerhill, I can go across 10. Then all of a sudden the volley and the tax happen, right? And then that last 10 seconds comes back relatively quickly by shared workload because guys are active. So it's do it 2 ways. Get it within that bridge window and encourage others to, like, you know, spur some attacks and help, or only time it in a way that you catch it, you know, right at the end.
So we're looking at Husted as you're scored as a chaser at this point. Meanwhile, the field just trying to, probably ignoring him and just assuming that they're working to just bring back the 35 seconds of the break, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like one guy in these conditions to go across those 2.
Yeah,
that's like, let him slowly hang himself instead of, you know, be too worried, and it's just heads up, experienced riding, to not do massive accelerations of pace, just waste the energy.
Right. I have to say, Cowan now coming through at the top of the course. I mean, it's hard to tell what the effort is because the speed appears to be so much different than when Moritz Augustine is on the front. But, you know, you would have to assume that if Augustine didn't like it, that he would choose to attack Cowan at some point and get rid of him
if at all possible. But I think that they know they need each other.
That's inside 3 to go.
3 to
at
go,
best, and that's the long bump.
Okay.
You know, after you've been out there that long, is 3 to go. It's really, you know, inside 7 to go, you're probably going to start doing some tests, some accelerations, you know, seeing and just checking behind. Does he respond right away? Is there a gap?
Yeah.
And just kind of doing some things to evaluate the responsiveness of, you know, of your breakaway compatriot, you know. And then once you go, it's basically a commit to it. You're all in.
Eli on the front right now. He's being brought back by Luke Lamperti. So Lamperti now contributing to the chase alongside the full Miami Blazers squad that's left in this race. I did see Noah Granigan with his feed helmet at the back of that train. So it looks like Miami Blazers going to commit to trying to bring this back. I mean, you certainly can't win the race if you don't try to get it back into contention here. So the Blazers are going to be there. And if they have the help of Lamperti, I would imagine that would be very welcome for them. Lamperti now coming by us in turn number 1, trying to lift this up. And for how long and how many seconds can he catch per lap? Oh, wow. So Brad Soner just calling over the PA that the breakaway is losing 4 seconds per lap. That's well within the margin of catching these guys, no problem.
Totally. Like I said, if they get it within 10 seconds, right, again, it's that window of sparking a guy like Garrison, Clever Martinez maybe, to go across and get to a small group.
Okay. So we got our breakaway here. I'm going to pull my stopwatch up. Clearly, the other guys have been doing that.
Yeah, can we trust Brad and Frankie?
I don't know. What do those guys know? They just started doing this. All right, so our breakaway is going to be coming through. You can see the DCC Alpecin riders in the pit cheering on Augustine Maurice. We're going to try and get some eyes on them as they come by us here in turn 1. All right, Brad's saying 30.
So that means Luke's pull took about 5 seconds out, right? Over 1 lap?
Over 1, perhaps. I mean, we haven't been attentively keeping score. Even if it just pulled 1.5 out, that still does the math favor, right?
But it's got to be consistent.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, they're doing a field cream here. Another $100 field cream, trying to incentivize the field to accelerate a little bit more. Those announcers are ruthless. We're at 28 seconds.
I got 28 seconds.
Okay.
So it's come down 7 seconds since the highest time check that we got at 35, right?
All right. So I bring into my calculator. I was paying attention. I took your notes. So I take 28 divided by the laps to go, which is 14. That's 2 seconds per lap.
So we're still at the same math, right?
Yeah.
As originally we first did it, 35 seconds at 18 or 17 laps to go.
Okay. So even though the gap is coming down, the amount that
duration of racing.
The amount that they need to bring back per lap is actually sustained.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh. So these dudes need to turn it up.
Yep.
They now need to be bringing back at least 2.1 seconds per lap.
Yep. Yeah. So
okay,
it's a big ask, right? And the closer we get to the finish line, the bigger effort it's going to be.
Yeah.
So it's at some point, yeah, it's.
I guess I'm not
sure. I think at this point, I'd be telling these guys, based on what we saw from Noah last night, trusting that he can take care of himself inside 2 to go if you keep him fresh.
Yeah.
Is just bring it down, get it close.
Okay.
Get it. Spark the interest of an individual rider like Garrison or Luke or what have you to bridge across. Spark that counter, boom, 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 roll, rather than try to do the whole 25 seconds into 1 to go. Because we can honestly think about as well going into 1 to go from corner 3 to the finish in full sprint mode against those guys is going to be 5 seconds.
Right.
You know, because the breakaway's not going to start their full gas effort with 1 to go, right?
No.
As one guy, you've got maybe from the hill, like at the bottom, so that favors the field in that aspect. It's like, okay, it's 25 seconds. We need to get it within, you know, take out 20, right? And 5 seconds in the last lap, a bigger chunk.
I think the 10-second thing is really interesting. Like, I agree. I think once they're at 10 seconds, they're more in sight, and they perhaps think they can get there. And you may see somebody trying to squirt across. But I think when you get in those single-digit laps remaining, then it changes the equation again for some people mentally. They start thinking, oh, I'm too close to the finish. I don't want to burn my match. So they may let this stick unless, I don't know. I don't know if people do math, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I know some bike racers, they just can't.
All right. So we're going to catch some more time here if we can, as we have our 2 leaders going to come by us in turn number 1. They're saying 25 seconds.
Oh, now they're on the same straightaway.
Okay.
First time they've been on the same straightaway in a long time.
Yeah. So we're going to wait a little bit. So Johnny Clark taking some time out of these boys here. Eder Frere also helping him out with that pace setting at the front. Here come our boys as they come by us. I'm at 18
seconds.
Yeah.
So it's coming down. We're getting into that 1.2 seconds per lap, right back into that much more favorable window that we had when we first did math.
I did 18 divided by 12. That's 1.5.
Okay.
So we're at 1.5. That's manageable. I mean, that's a considerable chunk that they've taken out in 2 laps.
Yep.
So this is swinging definitely back towards the field.
Yep.
So that's why Rainstorm Racing has been chill, because they just trust that it'll be brought back and they don't need to burn themselves up.
Yeah. You know, like why? You know, it's a risky strategy.
Yeah.
You know, very much so. But it's let's stay back out of the melee and, you know, not get forced or thought of. So it's risky to do it that way.
Right.
Then just kind of at least put one guy in the mix to help out to make it happen.
And why did Miami fully commit to this move with the full squad?
I think because this type of lead-in, this type of sprint really favors Noah. Okay. Noah likes these gritty, heavy sprints, like heavy leg sprints, rather than just pure, you know, HP. But we are 10 seconds away. You know, they are 12 seconds. The lenses always play a trick. But
yeah, the foreshortening is crazy on some of these long lenses that we have to use here in this long straightaway. Here we go. Our boys coming by, and we start this loosely. It's harder to see my line here. We got so many spectators here in turn number 1. It's great to hear. I'm at 11.
11, yep.
Yeah. So
now it's less than 1 per lap.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
Mendez is out. He's next to us here at this booth. So Strongman burnt up all of his energy early on in the race. To no avail. That leaves Clever Martinez without a teammate late in the event.
So now it's unknown that it's at this point is Blazers just bring it back, or they go, okay, now it's stabilized. We're close enough. We can also now just match the breakaway speed and try to recover.
I would do that. I'd be like, you guys do something.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. But it leaves you open to big attacks, right? And then all of a sudden now it's just this explosive speed, and you might lose Frere and Williams because they're already right there on the edge. If you ask them to do these explosive chases, now you lose them for the last, 10 laps.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. Do you think DCC is going to be prepared to try and counter this, or are they just going to wait and see what happens for the field sprint? I mean, I'm trying to look back in the field. I see Robin Carpenter.
I don't see many DCC guys.
I see one of them, maybe 2 of them, I think, but they're buried. I mean, they're probably 10th wheel at best at this point. I see Ty Magner in the mix there. I see Robin Carpenter. I definitely see Alfredo Rodriguez and some of those boys in yellow. And Luke Lamperti is right there as well. Lamperti just going to wait for the field sprint?
Yeah, I mean, right, I think he's, from what we've seen, being a protagonist at this point is not going to help him.
Okay.
So I think he's just going to be like, why not have confidence? Just let it come back and do your thing. In these type of conditions, it's very much a similar sprint to Crybaby Hill. Big effort, and then you get a gap and look who's off the front, or bridging. Garrison.
Garrison's trying to bridge?
Yep.
Just like we said.
Was that 10 seconds? 10 seconds, Gabe Lloyd?
Verified. We can roll back the tape and replay it if we need to, right?
With captions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see the body language and just that extra speed from the breakaways just not there.
I don't know why Garrison does this. He doesn't need to. Like, there's so many other dudes in this race that are going to do it for him.
Kind of, but who? I mean, at this point in these race conditions, who's going to do what Garrison is going to do? You know, what he needs help from is that either both these guys can latch on, take a little bit of recover and contribute and blow the gap back out, or at least one of them, the stronger of the two, to get there and do it.
Okay. So Garrison looks like he's going to get himself across to this. He'll put himself back into the move that he actually started.
Yep.
So Garrison will get himself across there. Johnny Clark is going to have to really dig in here and try and get this, Eder Frere going to have to dig in and get himself pretty close here. Tyler Williams helping him out in second position there. And there it is, Garrison.
The body language of Garrison, that he's not 100%, not as sharp as if it was 80 degrees out.
Right.
It's even taken the tools of him that his sharpness has missed out, but
Garrison's there. This is the critical time. Will the gap blow out? Garrison's now going to ride up through it. He's going to accelerate, and Cowan responds to it. Cowan now up onto the wheel. Garrison's going to try to blow this gap back out if he can get some seconds back on the field.
Imagine if Garrison didn't flick his hand and say, like, this was too much, and he just kind of gritted his teeth when this went. What that would have looked like. 3 guys probably could have made it from the get-go.
Yeah. Commitment, man. It's tough.
Yeah. But like I said, in the heat, it's just so razor thin. I mean, once you're overheated, you're overheated. There's nothing you can do except for stop pedaling.
Look at this. I feel like Garrison's growing this again. We're going to have to start getting our timers back out because Garrison is now going to swing this. So we're in a critical moment here, as we were talking about a few laps ago, that we're now single laps, and if he starts to swing this back to a 2-second situation.
Look at that shit.
I don't know. I think they're still safe. Like, we'll see. You're counting now. Reigns?
12?
12? Jeez.
But it's like Blazers is just, there's 2 guys left for Noah. So it's, the field is losing that workhorse, and is Rain atypically going to go from 8 to go with their team? Something they traditionally don't do and haven't displayed that they can do. But we see, off camera over here is, Tyler Williams is out for the Blazers as that workhorse. Yeah, 10 seconds, and their bit is between the teeth. There's not much longer that, Blazers has at the front of this. And, yeah, is Rain going to take it over with the same impetus?
All right, here we go. So look at this. We got Miami Blazers now really starting to panic a little bit. They're looking backwards and saying, hey, you guys, you got to help me out here a little bit. And I think Rainstorm does need to send somebody up to the front and start to contribute if they, in fact, want to bring this back. Remember, Legion does not have to bring this back. Of course, they hope that Cowan can take the sprint in this situation, but they're not going to contribute, so that's going to leave Blazers, Outlaws, Rain. Who else is in it? Ribble. Where's Ribble been?
Yeah, I mean, is this the British in the heat? They is something they do not experience, So I'm sure that the weather has taken their toll on those guys.
Okay, so we're going to see if we can do some more math here really quickly and see what our gaps have ballooned out to. But look at this. Frere is really suffering right now. Grit in the teeth.
And Noah's asking for help. Like, one guy. Put one guy up here.
Yeah.
Do something, Oh, there's Ribble on the inside. So they played a very patient race, and they still have, looks like 5 guys.
Ribble needs to contribute here. Garrison is starting to really drive this. He is absolutely flying through turn number 1. Full bike lean here as he comes through, really putting on a great show here, single-handedly getting ourselves out. Oh boy, this is swinging very much back into the favor. Austin Outlaws now coming through. I'm at 17. What'd you get? You didn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't do it. I got caught up in watching the racing.
So, all right, so let me do some.
And Luke Lamparty.
Where's Luke?
In the pit.
Oh, Luke Lamparty in the pit. Rear wheel.
Quick step. Oh, that's
This is the final opportunity for a free lap. Lamparty with this rear wheel. Is this a mental impact for Lamparty?
It doesn't feel good, and like in this heat, yeah, it's
No, he's changing
you've created all this heat. Now you've got no wind going over. You're actually building.
He has to get into the lap.
It's like you're now this heat sink with no air moving over you, so it doesn't feel good.
Right.
Just to stop like that, and in these conditions, it's this close to the finish. Being stopped is by no means helpful.
Yeah, I mean, like when you came back in from racing the Cat 1-2 race, you were pouring sweat, man. Like,
I had already stopped and poured like 3 bottles of water over my head.
Yeah. Augustine, oh, dude, check this out. Augustine Moritz is now driving this right now. He actually gapped Garrison a smidge. These boys are going to come through, so Lamparty in the pit has to watch the breakaway right away. 17-second gap last time through. This math that they need to do is now 2.5 seconds. 2.5 seconds per lap needs to be brought back between now and
They're
the
not on the
finish.
same straightaway anymore.
Oh, man, Lamparty is hating every moment of this. He's going to get thrown in here. Big push, big push. He's asking for the move, and there it is. He's pushing. Big push there from the pit. And there he goes, Lamparty now back into the race. 25 seconds with 6 to go. Oh my God, 5 seconds a lap. Here comes. Now what's Robin Carpenter doing? Does Carpenter not like the odds or what?
I mean, now it's with the gaps blown back out, and they just want to stay at the front. They want to keep Ty, out of the mess as much as possible. They're not really going to be putting on pace. They just want to be mark some territory as their own, so they can just be out of the mess.
Got it. I love how Garrison
is a crash. Summerhill,
Ribble down, Summy down. Okay, good camera work here, showing us something that we did not see. Ribble going down. Not sure exactly what happened. Is that
it's Bostock? Brown.
I'm not sure which one. I can't quite make out that number. I don't know their faces quite well enough. But
they are out of the free laps. Summerhill's done. Rain has lost. And this is like part of the game they play by not going to the front.
Right.
And
they gambled.
They gambled by just saying, hey, we're not going to put the pace. We're not going to take the front. It allows the pace to come off, swarms to happen, and get caught up in this type of mess.
Moritz Augustine is absolutely driving this right now. And
has Cowan pulled? Sorry.
No. Cowan is not pulled at all. He's been sitting on the back. 5 laps to go, you guys. 5 laps remaining, and here we are. We're going to be looking at Cowan. He's not taking a pull. Moritz and Garrison have been absolutely pushing the point here, and Garrison single-handedly making me look silly. I'll take that one for sure, because I was critical of him throughout, but now he has absolutely done it. I do agree that had he really gritted his teeth earlier on, this would be a different race dynamic. But man, this is exciting bike racing here. We have gone from almost a catch to blowing it back out, and there Danny Summerhill is apparently getting a free lap here. So Summy gets thrown back into the back of the field. Can he make it all the way back into the front of the field at this pace at this time? 5 laps to go right now. Michael Garrison in the red on the front. Augustine Moritz in the dark jersey, and Alec Cowan, your Canadian national champion, in 3rd position. Cowan has not contributed to any of this gap being blown out.
And that's the power of having depth in your program. That's why you have Magner there, right? Because he's going, hey guys, I've got Ty. I don't need to work.
Right.
This can go back, and we believe in Ty to take this.
Sure.
So either you guys, Garrison, you're not going to wheel the field sprint. Augustine, maybe, you don't have a guy back there. This is your guys' chance to take a win or secure the podium. I've got no problem going back and letting Ty do his thing. So it's in your guys' hands. Either you guys ride and believe in yourselves, then I've taken on too much water, or we can go back and let Magner sprint.
Nobody wants that right now. These guys are going to be coming out with 4 laps to go. They've run the field cream. Garrison wants the crowd to get involved. Brad Stoner, Frankie Andrea doing their best to get everybody riled up here in the Arts District for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is night number 2. Garrison taking the very aggressive line here out of turn number 1. Here, where is your field, though?
So this is where I'd love to see Garrison turn off the gas a little bit. Say, okay, it's 25 seconds. They're not doing this. We can come off the pace a little bit.
Right.
Save his legs. And he's a guy that can go with a lap and a half to go and blow the doors off these guys.
Okay.
You know, and Cowan, even Cowan, after he's been sitting on a little bit, is still, taking on a lot of water to do it. So, I think Garrison, we'll see. We'll see, but
we're going to take a look at the crash that Summerhill was involved in, apparently. Looks like, whoa, Summy going
on the hill, just getting overlapped.
Yeah, the overlap of wheels there. Was that Rodriguez? That's number 7.
When was that?
When was that?
Holy smokes.
Wow, Rodriguez going down.
Rodriguez is out.
Wow. No, maybe Summy gave him his bike? Is Rodriguez racing?
Yeah, there was a bike swap.
But chains are dropped?
No, this is after Summy's got his thing. This is recent.
Did this just happen?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because there's
just
no
happened.
Confirmed, just happened.
Confirmed. This just happened. Rainstorm train is absolutely off the rails. So
who does he overlap with?
Here it is again.
Gomez gets caught, and then
Gomez is down. Rodriguez down. Burps the front tire.
So ripple effect.
Chains are down. Brian Gomez frustrated with this. Summerhill stops.
No, that's
stops. Para stops. Summy stops. They're trying to help him out if they can, but the bikes are in disarray, and at this point in time, it is just a mess for Rainstorm Racing. Wow. Okay, so we're now looking at that further helps the breakaway. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Because now the break has stayed organized. They've stayed focused. The field is hearing this cacophony of noise behind them. And Rainstorm is absolutely not a factor. And now Gomez individually perhaps will salvage something for the field sprint, but they're not going to really be able to contribute to the pace. We're looking at these guys coming by us here in turn number 1. They're going fast. They're trying. This is full single file racing back here, but the time is not in their favor. There is almost no possible way they can catch this breakaway. We're going to be seeing their winner coming out of this breakaway tonight. Michael Garrison nearly single-handedly contributing to the success of this breakaway. He started this. He got dropped out of it. When the gap got to around 10 seconds, he went back, he bridged across solo to it, made the gap go from 10 to 17 almost immediately, and then blew it back out to 25 seconds as it stands right now with 3 laps to go. This is on the front, Moritz Augustin in the black of DCC Alpecin. He's from Germany. He's been winning races in Europe. And look at this, Garrison's playing a game.
Yeah,
he's trying to anchor Cowan off the back, is he not?
Yeah, and Garrison, at some point has to swing and leave Cowan in the wind. And what do?
Wow. 2 to go right now, you guys. 2 laps to go, and look at this. Garrison is playing a trick that Carl Menzies did to me at Torres Somerville 15 years ago, where we're in the breakaway. Menzies drops me off the back of the break in Somerville. I wasn't able to come back around it, and Menzies went right back up to the break. Right? That's a classic move. There's Moritz. He's now solo. Is Garrison going to try and bridge himself up to it, or has Moritz Augustin just dispatched his 2 breakaway companions and taken a win here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough? Time will tell. The gap is opening. This is going to be impossible for Cowan to try and bridge. Garrison has maybe gone too far in his tactics, and Augustin Moritz is now solo with a healthy advantage over the rest of his breakaway companions. Garrison in red, Cowan in white, unable to respond to this. Augustin Moritz playing this perfectly, accelerating into the last turn with 2 laps to go. Here we go. We're going to be coming down the hill. This is block headwind. Garrison looks back. He wants to see what he's doing. Garrison a little frustrated, but he was part of this. And Augustin Moritz just prodding him off the wheel with 1 to go. Daniel, where we're looking at 1 lap to go, what's the strategy right now? You just got to get yourself to the finish line, am I right?
Yeah, he's just got to continue to, his aero discipline has been so incredible the whole race. So he's just got to stick that and put it on the limit. There's nothing you can do now. There's no looking back. There's no pacing yourself. You're all in.
Augustin Moritz coming by us here in turn number 1. He is looking very motivated, very determined, and very enthusiastic for his race here in Saturday night at St. Francis Tulsa Tough in the Arts District, presented by FC Tulsa. Here comes Garrison and Cowan through turn number 1. Cowan has not been taking a lot of pulls lately. Do you think you can outspeed Garrison in the line?
You think?
So.
You know, and Alex, you know, he's national champion.
Yeah.
Field then pin sets to those guys.
Riddle just did to the setting it all tonight. Now that's something for the belt. They can as they come through. But looking at your winner right now, he's coming across the top. He's past Sound Pony. He's now at the very end of the hill. He's going to make this left hand and start going downhill towards the finish line. It is literally all downhill from here. A little bit of headwind, but at this point in time, you see nobody else in the frame, still staying nice and arrow and disciplined as he's on top of those hoods. This is Moritz Augustine for DCC Alpecin, and look at this. He's realized it, Daniel. He's realized that he has just won a day of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Coming out of the final turn from Germany, racing for DCC Alpecin, Moritz Augustine, ladies and gentlemen, your champion here tonight for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Arts District Criterium, presented by FC Tulsa.
And not only did it win, it went solo. I mean, there's no better way to win bike races solo, let alone Tulsa Tough. And it looks like Alec Cowan has come around Garrison for second.
We'll see how it, as you said, and then the throw at the line.
There's
Cowan trying to claim second, Garrison in third, and Brian Gomez claiming fourth at the line.
You could easily argue, make the case that Rain, with what Gomez just did, left the victory out there.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, Alfredo obviously would have been one to watch as well. That was one of our picks in our pre-show selection on the call-up today as well, right? And we thought Alfredo would have a shot.
I didn't even think about the picks, man. There's a monkey wrench in them. There's a huge monkey wrench. There's 2 open positions to score points.
Yep. Oh boy. And so Moritz Augustine taking the win here tonight, Saturday night in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Very excited and pleased with himself for taking this win. 4th at Torres Somerville a few weeks ago, but tonight he gets his victory and he is on the top step for everyone. Great racing. He drove this breakaway with Alec Cowan for a majority of the night. Michael Garrison helped to expand that gap considerably towards the end, but it was the strength and savvy of Moritz Augustine that drove him to success on the finish line. I'm sure these boys are going to make their way around to the finish line to have a few words with Brad Zoner and Frankie Andreu, so do stick around for that. Luke Lamperti coming by to congratulate them on that ride. Lamperti also congratulating Brian Gomez here, but Moritz Augustine here, your champion tonight for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Arts District Criterium by FC Tulsa. Big thanks to all these guys for being here tonight and celebrating with us. Look at these crowds that are around this course as well. I mean, we're up at the top, tippy top right now, so you don't see them in the frame, but I'm looking around it. Thousands of people down here in the Team 10 area. Dude, it's absolutely fantastic to see so much support for bike racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where you got your start, my man.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see this event get bigger and bigger every year, and yeah, it's just cool to be a part of it. I'm just so thankful that I'm provided this opportunity to be a part of it in this way, and so just so fun to watch and feel it all.
There's a lot of really cool bike racing. We're going to have our podiums coming up next, and we just saw Skylar Schneider walk by us here in turn number 1, still kitted up, ready for her podium as they come by. So don't go anywhere. We'd like to honor our women who found success here tonight. Kendall Ryan taking the win. If you missed out on that broadcast, you can scrub back a little bit on the old YouTube and find that finishing sprint by Kendall Ryan. Skylar Schneider drag racing her tonight. It was a lot closer in the women's race than it was last night even, so we'll be looking forward to seeing that recap and seeing how things play out tomorrow for Crybaby Hill.
The men's GC has now shaken up.
Yeah, the
women
women
in the Yahtzee can, shaken, and report.
The women's GC is very straightforward. Kendall's won 2 nights in a row. Skylar's been second 2 nights in a row.
But Alexis did the lead out and I think was out of points tonight.
Ooh, so Skylar, perhaps. She's won Crybaby 4 years in a row. So she's looking for her 5th straight Crybaby Hill tomorrow night. We'll see if she can get there. Oh, your men's GC, though, absolutely bonkers. We're going to definitely need to go to the score sheets to figure out who's going to get that win. Looks like our boys have made it back to the start-finish line. Let's see if we can get themselves over to Brad Soner or Frankie Andreu for some interview opportunities. I can see Brad in the back of the shot there, waiting anxiously for Moritz Augustine. There he is. There you can see Brad at the start finish line. So we're going to do our interview and then we will have our podiums. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We have a little bit more of our evening here for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough Night of Bike Racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to welcome your race winner back to the line as DCC makes their way through. Join me in welcoming your champion of night number 2. Give it up for Moritz Augenstein! Moritz, oh my goodness, what a day of racing for DCC Alpecin. Take me through the breakaway for you. When did you know that you had to attack the breakaway? When did you make the decision to leave the breakaway behind?
I think 2 laps to go, they let a little gap open downhill, and then I'm so fat with 90 kilos, then I rolled away and they never see me again.
Talk to me about what your journey here in the United States has been like, from the flight over to Germany to how you guys got here today. What has the American campaign been like for DCC Alpecin?
Yeah, we got invited from DCC and Alpecin to come here to race some races, and I'm very grateful to be able to race in the United States, and we are showing that we can also race fast over in Germany, and I hope we are done now.
Have you ever been to Tulsa Tough before? What's your impression of racing here in the United States? How does this style of racing compare to the racing around the world?
Yeah, we are used to do point races on Criterium in Germany, so it's quite different here with only the final sprint, but I think we managed it very well, and I'm happy that I'm here in Tulsa Tough the 2nd time now. Last year was the 1st time, and I hope I can come back next year again.
Well, I think you're going to be invited back. Moritz, last question. Can I interest you in a beer, my friend?
No, sorry, I don't drink alcohol.
That's how you win bike races. I like it. Give it up for Moritz Augenstein, your race winner from Germany.
All right, well, that was a great interview there by Brad Soner on the start-finish line. Moritz Augustine, 198 pounds going up that hill every time. He thought that was a big ask for him, and he was very pleased with himself for being able to take advantage of the gap that opened up a little bit. It did appear to me that Garrison intentionally opened that to try and tail Cowan off the back of it, but he may have done it a little bit too aggressively, not anticipating the acceleration there of Moritz Augustine with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, totally. Like we said, with that headwind is, you get 5 bike lengths, and now it's a big ask. It's a lot of work. And we saw that Garrison got there and put in a lot of work to blow that out, and it's just a little too much to miss out on that move.
There was a lot of tactical things that occurred there. We saw just how the brakes started on the beginning of the night and then how things played out later on. Garrison now congratulating Moritz Augustine here at the start-finish line as these boys are now chatting with each other, getting to know each other a little bit better. We got one more night of bike racing, though, coming up, or afternoon, I should say, in the blazing sun of Tulsa, although I hear it's going to be cooler tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I need it.
We're going to have a little bit of a cold front coming through here, which will bring a little bit of precipitation potentially, though. So that could play a factor in tomorrow's racing as well. So while we get cooler temps, we may also have difference in conditions overall for tomorrow at Crybaby Hill. But don't go anywhere because, man, that is going to be one heck of a day of racing. We have our podiums coming up next here for our Saturday day of racing with our St. Francis Tulsa Tough here in the Arts District, presented by FC Tulsa. It's been an amazing day of racing with our pro women and pro men. And don't forget about the Category 1-2 race that this young man just did here as well. We'll have a little bit more of that later on tomorrow's show. My name's Gabe Lloyd, and this is Daniel Holloway. If you're just joining us, well, you just missed out. Go scrub backwards on your old YouTube feed and go check out the amazing bike races that just took place here today. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share everything as well, just so that more people know all the amazing things that we're doing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is St. Francis Tulsa Tough 18th year. We're honored to be here and be part of everything that's going on. Sounds like we're going to be jumping back over to the podium, so do stick around. We like to make sure that we're going to honor all the women and men who have done such an amazing job putting on an amazing show for all of us here today. And then we will be back with you guys tomorrow night for our Crybaby Hill afternoon of racing in the sun. We're going to make sure we have all of our podium people in the right place at the right time. And then we'll throw it over to Frankie and Brad for the podium presentation. Our men's team's needing a little bit extra time to get themselves together. Oh, actually, we just have a brief recap here of our pro men's race while we're waiting. So Michael Garrison starting off the breakaway in the middle of the race, and Alec Cowan responding to that move. Michael Garrison driving the pace early on, showing us exactly how comfortable he is, taking a little bit of sip of water early on in his breakaway efforts. Cowan tucked into that draft, but here is Maurice Augustine with those flappy numbers coming right on up to them. Now these three may have finished together, but they did not stay together for very long. Here's a moment when Augustine accelerated early on the uphill portion, and Garrison dropped the wheel. You'll see Garrison flicks the hand. He only had 2 seconds to shut it down, but he opted not to go too deep in that move at that point in time. But Alec Cowan did not want Augustine to get away. You see Cowan out of the saddle here, very quickly responding and getting himself across, dispatching with Garrison. Through and through for the rest of the race, though, we saw a number of different things transpire, and eventually you would see your German Moritz Augustine for DCC Alpecin ending up taking a solo win after some great tactics that he played out. How about our women tonight, though, as well? Our women racing with us just a few hours ago under the heat of the night, and we saw Kendall Ryan take victory. Here we saw, though, the MVPs from the teams was L.A. Sweat. L.A. Sweat on the front repeatedly. Samantha Schneider, your winner here last year. On the front, looks like the final lap through and through, where Samantha Schneider trying to keep the pace as high as possible for her sister Skylar Schneider. They're going to make this right-hand turn where Samantha will pull off, and the Goldman Sachs program with Taylor Cook-White going to try and keep it high if she can, but Alexis Magner quickly taking over here. Magner looking back and seeing her sister Kendall Ryan in the pink leader's jersey for St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So Magner fully commits to the move. Skylar Schneider right there in second position. Not ideal, but she makes the most of it as they come through the final turns. Magner absolutely buries herself as she should. You can see Chloe Patrick, your U23 national champion, and DNA Pro Cycling trying to get into the mix here. And in the final kicks here, Riley McMullen comes up alongside this lead-out train on the outside, but in taking the long way round, it allowed Kendall Ryan and Skylar Schneider back into the short track to the line. Out of the saddles they come. Paula Munoz trying to get there, but it will be Kendall Ryan and Skylar Schneider drag racing it, and Kendall Ryan gets the final kick to the line. Paula Munoz with a good turn of speed at the end, but in fact it was Kendall Ryan taking the win. I see Paula Munoz over there at the podium, and so as soon as we have Kendall and Skylar there, we will get them all up on those steps. And
ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin our podium
sounds like Brad Toner is ready for our podium presentation. We'll throw it back to him.
Of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We will begin with third place on the day. Riding for the Goldman Sachs ETFs team out of Chile. Welcome to the podium, Paula Munoz. Second place up next, riding for the Miami Blazers out of West Allis, Wisconsin. Next to the podium is Skylar Schneider. And the top step of your podium, representing Legion of Los Angeles from Ventura, California, it's Kendall Ryan. Your top three on day 2. As Kendall Ryan picks up her second win in a row here at the 2024 Tulsa Tough. By virtue of her win tonight, she will also continue as the Omnium leader here at Tulsa Tough. She'll get her winner's jersey, and then we'll put on the Omnium leader's jersey for Kendall Ryan as well. One more time for your top 3 on the day: Kendall Ryan, Skylar Schneider, and Paula Munoz. Do a little champagne celebration for Kendall, Skylar, and Paula on the podium.
I love your laugh. I love your laugh.
That's the Italian.
Sharing the champagne all around, a worthy podium here on day 2 of Tulsa Tough, as Kendall Ryan picks up her second win in as many days. All right, as they move off the podium, we will now move to our Omnium jersey presentation here at Tulsa Tough, and it will be a familiar name back on the podium after 2 days of racing. Welcome back, your Omnium leader, Kendall Ryan.
Camera, like a 360 camera. I lost in the race like after 5 laps, somewhere over there.
Kendall Ryan, the Omnium leader of the 2024 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. All right, we'll move on to our pro men's podium up next, starting with third place here today. He rides for the MGR, presented by Niche Speed Club team. First up to the podium, welcome Michael Garrison. Second place on the day, riding for Legion of Los Angeles, hailing from Canada, your silver medalist is Alec Cowan. And finally, the top step of your podium, riding for DCC Alpecin, hailing from Germany, it's Moritz Augenstein. Moritz will put on our Tulsa stage winners jersey, a case of Fat Tire for the guys on the podium. Some well-deserved podium prizes here in your pro men's race as Moritz Augenstein gets it done here on day 2 of Tulsa Tough. The champagne celebration for the Germans, Moritz Augenstein and DCC Alpecin, winners on night number 2.
I got a pretty
And finally, we will move to our men's Omnium podium. Your Omnium leader will start the final day tomorrow with a 1-point lead over the competition. Riding for Rainstorm Racing, your Omnium leader is Brian Gomez. Brian Gomez, your Omnium leader after stage 2 of the 2024 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. All right, that will do it for us tonight. On behalf of everybody here at Tulsa Tough, my colleague on stage, Frankie Andreu, my name is Brad Soner, saying thanks for being with us tonight. And Tulsa, we will see you for Cry Baby Hill tomorrow. One of the greatest days in American sport coming up tomorrow at Tulsa Tough. We'll see you there.
As Brad was just saying there at his finish line. Tomorrow, please join us for St. Francis Tulsa Tough, day number 3 for Cry Baby Hill. It is one of America's best Criterium days on the calendar for the entire year. You do not want to miss it. If you can't be with us here in Tulsa, do join myself, Gabe Lloyd, and Daniel Holloway on the live stream tomorrow. We'll be calling the shots for the pro women and pro men. So do tune in, and we'll be sure to see you guys tomorrow afternoon. Like, subscribe, share, however you're finding this feed, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon for the conclusion of our 2024 St. Francis Tulsa Tough coverage.